And we should be back online. Yeah, so now that this video starts all over again in YouTube, I'm just gonna give a little wrap up. There was 2 cancellations from different hosts this morning, and I've been just here talking with with Kiss, and yeah, I have been staying up all night because I don't want to stream to end, and yeah, show must go on. I don't have any kind of topics, and there is no guest coming right now. I'm just gonna be babbling something over here for an hour until Bitcoin Kindergarten comes, and he's probably gonna have an interview with Michael Benowitz. I'm just gonna go on and drop out the YouTube link in Twitter. So yeah, give me a minute. All right. Yeah, so I just thought that I actually haven't even introduced myself in the previous conversations. My name is Rafael. I'm also known as in Twitter, in Telegram, with the name or handle BTC Paradigm. And yeah, I'm basically just a Bitcoin pleb. I'm also a chairman in a Finnish cryptocurrency association. And yeah, I've been in Bitcoin since 2013 and just going deeper in the rabbit hole all the time. There seems to be like so much things to learn. So yeah, trying to wrap my head around it. Oh, and by the way, if there is someone watching this stream who would like to come in to this 1 hour slot, a little bit less, just to chat about, I don't know, whatever, just send me a private message or something in Twitter or in Telegram at BTC Paradigm. So yeah, I hope you guys have liked the conference so far. Like we said with Kiss previously, I personally think that this has been an awesome weekend. So much of a great content that I even haven't been too sleepy. Like, for example, now this whole night has been full of awesome conversations from Stefan Livera, and yeah, there was like Rodolfo Novak, discussing with him, and yeah, just a second, I'll pull up the schedule over here. Yeah, we had BTC Media talking with Michael Flaxman and Rodolfo. Stefan Libera joined that, and then he had a nice little conversation with Suheb from RTL and with Kiss Bitcoin. And yeah, basically after that, I have been here talking and waiting for the next host. Yeah. If there is someone online or watching this, if you want to maybe give me some kind of a topic that you would like to hear me talking about in the YouTube chat, or then I will be just figuring out something else. Well, actually, I also forgot to mention that I have been the technical support on these HCPP TV calls, and yeah, I do have to also say in this YouTube video that it really has been impressive to see how many people have been able to collaborate so well in such a short time notice. And yeah, really, thank you for every single host on my side. This event is not in the end yet. There's still 14 hours to go. But yeah, thanks a lot. You have been all providing really awesome content, and really thank you a lot for the guests and everyone who has been contributing to this event, especially everybody from Parallelipolis, the whole crew over there. Really awesome. And by the way, in that, I did think of a thought about this, and that it was really great that Parallelipolis people actually talked about first what kind of conference is this, and what kind of people are they, what kind of values they are supporting. So I do think that helps people to come and contribute, because they saw what the ideology and the meaning of this crew is. And yeah, that probably made people want to participate much more eagerly, because the values are something that they also like. Maybe I should just talk about how it's like to be a Bitcoiner in Finland. I don't know. Well, it's basically, well, I would say that there is a lot of good knowledge, knowledgeable peers about, Bitcoin and the related topics, but these guys or gals are not really too active, like on maybe like social media or in Telegram groups or stuff like that. They are hiding maybe in an IRC or things like that. So basically, the media over here is just blockchain and bullshit. There's a couple of Bitcoin companies here in Finland, like Local Bitcoins and Praisos and a couple of others. One called Nord Crypto, but yeah, not many. And I think that it's because of the legislators that they made up this license that you have to, or register that you have to apply to before you can run any kind of like cryptocurrency company over here in Finland. And that register costs you about 5 grand in euros just to get into that register. And then, if I've understood it correctly, it's about 2K per year just to stay on it. So like small businesses are really hard to be kept up over here, like registered legit businesses. And yeah, there's like a strong little community over here, but it also gets like filled with people with totally different kind of ideologies. I mean, there is this like core group of people that are actually interested in Bitcoin for a long term, and they value the things that Bitcoin represents, like freedom and personal responsibility, and they understand how to actually manage their own keys, and even run a node. But those groups get really easily infested with these blockchainers or shitcoiners who aren't really eager to learn anything. They're just in there for the money. And it's not that they would be just interested about Bitcoin as a tool to make money, but then it easily goes into a direction where pretty much everything goes, as long as it can profit to someone. And yeah, that's when the shilling starts. But yeah, managing that kind of situational group is its own story. But what I would like to say, maybe for people who are running also like these Telegram groups or starting up their own a little local community on their own country, I would say that try to make your own point clear. What do you want and what do you don't want? So you don't have to go on and explain it later or change it later. If you are just generally interested, like for example, for me, I do call myself Bitcoiner. Some people even call me a Bitcoin maximalist. I'm not sure what to call myself. I do see Bitcoin as the only really relevant thing for the long term, but there is a lot of like interesting little things happening here and there. Nothing like bullshit like DeFi or stuff like that. I do think that they are just trying to create a new Fiat 2.0 new banking system with like central control parties and things like that. But yeah. But yeah, there's like privacy related research that is going on, and I think that's really valuable for Bitcoin in a short and a long term. But that's probably one of the things that we should be focusing the most, because like privacy is one of the fundamental parts in, like, for example, the censorship resistance that we all like so much. Without any privacy, it's easy to censor, and that's actually like why we need these privacy enhancing tools and all kind of like mixers and coin joins, just to Max Hillebrand once said pretty nicely that privacy is you selectively choosing to reveal some information to you to some certain party. So you would have to have the control. You would have to be able to decide what you share for other people whenever you interact with them. And I don't think many people would like to share their financial history whenever they do a transaction. Yeah, basically over here in Finland, when I started in 2013, there was a lot of miners. Even I tried it out a little bit back then. I even got one of these like ASIC USB miners, one of the first ones. I think it was called like Red Fury or something like that. And it was just a USB stick that you plug into your laptop, and it gets really hot. But with that, you could mine a decent amount of Bitcoin back then. But of course, I didn't understand Bitcoin's like monetary properties well when I found it. The first things that I said to myself whenever my friend pointed out that there is this thing called Bitcoin, I was just, how does this work? How can this be real? Like, how isn't this banned already? How can they stop this? I mean, and that's pretty much where everything started. And yeah, after that, I have been basically just trying to educate my local peers here in Finland. And yeah, many people have been throughout the years getting more interested about it and asking more questions and maybe even getting some Bitcoins for themselves. And in 2018, at this association that I'm in right now, Consensus RY, which is this Congress's media partner. This got founded in 2018 in the beginning, and a couple of months after it got started by Nico and a bunch of other guys. Nico was the original chairman of the association, and yeah, I joined in. First year we made a lot of decent Bitcoin content in Finnish. There was a decent amount of community members actually praising what we were doing. There was a good vibe in the community, but then we have a 1 year period of this associations, the members of the board, I mean, so they get changed every year. And the next year there were a bunch of people who were really interested about just getting cryptocurrencies and blockchains in general into mainstream. And so they took over the association. There was a lot of weird propaganda that, in my opinion, they were trying to push down to people's throats, and just trying to reframe the whole association into just shitcoin gambling crew, and that Bitcoiners are bad, toxic, fascist, or something like that. But yeah, that year didn't go so well. After it was in the end, I decided to check out the situation if I maybe will be needed in this association. And it turned out that nobody else wanted to take it or go on as a chairman. So I took this position, and now we have been trying to turn the ship back into focusing on Bitcoin and stopping all the unnecessary bullshit and unnecessary hyping of stupid technologies that actually doesn't matter. Yeah. That's basically what kind of the Finnish Bitcoin scene and how I ended up over here. And we have been doing a lot of these small conferences and meetups, provided a lot of YouTube content. And yeah, so I do recommend everyone to try to start doing that in their local area, also in their local language. There's probably going to be people that prefer to read it or listen it in their native language than in English. So that could be a nice little niche for you to prove yourself useful and do something nice for Bitcoin and for other people. Just teach about Bitcoin and provide some good information and value. It would be much nicer if I had someone as a guest here with me. Like I said previously, if you have time for about 35-minute chat, I don't have anything over here. So if you're interested in joining us or come to talk with me here for a little while before BTC Kindergarten takes over, just shoot me a message in Twitter or Telegram at BTC Paradigm. Yeah, so let's go a little bit. Let's check out what we have still today here at the HCPP TV. Like I said, Bitcoin Kindergarten will be taking over in about half an hour, and he will be talking with Michael Benowitz. And then after that, Daniel Prince and Kevin Devani will be talking with Thibaut Morakal about multisigs. And after that, we have Ben Ark probably talking with MC and Silur. Why would I go over all of these? You guys can see the schedule in the HCPP.tv site, at least. Unfortunately, yes, I do know that the YouTube link over there is not the current one. I'm waiting for someone at the Parallel Police to wake up and change the YouTube link in the WordPress. But yeah, it seems like it's goes in there. Oh, well, I do wanted to talk about this a slot that I have at 3 o'clock with Max Hillerbrand, 3 o'clock at the Prague local time. And there's going to be probably Nopara and Nothing Much, two of the Wasabi developer and cryptographer. Really interesting and smart guys. And then there's going to be Waxwing, who is from Join Market, and Kristaps and Adam Back joining us. So that's going to be a really interesting panel. I just have to make sure I can get some sleep before that. I'm just here going to send BTC Kindergarten a message that he's able to come online whenever he's ready. Yeah, I really do hope that all of the viewers have been enjoying this whole stream and whole weekend. And it's not too late to go on and buy a ticket too. I'm not sure how it's going to work. I mean, if you go on and buy a ticket right now, will you still be able to see the past talks as a recording or something like that? I'm not sure if they're going to be uploaded into, for example, YouTube later. At least I do think that it will take time before like getting everything edited and all of that. And I'm not even promising that they will be in there. But if you're interested, go on and look up from the net website if there is some kind of instructions. If not, just go on and type a message to some of the people from Parallel Nipolis. They can probably answer you, or I'm not sure if it's a thing to do, or at this point give out some discounts from tickets. Who knows? Maybe just start a little tweet storm or something. It seems like the stream dropped out for a while. But yeah, now we're back. Not that I would have anything more to say, really. I'm so tired that I can't come up with the good new topics. But like I said previously, please, if you have something in mind, something that you just would like to see me try to explain or something, just type it in the chat and I'll try to do my best. So maybe I'll just do a small recap on at least the talks that I've been in on. I mean, there has been a lot of good content. I can't really say which one you should go and check out, because they are pretty much like every single one is just awesome. It of course depends what kind of things you are interested of, but yeah, I do recommend to check out the whole 58 hours when it's all done. But yeah, yesterday I was with Juan Galt and Alexandra Moxin and with my friend Nico. We were talking about the Social Dilemma, this document that is at least on Netflix, that was talking about like the Finnish translation of this title, Social Dilemma, was translated into the dangers of surveillance capitalism. And it is pretty, like, it tells pretty well what the narrative of the documentary is, but I think it brought up a lot of interesting points and ways to see this whole situation of like monetizing your information through social media, and what kind of like tricks or things that they can actually use to keep you hooked and keep you in this like yeah, you just become like a dopamine junkie in some sort of way. If you just, you know, keep waiting for some kind of acceptance or likes or hearts or whatever you are, and whenever you get, you know, you're made used to for this sound that comes from your phone, like this bling, that it might be some good feedback for you, like like for example a like or something like that. So you're eagerly waiting, just like a puppy, for his master to come and tell something. You know, you're just as woke for your phone in some sense, or you know, slavely, like obeying, really. Yeah, but yeah, that was a pretty good discussion. I really liked it, and Juan, I haven't met before, was a really smart guy. He actually had 2 hours before our conversation also, so he had like a 4 hour straight, which is really like well done. And yeah, these are the things that people have been doing over here. You know, it's really awesome. There hasn't been a lot of things to do. Like everybody has been autonomous, and you know, they have been trying to make themselves useful. They have been taking slots that may not be optimal for them, or they have been getting guests who they weren't, like, maybe they were hoping for somebody else. But everything has been working really fine, and it has been nice to work with these people. But yeah, then there was also, we were supposed to have a discussion with Chris Belcher today with Nico, but unfortunately Chris didn't seem to be able to make it. So Janine continued her awesome discussion with Jacob Applebaum, and totally recommended to check that out also. And yeah, and after that we also, me, Nico, Max, Sean, and I think there was someone else also in that call. Unfortunately, I can't find the name right now. But yeah, we talked with a smuggler, the writer of this book, Second Realm, which is really, really good. It's like a book on strategy, and it's a must-read thing for everyone who wants to try to even design or think of some kind of like citadel or a free way of living or organizing with many other people and things like that. It just shares a really good like basics about what to do and what not to do in a situation where you just want to be left alone, or you just have a different type of like moral than the current social like mainstream norm is. So you would have to like go on and make your life better somewhere else. So yeah, what kind of tactics and strategies you should use with that. And then we had also an awesome talk with Ben, like midnight Prague time. And yeah, Rico also joined us in that call. It was a really interesting one. We talked about like social attacks on Bitcoin, and or like mainly just non-technical attacks against Bitcoin, and yeah, what kind of a tool Bitcoin is for those who seek liberty. But yeah, after that, basically, I've been just listening all of the talks in the middle of these slots where I've been hosting also, and yeah, really nice experience, really. And definitely, if anyone is interested to contribute to these kind of events or things, just don't be afraid to reach out. If you feel like you can do something useful, just go on and tell about it. You probably can be useful. And it's really a big thing. If there's like many people who are willing to do these like small things, like for example, we have now 58-hour stream, and nobody could do it alone. But now I believe there is like more than 30 hosts in this stream. So together we can do it, and it's not even too bad for one person if we share the burden. Seems like I have someone joining me in this call. Nice. Hey, hey. Oh, Optimist Fields. Awesome. I've communicated with you like many times, like some small things, for example, with Lightning channels, I think, but we've never talked in this way. I can't unfortunately hear you yet. Well, maybe I'll go and just get a few minute break over here before Nick will also get his microphone and headphones on. I just saw a message that yeah, Optimistic Fields and Nick are gonna join me, but their Optimistic Fields are now trying to get the mic working. Yeah, just give me guys like 2 minutes, and I'll be right back. I'm not sure if BTC Kindergarten is coming. I do hope so he can host you. But if he's not coming, I'll be glad to do that.
Hello.
Yo.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I got you. You can hear me?
Yeah.
All right, well, I think we're live right now. Pretty sure we're live right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Should we present now?
Oh, wait, hold on 1 second. Do you want to get the screen share going?
Sure.
I think Crypto Rafe just said or BTC Paradigm said he's taking a break.
Okay.
Hello,
I
hello.
think he's going to come back on right now.
Yeah, sorry. Now I'm back. How are you guys doing?
But yeah, we're definitely live. So what's up, world? I think there's a few people listening right now.
Yep.
We're just setting up, making sure our presentation is set up. So bear with us for a moment.
All right. Awesome.
Can you see that, Optimist?
Yes, sir.
Does it show the tabs up at the top or just the...
No, it's showing just the slides.
Okay, perfect.
See if you can move through the slides and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, seems to be working well. You guys want to wait maybe
Can
like
you move them? Because I'm still seeing the cover page. Okay. All right, we're good. All right, you go back. Maybe should we give BTC Paradigm a moment to come back in, or?
Yeah, Optimist, can you hear him?
No, I can't.
You keep talking over him.
sorry.
Oh, my bad. I can't hear him.
No, Rafe is fine. Optimist can't hear you, Rafe.
Okay, that's interesting. Optimist, do you mind just logging off the call and coming back?
Optimist, he said, can you log off and come back on?
Okay.
Okay, this is weird thing that you can hear me, Nick, but Optimist can't.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know he couldn't hear you, and I was like, why does he keep talking over you?
Yeah, no problem, mate. But yeah, I do think that it's better to just wait. It doesn't matter. You guys can lead from now on, however you gonna like to have this presentation. I haven't I didn't even know that you guys have a presentation. This is awesome.
Yeah, Max Hillebrand hit us up in the DMs and was like, yo, can you come on and do a quick presentation for today? And we were like, sure, yeah, we're down.
Awesome. Really great. So finding Bitcoins then. All right.
Yeah, me and Optimus, we don't get too technical on stuff. Like I know some of the other presentations got pretty technical, but this is kind of like right up our alley. So we're hoping that people find some value out of it or at least enjoy it in any way.
Yeah, I bet so. Optimist, you seem to be back online. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, dude, I can hear you perfectly.
All right, awesome. Okay, well, guys, if you mind, just take on the lead. I will probably be hanging out here, just listening. And if you guys need something, I will jump in.
All right, cool, dude. All right, thanks. All right, Nick, I'm going to start it.
Okay.
All right, so what's up, world? I am Optimus Fields at My Living Truth, and we're at block height 651,179, and the current Bitcoin price is 10,574. And we are Bitcoin Kindergarten, and we're here to do a presentation on finding Bitcoin Zen, or how holding hard money brings mental clarity in our current digital panopticon. So I'll pass it over to my co-host Nick and have him talk a little bit about Bitcoin Kindergarten, and we'll start the presentation.
Hey, what's up, world? Nick here, or Nick Can't Mind from Twitter. Really happy to be here. Really proud to be here. Bitcoin Kindergarten, we're a live show every Wednesday night. So the theme of our show is we do a presentation for about an hour or so, and that's like we call it our class, and we have on guests or we make our own presentations, and we really just try and educate people in the simplest things. We have minted a good amount of new Bitcoiners. We love having pre-coiners on or new coiners on, and we'll just answer all their questions live on stream. It's like kind of like a radio show type thing, kind of like the mix of a radio show and like a live show. Like you can come in, join the Discord, hang out with us, chat with us. It's a super interactive podcast. So follow at BTC Kindergarten on Twitter for more info. And after our normal class session, we do something called Teachers Lounge, where we just sit around and bullshit through stuff, and we just talk about, you know, current events and stuff that's happening. So if that interests you, follow us on Twitter. And yeah, today we have Finding Bitcoin Zen, how holding hard money brings mental clarity. So without further ado, we'll go on to the first slide, and Optimus, take it away.
Awesome. So we're very aware that most of the people and most of the presentations here today are very technical, and they're giving you a lot of solid information on how to fight, you know, digital totality, how to become a sovereign individual in this information age. And so we're coming with more of an economic or praxeological, maybe a little bit philosophical point of view on why we believe Bitcoin is not only one of the main tools in finding your own personal sovereignty, but maybe the best tool. And so to start off, we just want to get a few terms together so that we have a certain understanding. And as you can see from the slide, our first slide is what is Zen? So we're talking about finding Bitcoin Zen. So we're going to explain what Zen is for the beginning so we can kind of get an idea of where the term come from. So I took this from lexico.com, which is like an offshoot of Oxford Dictionary. And so the idea of Zen comes from Zen Buddhism, which was introduced to Japan in the 12th century and has had, you know, profound cultural influence. But that's, you know, kind of how we believe Bitcoin to be. But this next sentence is more of, you know, the idea of where we get Bitcoin Zen from. So the aim of Zen is to achieve sudden enlightenment or satori through meditation in a seated posture. You can see our meme over on the bottom right corner. And it's usually under the guidance of a teacher and often using paradoxical statements or koans to transcend rational thought. And so if you've dabbled into the Bitcoin space at all, you've come to understand that, you know, you learn mainly by deciphering memes. You know, Bitcoin memes have a big place in our space. And when you first get into them, they seem highly paradoxical. You are probably sitting there as a skeptic, like, man, these guys are crazy. What are they talking about? You know, like Bitcoin or Orange Coin good, like number go up, Bitcoin fixes this. We have all these different memes, and we'll touch on them a lot. And so we've come to the conclusion that, as you can see under it, Zen in an informal meaning as an adjective means finding peace or a peaceful and calmness in your life. And so, as you can see in Japanese, it literally means meditation or quiet, or in Chinese, it's quietude. And so we've found in our own life that when you fall down the rabbit hole, a certain aspect of your perspective, of your mental paradigm starts to shift, and you start to get this very relaxed feeling in life, considering how crazy everything is right now. And so we've come, not only just Nick and I, but with a bunch of friends on Twitter, have come up with the idea of Bitcoin Zen. So we'll move on to the next slide. And Nick, do you want to take it, or should I just continue going?
I think someone's voice just got cut off.
Yeah, can you hear me, Paradigm? Because
Yeah, I can.
all right, so I think Nick's off.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Okay, I'm not sure what happened, but
All right.
did you hear anything I said?
Nah.
No, every single time this kind of thing happens, just please take a moment and if needed, just restart your Jitsi. But if possible, just do it one in a time, at a time.
Okay. Yeah, just restart on this slide, Nick, and we'll just try not to unmute ourselves. That might be the issue.
Okay, so what is Bitcoin Zen? This continues off our previous slide. Bitcoin Zen is simply a state of being, and understanding that Bitcoin is the solution to all of our current issues, encompassed by the meme Bitcoin fixes this. And to survive and thrive during this transition, an individual must accumulate as much Bitcoin or capital as possible and must hodl these Bitcoins in the face of FUD, price dips, social engineering attacks, and frankly, despite themselves, to personal sovereignty in this new age. And to achieve this optimal state of being is to ascend into Bitcoin Zen, or simply peak human form. You want to touch on that more, Optimist?
Yeah, sure. So as I was saying on the last slide, that once you start going down the rabbit hole, there's something that happens to your brain where, as we put at the very bottom of this slide, it's like peak human form. You drop a lot of your anxieties in the current situation, and you just start to enjoy your life. You simplify your life, and you just stack sats and acquire as much Bitcoin, and then you mold your life around Bitcoin as true north. And so you start shaving away, you start shaving away everything that, I guess, for lack of better words, doesn't matter, and you start to mold your life as best as you can, and that starts around acquiring as much capital and you know, hedging yourself against the current panopticon that we have going. So you can go to the next slide. And so this is just a continuation. So Bitcoin Zen, as we're putting it, is just the understanding that Bitcoin is the best savings technology, and thus by extension, the best foundation to building personal sovereignty, or in other words, having peace of mind in uncertain times. So that's as clear and succinct that we can get Bitcoin Zen, and the rest of this presentation will explain how to get to Bitcoin Zen and what it might do to your perspective. You want to add something on this, Nick?
No, I think you said it perfectly. I think we'll just head on over to the next slide. So this is one of the ways to achieve Bitcoin Zen, is just to stay humble and stack sats. It's a pretty famous meme made by Matt Odell, who I'm sure everyone knows is a co-host on Tales from the Crypt. And our first dash here says weekly, monthly, and DCA plans. So one of the easiest ways to get to Bitcoin Zen is knowing when and how to buy can be really stressful. You know, people always feel like, oh, I need to wait for a cheaper price, or like, oh, I waited too long and now the price is too high, or like, oh, I just bought and it dumped, so now, I bought at the wrong time. One of the ways to achieve Bitcoin Zen, just set up either daily, weekly, or monthly DCA plans. I recommend daily and weekly going at the same time on multiple different platforms, such as like Cash App, River Financial, Swan Bitcoin. But do whatever you can, on a personal level. I know not everyone can do that. Some people may only be able to do like daily or weekly on like one thing, but it takes the stress out of your life. You won't be checking the price as much because you're just buying anyways. So that leads into my next point is don't check the price multiple times a day. Checking the price multiple times a day will definitely stress you out unless we're in a bull market. But still, if you're checking the price multiple times a day, there's a lot better things you can be doing with your time. Honestly, DCA and not checking the price so many times a day, like check maybe 1 to 2 times a day, if that. This will help you slowly build wealth with actual good money that no one else can devalue. You're using DCA daily or weekly or monthly to accumulate as much wealth that no one else can fuck with. Like no one can devalue it, no one can hyperinflate it, and that's like a good asset that you need to be accumulating. And at the bottom I said not your keys, your coins. One of the things that gives me the most peace of mind is knowing I'm the only person in the entire world who has access to my money and that no one else can steal or take or tamper with my money. So that gives me such good peace of mind, and I sleep really good every night knowing that. So we'll head on to the next slide.
Here, wait, hold on. I want to add a few things, Nick. So I know we're going worldwide right now, so we are definitely coming from an American-centric point of view. So in your local country or wherever you are in the world, you may not be able to use these Bitcoin services that we mention. So there's definitely a few around the world that are solid Bitcoin companies, in particular like Amber, that comes to mind. I know there's a few more, but I'm kind of blanking on the other non-American services. But definitely either ask a local Bitcoiner, or you could get on Twitter or something and try to find what are the best services. And then on your other points of you might get confused with these top or these acronyms like DCA, and by DCA we only mean it's technically like an investing term of dollar cost averaging, and that's still getting into the weeds. The only way you really got to think about it is you're saving money and you're saving your time into the future. So however you'd like to think about it, just consider saving some of your hard-earned cash into Bitcoin in regular intervals consistently. So I kind of joke around with my friends that it's just the Bitcoin ABCs: always, buy, constantly. So set it up however you want to: buy daily, buy weekly, buy bi-weekly, buy monthly, whatever works for your income, and just save as much capital in Bitcoin that can't be devalued. And like Nick said, don't check the price. I personally never check the price unless I'm acquiring Bitcoins. And so we have these little memes over here, or if you want to call them Coins, they're probably the same things. And it's number go up, orange coin good, from my friend Bitcoin, hodl for glory, and the latest meme, run the numbers. So soon enough, you'll come to understand what these memes mean. And if you're newer to the space, then right now they may just kind of be like words that don't have much meaning. But to Nick and I, and to BTC Paradigm, he definitely understands the depths in what those three-letter sayings mean. But all right, Nick, you can go to the next one. All right, so as you can tell, I mean, if you haven't been, well, I think we went past the slide, Nick, but it's neither here nor there. Yeah, so as you can tell, the listener, the people, awake and conscious in the world right now, we're living in very uncertain times. Right now, currently, we're in COVID lockdowns. We have this meme over here of the NPC guy going, "Wear your mask. Mask is good. Government is good." So if you're a listener of this presentation right now, if you're part of this conference right now, then from my perspective, you're very much aware of what's going on. And personally, I would believe that we're philosophically and ideologically aligned, that we're what's happening right now is a stretch of the powers that be. And so these times are very uncertain, whether it's just a lockdown or the surveillance states cracking down on us. And as you see during the slide right here, we got a picture of Hong Kong. So I'm pretty sure that you're aware of what happened in Hong Kong and how China is cracking down on their freedoms and whatnot. But furthermore, I think as a world population, all governments are cracking down with state surveillance. They're trying to expand the surveillance state. They're trying to label and chart everything that we do on the internet. And it's becoming very hard in modern day to not be a digital native person, to not be on the internet. You almost have to become like an Amish person or just completely off the grid to not touch these internet services, because the whole world is becoming interconnected. And then to add on that uncertainty, the surveillance state, digital totality, the digital panopticon, we have money printer going burr. So as you can see on the bottom left, we got the meme printer go burr. And that just means that central banks all around the world are inflating their money to obscene amounts. Like we said, we're coming from an American-centric point of view. So we in America have printed trillions of dollars this past month, and trillions is an obscene amount of money. And to watch our fellow citizens not even bat an eye when they're printing trillions of dollars, it's pretty disheartening, because like Nick and I, as being what we consider monetary economics or economists, we are very, very focused on the money. We believe fix the money, fix the world. And so we think that that's an egregious offense on all of the peoples around the world, because the dollar is currently the world reserve currency. So what happens in American money affects everywhere else in the world. And so it's definitely not just an American problem. And then furthermore, we have the uncertainty of what social media is doing to our brains and what it's doing to the social fabric of society. We are becoming more interconnected digitally, but also it's alienating us from meat space, from interacting with people in real life. And this is all happening in real time. So we are still a part of the greatest experiment that is currently going on, and that's what social media will do to the fabric of our society. And I mean, for instance, Nick and I have met over Twitter. We've only met once in real life, and this guy is one of my best friends. I talk to him probably more than I talk to my friends in real life. And so, digitally native peoples like Nick and I are experience a totally new world that no other human in the history of man has experienced, and we take it for granted, and it's completely normal for us. Yet we don't fully understand what this is going to do to our society. So things are pretty crazy and uncertain, but as Nick and I are here to explain to you, we believe that Bitcoin is the solution to this surveillance state, to this current scenario that we're in. And so we're here to spread the sound money gospel. And Nick, you can either add or go to the next slide, because it's a continuation.
So I just want to add a few things. And one of the things is, during this time, I feel like if you don't own Bitcoin and you don't have this mental clarity of a Bitcoin Zen, your anxiety must be through the roof. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there with depression, with the COVID lockdowns. They can't go see some family. They can't go see their friends. They're literally locked in their room alone all day, and then to add to that, their government's devaluing their money like crazy. They're getting spied on constantly, even though I feel like to the normal person they may not care too much, but it is a huge problem. And then also, going into social media, while you said there are benefits, like you and me, we're best friends and we met off Twitter, but there's also a lot of negative effects to social media. And I feel like Bitcoin really allows you to kind of take a step back from all four of the bad things up here and just take a step back it allows you to breathe and relax and, know you have a bright future ahead of you. So I'll move on to the next slide. And then this is just a continuation of the last slide, talking about government lockdowns, social unrest, inflation of the money supply, surveillance, overreach and expansion, and environmental waste. I personally don't have too much to comment on this. Do you, Optimus?
No, just essentially what we said earlier. Bitcoin fixes all this, and the farther you go down into the rabbit hole, the more apparent this becomes. And yeah, so as of now, I guess don't trust, verify.
We'll move on to the next slide. Bitcoin's the solution. We've been saying it all presentation so far, and we both strongly believe it. Knowledge is power. Having knowledge in this time of social unrest, it's really important because, again, it gives you the mental clarity to make the correct decisions. There's a lot of people who are probably making very poor decisions during this time because of all the mental stress that's going on. They can't see or think clearly. And one thing that I saw was interesting was like it was like something about some of like the biggest businesses and biggest brands were made during the hardest times, like mainly like economic recessions and stuff like that. So it's like, if you have the knowledge of previous stuff, like how do I use this bad situation and turn it into a great situation? So knowledge is definitely power. Do you want to add something on that?
Yeah, just essentially having a certain grasp of economic literacy in today's world is 100% the best superpower that you can have, because the majority of people right now don't fully understand economics. They may be, falling down the populist route. They may believe that they just deserve a free lunch, but having the knowledge to wade through the waters and the powers that be in our current social situation is legitimate power, and we'll touch on it in a little bit. So, Bitcoin is information, Bitcoin is knowledge, Bitcoin is power. You can go. All right, so here we have a quick little rundown on a simplified form of what stages of Bitcoin Zen are. So Bitcoin Zen is just a gradual evolution of human behavior. Economics is simply human action and money is just human action in a medium. And so the stages of Bitcoin Zen doesn't happen overnight. You don't wake up one day and you are anxiety free and you understand Bitcoin to be the best money. It happens block by block. And it's a slow, gradual evolution. It's starting to understand that the system will continue beyond you. And as long as blocks are coming in, you know that your money is safe and sound. Excuse me. And so the first stage that you usually are is a Bitcoin skeptic. You probably doubt Bitcoin's fundamentals. You may think that it's just stupid internet nerd money. You may think it's just for criminals. You may have all these preconceptions of what Bitcoin is. And furthermore, you are probably busy and you have no time to sit and study Bitcoin for hours or thousands of hours or even 20 minutes. And so there's a lot of hurdles to get over to becoming a Bitcoiner, to finding Bitcoin Zen, but you definitely always start as a skeptic. You need to touch Bitcoin a few times before you even want to jump down the rabbit hole, but you're all starting as a skeptic. And then you are a gradual Bitcoin buyer. You are off zero. You may occasionally buy Bitcoin, maybe every other week, maybe a couple times a month, maybe, a couple times every other couple of months. But you own a little bit of Bitcoin. You see that there's something there and you're falling down into the rabbit hole. And this person may or may not shitcoin because they don't fully have the understanding of money yet, but they just see Bitcoin as a way to improve their cash holdings and their investments. And then you become and have achieved Bitcoin Zen, a hard money hoarder or an all-out obsession to hoard or hodl as much Bitcoin as possible. And as we jokingly put, this is optimal human functioning. This is peak performance. This is the stage you want to be on to be the best human you can be. And that is an anxiety-free, hard money hoarder, or as we lovingly call, a Bitcoin hodler.
So I just wanted to add a few things is to get to this peak performance stage of Bitcoin Zen, you got to go through the whole journey of getting to the stage, and everyone's journey is a bit different. Most people most people start off as a Bitcoin skeptic. I know I was a Bitcoin skeptic. The first day I heard of Bitcoin, I called it a scam, and I didn't know a thing about it. And over time, as I researched it, I bought Bitcoin, and then I started to shitcoin, and then I shitcoined for a while, for about a year, and after shitcoining, I actually went down the Bitcoin rabbit hole, got rid of all my shitcoins, went Bitcoin only, and that's when I really started to learn, and I started to read and listen to podcasts, and I actually started to step towards this peak performance. And it took a while of learning, but after learning, I reached this peak performance of Bitcoin Zen, and I look back on the journey of getting here, and I wouldn't change a thing. The journey's everything.
Preach. The hero's journey.
Yes, sir.
All right, go to the meme page next. All right, so here we just, we're Bitcoiners, so we're obviously going to meme some stuff. And so I'm sure if you've been on the internet, you're aware of the Galaxy Brain meme. And so on the right, you have just, I guess, essentially a dead human, nothing going on in the brain, and they just think Bitcoin's stupid. That's the Bitcoin skeptic. And then you have in the middle, you have some, there's something going on in the brain. They're starting to think, they're starting to wake up. And they're a Bitcoiner. They're still holding shit coins, whether that's the dollar or even gold or cryptocurrency shit coins. And then you reach peak performance. You reach quote unquote enlightenment, if we may use that term a little loosely. And that's when you become a Bitcoin maximalist, a hard money hoarder, and you have reached Bitcoin Zen. And as I jokingly put under the Bitcoin maximalist, you've reached Satori, enlightenment. Is it only fitting that it's got sats in it, Satoshis? And so, you can't make this stuff up. And then on the left side, we have another meme, the IQ bell curve. And so the progression kind of goes that you can be a low IQ, for lack of better terms, a Bitcoin holder, and you don't have to look too deep into Bitcoin, and you just believe that one day at one point in time Bitcoin's going to reach 250K. And then there's the masses, if I can use that word, that are the skeptics, and they think that we're the dumb ones because we believe Bitcoin is going to the moon. And then you have another Galaxy Brain meme where it's the smart ones, it's the enlightened, it's the Bitcoin maximalists, it's the finding Bitcoin Zen, where you understand that Bitcoin is going to the moon.
One thing I wanted to add is I feel this chart personally because I remember when I first got into Bitcoin and I started learning about it, and I heard people on Twitter say, oh, we're going to go to 100K, 200K, 300K, a million, etc. I was like, I'm on board for that. I can get down with that. So I would always say that. But in the back of my mind, I knew I never believed it. I couldn't see it clearly. And then I went through this gradual process. And now I'm at the stage where I'm all the way on the right where the big brain is. And when I say stuff like, oh, Bitcoin's going to hit 250K, I can actually, say it with my chest because I actually believe it. And I've done the research to back up why I believe it. I'm not just, saying stuff on Twitter that everyone else is saying. So I definitely think when you get to the stage of Bitcoin maximalism, the peak performance stage, you're not just saying the same stuff in, the Bitcoin echo chamber on Twitter. It's like you're saying stuff you actually believe, and you'll stand up for yourself when you say it.
Preach.
So we can head on to the next slide. So first, you're a Bitcoin skeptic. You're a default Keynesian. You grow up in this high trash velocity economy. Inflation is good, blah, blah, blah. You're pretty much like brainwashed from a young age into being a Keynesian. And you've grown up your entire life with Keynesian economics. You weren't taught this stuff in school. At least in the United States, they don't teach you this stuff in school. I remember elementary school, I didn't know anything. Middle school, didn't know anything. In high school, they required you to take one economics class, and it wasn't even economics. All what we did was like play some computer game. It reminds me of The Sims, if you know what that game is, where you control your character. And all what we did was literally just have our character like live in an apartment and get a job and stuff. It was pretty stupid. But yeah, going down the list, I didn't understand money before getting into Bitcoin. Most people don't, because then again, you're not taught it. Consumer versus saver. I was a huge consumer. I didn't save much money at all. I used to work a lot when I was in high school before I got into Bitcoin, and I've been working since I was in college. And I used to be a huge consumer until I found Bitcoin, and my time preference lowered immensely. And yeah, we have I can't speak right now. Risk adverse, maybe tech illiterate, maybe overly technical, government trusting. I used to just trust whatever the government said, because I always assumed they're, big brother government. They're doing what's in the best interest of me. After studying Bitcoin and studying the history of governments and seeing who bad actors are, you learn that governments are always the bad actors, and they do stuff for their own benefit at your expense. Bad branding, I've heard it all. Bitcoin's for criminals, Bitcoin money launders, Bitcoin's this, Bitcoin's that. And while criminals have used Bitcoin, you learn that criminals don't want to use Bitcoin because you can trace it back pretty easily. They much rather would prefer the US dollar because you can't really trace that back. And a lot of the critics who brand Bitcoin badly really over exaggerate stuff or just lie about stuff. So once you get over that hurdle, it's like you're gold. People's belief have overcome to grok Bitcoin is the best money. And I think Optimus would be great to touch on that right now.
Yeah, and so the idea on this this slide is just that there's so many things that someone has to overcome, someone has to, to see through. They have to essentially change their mind on almost their whole entire worldview until they overcome and grok the idea that Bitcoin is the best money. And so another idea is usually, like Bitcoin is a Ponzi scheme. And that's like the main thing that I hear most people say. And so they don't want to throw away their hard-earned money into a Ponzi scheme. But if you understand anything about money, you understand that fiat money is the biggest Ponzi scheme. And so we became Bitcoiners once you understand those truths and you get over that hump of being a skeptic. So you can go to the next slide. And so on this meme, you will see some ideas of why we believe, Bitcoin is the solution. Bitcoin is truth. Bitcoin is money. Bitcoin is freedom. Bitcoin is empowerment. And Bitcoin is a tool. And so as you are a skeptic, you start to understand or learn these different memes, and your thinking starts to gradually change. And so the idea of Bitcoin is truth is, if you are familiar with cryptocurrency, Bitcoin is underlined by a blockchain, and essentially what it is just information, and it's truthful information because there is proof of work or energy expended to facilitate this information. And so in a world of fake news and uncertainty and social media, the only objective truth that we can all agree on is Bitcoin blockchain. According to my node, it's telling me what's going on. And so Bitcoin is truth. Bitcoin is a foundation for us to build our society. And our society, if you understand anything, is, you know, society built on lies. It's built on fiat. It's built on debt. It's built on, you know, a fragile ground. And so once you find out these truths, you start to realize that Bitcoin is money, and not only money, it's the best money, because as I said, a blockchain is essentially just a ledger. It's just information showing and proving who owns what, and that's all money is. And then furthermore, because we are able to hold our money, hold our wealth in the best money that we have, in the best value exchange, best medium of exchange that we have, Bitcoin is freedom, because no longer is your time being taken from you. And with that freedom comes empowerment. And so Bitcoin is just a tool. Bitcoin is one of the best tools, if not the best tool, to taking back our personal sovereignty, and furthermore, taking back our time in our life. You want to add something to that, Nick, or we can keep moving?
We can keep moving. I think you said it perfectly. So, reality is the best teacher. Some will get wrecked in this transition. I know when I was a shitcoiner, I didn't put that much into crypto, but I do know I lost most of what I had. I held some coins down from the peak of 2017 to the bottom of 2018, 2019. And that was a huge wake-up call, because it's like, wow, you really can't hodl shit coins. You can only hodl the best coin, and that's Bitcoin. And economic real law, it cannot avoid consequences of actions, cannot insulate from economics. If you make bad choices, you'll get punished from it, similar to as if you make good choices, you'll benefit from it. You can't run, you can't hide from this, and yeah, it affects everyone. Do you want to add some more to this?
Yeah, I'll just add, just read over the little tip box that we have. So Bitcoin is one of a kind. It's the best money we have. It's the hardest money we have. And like Nick said, you can't hodl shit coins of any kind. And so the whole point is, if you don't hold the best money in the long run, your lunch is going to get eaten. And so it's upon you to make the best decisions and hold the best money that you can find. And as we are, you know, trying to elucidate, it's Bitcoin. You know, Bitcoin is the best money we have. And so you will positively find consequences that improve your life versus a detriment to your life. We can move on to the next one, I think. And so here is the point. Once you start understanding these truths, these evident truths about Bitcoin, you start understanding the memes or the koans or however you want to put it, you gradually, occasionally buy some Bitcoin. Like we said earlier, you may buy, you're off zero, you may buy a little bit, you may see number go up. And, you know, as we put it, NGU technology. So you start to see and experience the consequences of soft money. And as I was talking about earlier, if you are familiar with what's going on in politics and economics, you have saw that they're printing trillions of dollars. And so personally, as the viewer, you're going to see the experiences of and the consequences of soft money into the future via inflation in the prices of the goods that you enjoy and that you like. And then furthermore, this is the stage where this person stops becoming a consumer and is turned into a saver, and furthermore becomes a producer, because if you are able to save your capital, then when you have enough capital, you have a good idea, you can start to produce goods, or, you know, turn them into good investments. And so you have turned officially from a consumer, or not even a full consumer, but or not even a full saver, sorry, you start to save some of your capital, and so you stop living paycheck to paycheck. And this person is also risk averse because no one likes losing their money, but they're starting to understand that Bitcoin is their best bet, and holding dollars or holding your local currency, your local fiat, your local paper money is the worst thing you can be doing for yourself. And so this person is just trying to survive. This person understands that the world is becoming digital. I'm not sure what they're doing around the world, but in America specifically, there's a lot of talk of going a cashless society. And so everything is on, Apple Pay or just digital cards or just apps, So I know around the world that a lot of money transfer is just going through digital apps, and all those are going through trusted third parties. And so there's a middleman telling you what you can't buy and what you can buy. And Bitcoin fixes this because, as most people have seen around the world, government trust is breaking. People are worried, people are protesting, people are rioting, and they don't have a meaningful solution. They are just angry. And like I said, the dollar is inflating. Money printer is going burr. They're printing trillions. They're inflating our money supply. They're stealing your wealth and your time. And like I said, populism's rising. There's a lot of talk, specifically in America, about socialism and communism, and that is an attack on property and wealth. And Nick and I are ardent free market capitalists. We believe that our time and our labor is ours, and no one should be stealing that from us. And so once you go down this rabbit hole and you start understanding all these things, and you find Bitcoin, and you realize what Bitcoin is as the most censorship resistant, the most easily transferable, the most easily transportable, the most liquid good that we have in society, and all the other properties that make Bitcoin amazing, you start to become a hard money holder or a hodler, and you take your first steps to finding Bitcoin Zen.
I think beautifully said, dude. I don't have too much to add on that. I think you hit all the really good points. So we'll go to the next one. The fabric of society is broken and is taking its toll on our psyche. Find Bitcoin Zen and thrive. And when we mean by the fabric of society is broken, we're talking about all the stuff that's going on in the world right now. Social media is consuming our minds, and I think some people it's completely frying their brains. There's rioting going on, and with the rioting, there's uneducated and unaware. We think a lot of the people who are rioting are upset, and they have a right to be upset, but we don't think they are rioting for the right reasons. And if they were more educated and aware of what was going on and really what they were actually mad at, that they would actually peaceful protests, not the rioter peaceful protests, but I mean like Martin Luther King type peaceful protests, and actually get somewhere. And they would be protesting, like, let's say the Federal Reserve or something else that is actually the cause of all their problems. There's a huge lack of personal responsibility. In today's times, no one wants to be responsible for anything. Everyone always just wants to put the blame on someone else. And typically what you see is the more personal responsibility someone takes, honestly, the better off they are. And you look at Bitcoiners, they take responsibility, personal responsibility for pretty much everything. This ties into the victim mindset. The victim mindset has completely consumed people, especially in America. It's pretty sad to see that, like, you can't do anything without offending someone else, and it's completely ridiculous. And these people with victim mindsets never go far in life. They haven't accomplished anything. And yeah, you want to touch on that a little bit?
I think that was beautiful. I'll touch a little bit on what you said on the next slide.
Okay, perfect.
So, like Nick was just saying, we put out these memes. If you're familiar with Bitcoin Twitter, you've probably seen the memes. If you're not, I'll try to explain it and tie it into what Nick was just saying. So the meme is hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. And so it's definitely subjective on what this timeline is that we are on, but it seems like we're towards the end of the cycle. It seems like we are in the, either the transition in this or at the very end of it. So we may be at the good times create weak men aspect, or we're at the weak men create hard times aspect, because like Nick says, we have a lot of victimization in our society, a lot of woe is me stories. People are trying to take the easy route. No one wants personal responsibility. So we've been living in one of the most prosperous times of human history. So we can, I guess subjectively and maybe loosely say that as a whole, we are, weak men creating hard times. And that's kind of what it seems like. We're inflating our money supply. We seem to be taking away a lot of natural rights for quote unquote our safety. And this is creating hard times for everyone, but the majority of people don't have solutions. But we're here to tell you that Bitcoin is the solution. And once you get to this understanding, a certain amount of Bitcoin Zen flows over you, and you cease to have anxiety in the world, and you start to enjoy your life and want to produce and want to create and own the future with everyone. And so you can either add something or keep it moving.
So yeah, I totally agree with you that I think we're the weak men creating the hard times. If you look at society today, there's a lot of weak men, a lot of guys acting feminine, a lot of girls acting masculine, and this is definitely creating hard times. And I think Bitcoin has the potential to educate the masses and change people, because you don't change Bitcoin, Bitcoin changes you. And I definitely think Bitcoin has the potential to usher in a Renaissance like era, or even like an industrial revolution 2.0.
Bullish. Let's go.
So the problem, government money sucks. Fiat's thief. Fiat literally steals your time and value. If you haven't read Robert Breedlove's Masters and Slaves of Money, he goes super deep into this about how fiat is modern day slavery, and it literally steals not only your value, but your hours of working time as well. Central bankers are the biggest criminals of the last 100 years. I like to think of central bankers as wolf in a sheep skin. You go to your local bank, or you don't go to central bankers, but I hope you get what I'm trying to say is these people, they got this nice smile on their face. They're in a nice tux all the time. They look at you, they smile, shake your hand, and they screw you over in every way possible. It's pure highway robbery what they're doing, printing money. And what's the solution? Bitcoin, plain and simple. Bitcoin fixes this problem. Only 21 million coins, censorship resistant, limited supply. You can send it literally anywhere, to anyone in the world at any time. It's the perfect solution to the fiat problem. And I think it honestly impresses me so much how well Satoshi designed this from start.
I think you said it beautiful. Go to the next slide. All right. So as Nick just elucidated and touched on, we need a good money. The money that you have is stealing from you. And so a good money is scarce. It's transportable through space and time. It's divisible in small fractions. It's recognizable. It stores its value. And hopefully it's unconfiscatable. And the solution is Bitcoin. And so once you understand this stuff, you are able to relax and enjoy your life, and no one is stealing from you. And once you are stopping your wealth from being stolen and you are able to build on the little that you do have, you start to achieve a certain amount of optimism and hope into the future, and that's the ideology that we're calling Bitcoin Zen.
Yeah, it gives you that, that extra bit of clarity. It's you didn't know what money was before, and you learn what the characteristics of money are, and that Bitcoin has all these characteristics of money. And then you look at the money you're currently holding, whether it be US dollars, your other fiat currency, or shit coins, and you're like, wow, this doesn't have the properties of money, and that is stressful. It gives you anxiety. You switch it over to Bitcoin, and you get that Bitcoin Zen.
Beautiful.
So, what is money? It's the most tradable good in society, i.e., saleability or most. It's a medium that's easily recognizable and stores its value through time and space. The hardest or soundest good in society, what we have today with US dollars, is it's constantly being printed. There's unlimited supply of it. It's not hard or sound at all. And you really need, if you want to build a good society, you need a good hard money as a base layer to build society on, and that's just facts. If you read, how civilization performs on money throughout history, it's not perfect. Being on sound money, and time is money, like we were just saying. Money is proof of work. Money is proof of labor. You put in the work at work, earn mine the fiat to earn Bitcoin, then you stack sats. Literally, you're proving your work by saving your time and energy in Bitcoin.
Yeah, and I just want to add that a simple way to think about money is just money is a way to account for what everyone owns. It's a ledger that proves, everyone owns a certain amount, and everyone has worked a certain amount to gain the value that they have. And a good money leads to good incentives, and a bad money like what we currently have leads to ruined and bad incentives. And so with Bitcoin or with a hard money, you're incentivized to work truthfully, to work smarter, and at times work harder. And with bad money, you're incentivized to lie, cheat, and steal. And so we're here to tell the masses that we believe a good money leads to a good life, and Bitcoin is that good money. And so, like I just touched on, the concept of hard money versus soft money. So hard money is just the money that isn't easily produced, or like we have right here, there's more stock than flow. So what that means is there's more money circulating than can be created. And historically, that has been gold. And now the best hard money is gold 2.0 or Bitcoin. And so if you have a choice to save your value in something, you want to be holding hard money, because the alternative is soft money, or a money that is easily produced, or a money that can easily flood the market. And historically, if you go into monetary economics, there's been a lot of examples of soft monies, and currently we're using fiat money or paper money, or a government or a money decreed by a government, by an authority. But in the past, there's been soft money such as seashells, glass beads, salt, and all those currencies or those monies were the currency of use at the time, until a new monetary technology came around and essentially flooded the market. And so, as we have touched on, you can't inflate Bitcoins. There's only ever going to be 21 million Bitcoins. And my node will make sure of that, because everyone has their own node. And if you try to change the rules on us, then you've created a shitcoin. And so Bitcoin is the hardest money that we currently have.
The hardest money always wins. You don't want to be holding soft money when there's hard money that you could be holding. So always go with the hard money, in my opinion. I mean, there may be some advantages to soft money, like being a good medium of exchange. But overall, if you're looking to store value and build wealth, definitely hard money.
Yeah, and then if you wanna read on it, by all means, go read the Bitcoin Standard by Safety Amos. He does a great job in teaching this and spreading that.
Highly recommend that book. So, becoming a Bitcoin maximalist is understanding the historical nature of money and its influence on society in our current place in monetary history. So, reading, for example, the Bitcoin Standard, you learn how money affects society, and you research and you find out that society thrives and civilization thrives on sound money. It's that base layer that I was talking about earlier that really allows society to build up and accumulate capital. Like today in the United States, we have crony capitalism. We don't have actual capitalism because the debt in the United States is absolutely insane. And how is this debt happening? It's happening because we're able to print unlimited money, and then like I know for like student loans, for example, the government guarantees those loans to the school, so schools can charge whatever price they want, knowing that students are going to take out the debt and they will have to pay it 100%. It's unbankruptable, so there's a huge debt problem. And then people say, "Oh, well, how is this capitalism?" It's not capitalism. I like to call it like debitism. It's kind of a hard word to say, but replace capital with debt, because you can't have capitalism when no one in the country has capital. And Bitcoin allows you to get educated on why you shouldn't make those money traps. And even if you do, you can accumulate your wealth in Bitcoin and really start to learn and grow your stash and accumulate as much as you can. And over time, this will fix the crony capitalism issue we have, where government intervention intervenes with economy and messes everything up. Like I said earlier, I think it has the potential to usher in a new renaissance or an industrial revolution 2.0.
Beautiful. Yeah, I just want to add that historically speaking, paper money is the anomaly. I can't even say it. Historically speaking, we never use paper money for too long in our human history. So usually we've been using other forms of money, and for the longest it's been gold, but now we have an improvement on gold, and that's why we're our Bitcoin maximalists, quote unquote. And so here we are with why maximalists hodl. And this starts to touch into finding Bitcoin Zen. So a maximalist will hodl until Bitcoin achieves the quintessential function that defines money. Basically, a universal medium of exchange to move economic value through time and space. So what that means is that you're able to store your wealth, store your labor, store your time through space and time, so that you don't get your wealth and your time stolen from you via inflation or other means of stealing your wealth like taxation. So in this process, Bitcoin will not only store its value or its purchasing power, but increase its value / purchasing power to achieve such a goal. And so that's where you start to find Bitcoin Zen, because you accumulate your sats. You realize that Bitcoin is the solution to our current situation. You start to realize the censorship resistant aspects of it, the inflation proof aspects of this. And so you simplify your life and you hoard your wealth in Bitcoin. And then a certain sense of Zen or calmness or anxiety free perspective on the world starts coming over you. The more you start to stack your sats and you see number go up, you become hopeful, you become optimistic, and you hodl your Bitcoins through, dips and through price rises, because you realize this is the best way to build your wealth. This is the best way to measure the value going on around the world. And if you're trying to build a house with different size rulers, your house is going to come out pretty janky. And so now we have one universal ruler of value going around into the world, and it's only a matter of time until the rest of the world gets on it. And so that's why we hodl Bitcoins. Money is freedom. And so the more Bitcoins, the more money you have, the more opportunity you'll have in life. And you can enjoy the life how you see fit on your terms, and no one can tell you otherwise.
Beautifully said. So, reaching Bitcoin Zen, we have 3 key things we're going to touch on. And the first one is hodl Bitcoin without someone messing with your money. You really own the coins and no one can devalue it for you. This is kind of like an overview page of what we were talking about earlier. When you hodl your Bitcoin, we like to say it's unfuckable money, because no one can fuck with your money. No one can devalue it. No one can mass print and hyperinflate your money, because again, only 21 million coins, or roughly 21 million. And when you really own the coins, no one else can access your coins unless you literally give them your private key. So you can, feel good knowing that you're the only person with access to your money. In the middle, just as we were saying before, hard money sets the foundation for people to go on and build a successful life. No more anxiety about an uncertain future. I know so many people that live this high time preference fiat lifestyle, and it really takes a toll on their mental health, and they can't see or think clearly because they constantly have money problems, and money problems leads into other life problems, and it can really screw over your life. But living in a Bitcoin Zen state, that peak performance state, you're able to think clearly, you're able to make correct decisions and better decisions. It's going to better impact you in the short term and the near term. And lastly, protect your wealth and your health. This kind of ties into what I was saying, is you're protecting your wealth from getting mass printed and wrecked by hyperinflation, and you're protecting your mental health so you can see and think clearly, as well as I've seen a pretty popular trend on Twitter where people get really inspired, and a lot of people in the Bitcoin community take care of their physical health as well. So it leads into all aspects of life, in my opinion. Hodling Bitcoin is good for more than just your finances. Is there anything you want to touch on there?
Just the last part of Bitcoin improving not only your wealth but your health. I mean, let's be honest, guys. They want us to be weak. They want us to make us feeble. They want to be able to control us better. And so something about holding hard money makes you want to improve on your health so that we can be as strong and live as long as we can and enjoy the fruits of our labor. And so no longer are we simply just fiat slaves. We can become masters of our future and masters of our personal universe. And so that's when you reach Bitcoin Zen. And, this topic, this conversation that we've been having has been a little cosmic. So it might be a little out there for most people, but I know for a fact that a lot of our Bitcoin friends have achieved this state, whether they label it this way, and they live this I don't give a fuck attitude in their personal life, and they start to thrive, and they start to see the world through a different lens, and they stop becoming just abused by the state, and they seek personal freedom. And as we have on this next slide, it's a tweet from Nick that I love. This is a recent tweet he put out, but this is one of the first things he ever told me. So he says, "I sleep so good at night knowing I own Bitcoin." And one of the biggest things Nick has ever said to me was in the very beginning of our friendship. He said, ever since I went Bitcoin only, I've slept like a baby. And I can concur on that same thing. I don't know when the transition occurred for me, but I know for a fact that before I became a Bitcoiner, before I understood Bitcoin maximalism, before I understood monetary economics and the monetary history of humanity, I would have laughed at all this, and I didn't even notice during the time of this transformation. But now I can look back and I have a whole hell of a lot less of anxiety about my future, my personal future, about the future of humanity at large, even though I see a lot of things that worry me going along with the majority of society. I am very hopeful and optimistic that Bitcoin will fix this. Bitcoin will find us our way out. And also with all the other privacy and surveillance fighting tools that we are creating at this current moment, I am very, very hopeful about the future that we will, overcome this moment, this almost dystopian time in humanity, and we will usher in the Bitcoin Renaissance. It may not be in a decade, it may not be in 2 decades, but if we're lucky, not only lucky, but if we're persistent, our kids will be living in the Bitcoin standard future, and they will look back at us today and wonder what the hell we were doing. And so to me, that is living Bitcoin Zen. It's realizing that we have the solution and being able to relax and be able to be persistent and tread along into the future, even though it seems rather hopeless for the majority of the population. We will prosper, and we will fight the state, and we will fight the digital panopticon, and we will come on top. And to me, that is Bitcoin Zen.
Preach. You couldn't. I couldn't have said it better. I really couldn't have said it better. So
Let's go.
we're reaching the end of our presentation because we know there's another presentation that's supposed to start in 3 minutes. But just real quick, Bitcoin is Zen. Bitcoin is the journey that you're on. Bitcoin is all of the above that we've been saying all night. It's when you reach this peak performance, your life changes. It is life. Bitcoin's life.
Beautiful. Yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed this. If you want to chat with us, I know that right now a lot of people are on the other side of the pond, a lot of European listeners most likely. So we try to adjust our times a little bit for the European crowd. And so by all means, come join us on our Discord server. We're on Twitter as BTC Kindergarten. And this is Optimus Fields at My Living Truth. And my co-host over there is Nick at Nick Can't Mine. And we hope you enjoyed this. And we hope you enjoyed this conference at large. And so thank you, everyone, for having us show up. And hopefully you guys got some value from this and realize that we really are the change we want to see. If not you, then who?
Thanks for having us.
Yee! All right, Rafe. I'm not sure if you're passed out over there or if the next presenters are here, so you can by all means take it from us, and we're out. Thank you, guys.
Hey guys.
Do I need to transition anything to you?
Hey guys, can you hear us?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Kayvan, how are you, man?
Pretty good.
Nice and early, huh?
Yeah, I must have mixed it up. I don't know with the schedule because I looked at the technically. I'm not sure.
There seems to be a bit of a lag on my side.
Is Tip here?
Good morning, gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Brilliant. How are you?
Very good, thanks.
So Sunday morning, multi-sig, big topic, 8 a.m. We can do this.
Can you guys hear me okay? Because I think I've got some kind of...
Yes.
Yeah, crystal
Loud and
clear.
clear.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, I hear there's a huge delay on the audio, like being broadcast like a bit later on. Maybe that's the live feed.
On your end?
Mm-hmm.
At first I
Other
thought,
than that, everything is great.
yeah. First I thought I'm having a lag, but it's actually I had my YouTube on at the same time, so
Oh, I didn't realize. Didn't have the camera on. There you go. Fresh out of the shower, I have to admit.
Right. I think we're good to go. You guys can hear me, yeah? 1, 2?
mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I had the same problem as you, Kayvan. I had a YouTube thing open. That was just throwing me off completely. All right, let's get into this. Thanks for joining us, Tib. On this
Thank you.
early morning, Sunday morning. Thanks for doing this, Kayvan.
Excited.
We want to talk about multi-sig with Thibaut, who's been doing a deep dive into this. I've been lucky enough to meet Thibaut here in Biarritz, where we have been hanging out with some Bitcoiners, having a good time at Surfing Bitcoin. So Tib, multi-sig, man, you've gone deep on this, and why did you want to look further into multi-sig? What was the driver behind that?
Yeah, what a great topic on a Sunday morning. It's only us Bitcoiners who would be speaking about these things at that time. Yeah, I mean, multi-sig is a sort of, I mean, a lot of people are discussing about multi-sig on Twitter, on Telegram groups. Hear it often as a really cool native Bitcoin feature. And the reality is, I personally, even though in the company that I work at, Knox Custody, like we do have native multi-sig and we service our clients with this. There was a realization that most of my close friends and family that I've been slowly, gradually over the years pulling into Bitcoin didn't really use it, were kind of completely intimidated by it. And even though knowing that it was a good, decent upgrade in a Bitcoin security setup, if done well, and as most well-educated Bitcoiners know, if you fuck it up on your own, and you shoot yourself in the foot, usually it's a bigger risk and a bigger probability of losing your funds than just someone else stealing them from you. And so, yeah, I just came to realize that a lot of people talk about multi-sig, but not that many people are comfortable using it in production and to store their own Bitcoin. And so, even though they know that it can be a good security model. And yeah, I mean, from that deep dive, the deep dive actually started, and I was like, look, I got to figure out a way for myself and my family in particular to hold Bitcoin securely, easily, without losing on the sovereignty, right? It's always those three parameters that you want to optimize, and there's always a trade-off. Well, often a trade-off. And I wrote a little article about this like recently, sort of like, again, just get a better understanding myself in terms of how to make those trade-offs work, and then how to use multi-sig in a way that tries somehow to optimize those three main points. Again, like a simple setup that is secure and that remains independent, allows the user to stay sovereign. And yeah, multi-sig again has been seeing, I guess, a lot of recent development. When you look at the cool stuff that Lily Wallet has been doing, Spectre, of course, has been in terms of providing like a product for power users. But again, it seems like most, I would say, Bitcoiners that don't have the CLI skill sets, like don't have necessarily the even though again Spectre, Lily Wallet, and other multi-sig coordinators don't require Bitcoiners to use the command line. It's still for power users, and so yeah, it's a fascinating rabbit hole to dig into, and been learning a lot, and been working on sort of a side project for basically making essentially a multi-sig a bit easier for myself and family, and then hopefully that project should help other Bitcoiners as well.
Okay, Van, what would you say is like the most confusing thing when it comes to multi-sig for you?
Yeah, I mean, I started using it just for testing purposes, not, because to be honest, and we've been warned, by the other, with its Spectre, other providers, if you fuck it up, you shouldn't be using multi-sig. Just use a simple, really simple, user-friendly single wallet, or, a really solid hardware wallet. But what I want to ask Tip is like, if someone is about to die, like you're about to die, or you have a risky job, or you're jumping off planes, and you're at a high risk of dying sometime soon, what is multi-sig like something for, like, if you have a substantial amount that you want to inherit it to your family? Is that something like a suitable thing, or is it the worst thing you could do?
I love this question. Do you need to jump out of planes to use multi-sig? And if you don't, then maybe just stick to single sig. You should meme that, Kevin. It's a great one.
That's an airdrop.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, hardware wallets, right? They're the most common way to hold Bitcoin, I would say. Today, from, again, my own personal understanding, speaking with other Bitcoiners and discussing that often, and it's pretty useful, right? It allows the user to remain sovereign. It's quite simple to use. You look at, again, Trezor or Ledger or Coldcard, or now new ones like Kobo, like all these hardware wallet providers, they make it quite easy. They sort of have different trade-offs on their security models or privacy, but that's sort of beyond the point. The problem is, like with all these hardware wallets, you still have a single point of failure, and that lies either in losing your device, right? If you lose the device, then you have to basically rely on your backup, like your seed recovery phrase, mnemonic, whatever you call it. The problem with that material is it's pretty sensitive. If someone were to find it, or if you lose it, let alone, like, that would basically trigger a fatal loss. So how do you protect that? Well, you have to essentially encrypt that seed, adding what's usually referred to as the 25th word, which is the passphrase, The problem is if you lose that passphrase, then your recovery backup is basically non-retrievable because it's encrypted, and it could be pretty expensive to try to brute force, right? And depending on the amount of funds that you have, it may not be economically sensible to do it. So again, like the point that I'm trying to highlight here is that you have different single points of failure in those different components, which help you secure your Bitcoins. And so, Kevan, if you're jumping out of an airplane and you're either rendered physically incapable of finding such material, whether it's your passphrase, whether it's any other things in that scheme, the hardware device or the seed backup, then it could become pretty difficult for your family or the people around you to actually retrieve your Bitcoins, which, when you think about this, it's a nice donation to all the other Bitcoiners who are getting their Bitcoin a bit scarcer. So thank you for that. But at the same time, it's pretty, like, it's against, I would say, the basic inheritance planning needs that a family man would be doing for his kids or wife or whatnot. So yeah, I mean, this is where multisig fixes this.
So I think for what we've been talking about, Tib, is the education around multisig and how it's very, very difficult, even for people that have been in the space for like 3, 4, 5, even longer, those amount of years. It still feels as though when you come to the point of doing it, that that stack that you've been putting away for all of this time, you're now giving over to someone else, which isn't the case. But could you kind of like help people understand, what it means to create a vault and that and how that works?
Yeah, no, it's amazing you're saying this, because there's a lot of the same feelings that we may have sort of when you sort of have to move your stash from one setup to another. Like it's anxiety inducing, creates a lot of internal tensions, because I know that my system has been stable for the previous years, and now that I would have, let's say, to move it, to upgrade it, or to do whatever thing I want to do that I think is better, it's like there's uncertainty, because you don't really know if it's going to be as secure, even though theoretically it is, if done well. So yeah, it's kind of tricky. So I think the question was in terms of like what makes multisig more secure? What's the
how can you make people feel more comfortable about like moving that to a vault? Because to me, it's like there's no way, man, that I'm moving that to like what I would see as a trusted third party.
It's interesting you're saying this. It really is. I mean, multisig, you can rely on a trusted third party as part of so you can essentially have a trusted third party who manages the entire multisig quorum, which from an individual standpoint, I don't think it makes much sense. You can also have basically a multisig quorum, which allows different signers to be part of it, and you would basically have the majority of the signing authority over that quorum, and also hold and have another company, a trusted key agent, store one key or a few keys if you have a pretty big quorum, but that's less popular, and basically allow you to act as a backup if you're not able to essentially have access to your keys at some point. And so some companies like Unchained Capital or Casa provide these services of collaborative or shared custody, which is really cool because it still allows the user to be sovereign, and but it adds a bit of a fallback if you have an issue with one of your keys, or if you're basically lost one, which is great. Or then the third option is really like you're 100% sovereign, so you don't rely on anyone. And I think your point here, Danielle, is that you still rely on software that is provided by a company to basically build that vault. And the vault is basically, a vault should be understood as multiple keys that are put together as some sort of Bitcoin account, which allows the user to manage their funds with different multiple keys. And usually the popular thresholds are going to be 2 of 3 or 3 of 5, meaning that you would need 2 keys out of the 3 that are associated to a vault to sign transaction withdrawals and basically do operations on that account. Or 3 of 5, you need 3 keys out of 5, and so the rest adds redundancy. But this is no different than a simple wallet, right? A simple wallet being a wallet you only have 1 key to govern the spending conditions of the Bitcoin, and with that 1 key, you can do those transaction operations, sign withdrawals, and move your Bitcoins or UTXO. And in that process, you still rely on software to basically allow you to use the private key, which lives on your hardware wallet, to be derived into different addresses and to be used to sign transactions that are related to those addresses, right? So it's still the exact same process. The vault creation flow from the in user mind, I think perhaps isn't something that's been done enough, that's been experimented with enough, so that users are a bit intimidated by it, because you think you're giving away your sovereignty, but you're not if you still hold 100% of the keys in the quorum. It really is the same process. You just essentially have different private keys stored in different hardware devices, and those different hardware devices will, they each have that unique identifier, which is in that case the XPub or just those master public keys. And while those master public keys technically are not directly related to the device, because the private key material could be moved to another device, it still, I think, it's a helpful mental model for the user to see it that way. And then if you understand that each of your physical devices, which are hardware wallets, have unique IDs, and that when you give those unique IDs to a piece of software that help you construct a vault with those unique IDs, and you tell that vault, look, if you're getting corresponding signatures which relate to those unique IDs from those different devices, then you can sign valid Bitcoin transactions. I think it could be a useful way for users to understand multi-sig, because what I've just described is no different from single sig hardware wallets. It's just a different threshold. It's just a different numbers of signatures. Let's say you're writing a check, and this time all the check is written, right? You have the destination, which is the person, which is, for Bitcoin could be the address. You have the amount. All you need is signature, and that check, instead of requesting or requiring only 1 signature, it'll say, well, that check needs at least 2 signatures out of the 3 people who can sign on that check. Yeah, you have much more flexibility with multi-sig. Really, I think that the ability, it gives the ability to the user to either construct internal quorums to their family or friends, or on some trusted third for redundancy, for added redundancy. But though again, I think most Bitcoiners today may not need multi-sig, and that's fine. I mean, you should use whatever works best for your setup. But definitely, if you're feeling uncomfortable with the amount of Bitcoin you have on your hardware wallet, because it's a single port of failure, and that whether it's a $5 wrench attack, or whether it's whether you're jumping out of planes on weekends and you want to add some redundancy and inheritance thoughts into your setup, then maybe starting to experiment with multi-sig on the side on testnet as a second piece of storage option a few weeks or months before you really get comfortable with it, and perhaps doing some satoshis on it could be a good option.
Kayvan, what do you got? You've been testing it, yeah? How have you found it so far?
I really love Spectre. I mean, it's for the average user, and I consider myself really as an average user, but maybe with more, of course, with more experience, and I dig into it. And it's user friendly. It just especially when you're using, for example, Spectre via your you want to use it via my node. I have my node, and then it doesn't work or it's not updated. And then you have to wait, for your full node to be updated. It's all these things. So right now I can't even use it because the version, is still not upgraded, and all these little details. Otherwise, I mean, I've been using it with Trezor One, Kobo Vault, Kobo, with the QR, with the air gap method, and the cold card. And it just I'm just always putting myself into the shoes of the average user, because you have to think like, okay, you need to do one step after another, right? You need to back it up, right? After you've imported, one wallet needs to know about the other wallet, and then you need to back it up. So it just, the backup process by itself, is I'm just imagining, could be a hurdle, or a psychological hurdle for a lot of people. You need to back this up and back that up. But anyway, it's a great, I think it's a great storage, option, multisig. What am I gonna ask Tip? I mean, for substantial amounts, it always depends, of course, on what is a substantial amount to, it's individual, or depends maybe on the institution. But let's just talk about like Michael Saylor, who put like $500 million or nearly $500 million into Bitcoin. And kudos to him, I mean, finally a rational, ethical, sane person. Because I read the article, by the way, Tip, excellent article on Knox custody. So how would you explain that to Michael Saylor and his company, to split this up, to split up the keys, or is it 10 out of 15 keys, or how many vaults?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, companies like MicroStrategy buying Bitcoin and then having to hold it is a very different use case, obviously, from an individual Bitcoiner looking to hold his or her funds. And I mean, technically, it's sort of the same thing, but the reality is very different. Like, companies have internal controls and requirements when it comes to governance, like who has access to the funds, who has authority to sign on transaction withdrawals, and all of that. And also, because MicroStrategy is a listed public company, they also have additional requirements, such as like they're basically they're fiduciaries to their shareholders, so they have to act in the best interest of their shareholders. And I think definitely the treasury management and the securing of that is a big portion of it. And so where I'm going is, most large businesses that are not Bitcoin companies, and that have that type of external constraints, or internal constraints on the fiduciary duty to external investors and so on, may not even be not only capable but allowed to hold their Bitcoin. And so if you're not allowed to hold your Bitcoin, then you have to trust someone else to hold it for you. And that often isn't because you're incapable of holding it technically, even though that's the case for most companies, but it is to avoid certain attack vectors, such as internal collusion, which has been empirically one of the highest performing use case for Bitcoin theft, and it's still probably the case today. And so MicroStrategy, as they've disclosed in their in an SEC filing, they rely on trusted custodians to do it, right? And because trusted custodians today are, I'm not going to say crap, but they don't have the right risk management in place, and so basically they expose their customers to counterparty risk. And Unchained Capital has been writing a lot about this. Whether it's Phil Geiger or Parker Lewis, they have really awesome pieces of content that talk about this. And working at Nox myself, which is a trusted Bitcoin custodian, we're sort of definitely on the surface level, it seems like we're guilty of that. But then there are different ways by which you can mitigate that risk. And the route that we took, for instance, is with the insurance coverage and our basically collusion resistance. And I'm not going to, shill Nox here, but the point I want to make is most of the custodians of MicroStrategy have been identified as risky custodians because they don't have those risk management principles put in place. And so what MicroStrategy did as a rational actor in the space, they've diversified their risk exposure, and they're using different custodians. And because of their fiduciary duty to their investors, they've highlighted explicitly on their SEC filings, and also because they have to report that to securities control agencies, they had to report that they have identified a risk that remains unmitigated, which is if there is a failure from one of their custody partner, the holdings associated to that account from MicroStrategy may not be recoverable. They know it may lead to a fatal loss, basically. And it's fascinating because you're seeing a huge company, there are bigger companies, right? But it's over $1 billion market cap is a pretty decent company who bought $500 million of Bitcoin, roughly. And they're trusting different custodians, and they know that they're like, okay, well, these are new companies, meaning they're less than 10 years old, and we still have to trust them on their ability to store Bitcoin for us, even though it's the most, this is the primary activity of these custodians. And even with that, they're not able to get the adequate risk transfer mechanism, right? Meaning the right insurance coverage if shit hits the fan. And yeah, so to go back to your initial question, I don't think these companies, at least right now, would be able to hold Bitcoin sovereignly. And so again, if you look at the three things that we discussed earlier on, MicroStrategy optimized for the security, but they're giving away completely the sovereignty. And that's fine because they can sort of make sure that the sort of usability it's their need, right? Because again, they must have requirements when it comes to accessing the funds. And so these custodians, I suppose, would help with that.
Did that? Can you guys still hear me? I think
Yes.
I dropped out.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a little bit of a lag, but yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, man, really interesting what's going on with MicroStrategy. But if we get back to for personal use, I've got a question from Bitcoin Q&A that he wants to fire across, and pretty simply, what do you think is the tip? What do you think is the tipping point? What will be the tipping point for multi-sig to be ready for the masses?
Oof. That's a tough one. That's the I think there's just an optical problem with multi-sig right now. Like it is intimidating to most Bitcoiners. And most Bitcoiners are skeptical and afraid to shoot themselves in the foot. That we've established that. I personally am like this myself, and I'm pretty sure a lot of others are like this. And speaking with other Bitcoiners, it seems like it's the case, which is great. Everybody should be skeptical, especially of yourself, when it comes to storing your Bitcoin securely. I think, and it's a pretty generic answer, but user experience is still fundamentally like primitive for multisig. It's still very alien to most people. And also, in particular, I understand your point now more and more, like the notion that you're afraid that you're relying on a trusted third party to manage your Bitcoin, because like we've never had the ability to deconstruct like ownership of an asset in multiple parts, but still being able to control these parts. Yeah, it's like Lord Voldemort, using Horcrux to like back up his mind and his soul in multiple different artifacts. Like it's not something that the common man is used to doing. And yeah, I think user experience is definitely a big friction right now. When it comes to mass adoption, I don't know. I always worry when we talk about mass adoption, because I don't think it's, like, generally speaking, I don't think it's coming in anytime soon. Maybe we get a bit of a big FOMO round in the coming months, but I don't think it's going to be mass adoption yet. And I don't think multi-sig should be used by newcomers right away, because it's still like it requires some kind of mental models to really understand it, and don't use it in a reckless manner. For instance, some companies like Casa, they're doing a great job at making it usable and accessible, meaning multi-sig. They have a really nice product on the interface. It looks pretty it looks like it's a 2020 product. It's pretty similar to other mainstream banking products when it comes to the interface and all this. But the problem is you're trusting Casa in a way. The product is closed source. There's some level of abstraction that I think are it's too early to ship those products with such level of abstraction, in my opinion. And again, I used to be a Casa user, loved it, but then at some point I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm still like trusting someone else. To your point, Daniel, and I think there needs to be a healthy balance between educating the user when it comes to helping the user understand what's going on under the hood when it comes to yourself building the vault, and then signing transactions from that vault to be able to then broadcast valid Bitcoin transactions to the network. So a healthy balance between this and making it super usable and completely abstracting away the complexity, which will happen at some point, but I think we're not there yet. It's like the internet at the beginning, when you had access to Netscape, like you had crazy amount of like stuff that was going on the interface, and that was fine because it was the standard at the time. It was still exposing the critical features of the browsing experience. And I think if you're leapfrogging these things, if you're trying to go like too fast into super simple usable products, you're perhaps giving a false sense of security to the user, because, for instance, a user should know that there's critical information that you need to back up from your vault, the multisig vault, which is including, for instance, a configuration file, right, which tells how your different unique identifiers, so your XPubs, fit together, and basically that should help you understand, and the wallet understand, the vault understand how you can sign valid transactions that are related to that vault. And if you lose access to that configuration file, and you didn't have seed backups for all the keys in that vault, or you lost one access to one of your hardware device, which holds those public keys, you may not be able to retrieve your funds. And again, if you abstract away too much of that from the user is not going to know this. They're going to feel like, oh, it's great, multi-sig, I love it, it's amazing with that product. And at some point, your company, let's say, ceases to operate, or they want to move to another vault provider, and they delete their account with you or something, and they hadn't backed up properly all their seed material, then they may not be able. Again, they may be locked out of their Bitcoin. And again, that's a lot of theoretical use cases, but security also is in the edge cases. This is how you shoot yourself in the foot. And so without like using fear as a reason to like care about multi-sig and care about these things, I think still an educated user is a better user. And so for now, yeah, abstracting away too many features and too much complexity from the experience is not the choice I'd be comfortable providing as a vault provider, let's say. And for instance, like another great project in the space is Caravan from Unchained Capital, because they do that, right? It's for power users, but it basically shows you how the whole thing works, how the sauce is made, how the cake is made, and it is great in educating the user, but it can feel intimidating because you're seeing so many different things on the control panel, if you wish, right? So yeah, I think we still need to crack the nut when it comes to that balance between usability and giving and still giving control to the user, and exposing all the features.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. In 5 to 10 years, maybe I'm too optimistic. I think technology is really exponential, and in 10 years' time, we're going to all live in free private cities. I see that everybody's going to have multi-sigs. So don't worry about that. Tip, we're gonna make this. We're gonna make this happen. So what about somebody like who's traveling a lot, or who's planning to travel a lot? With let's say, our baby girl is going to be born soon, and in 5 years' time, we want to travel all over the world. How would you handle multi-sig then? And still have, want to have, here and there, sort of access to your funds, or portion of your funds. Is multi-sig still then?
Yeah. Yeah, it's I mean, a lot of Bitcoiners are mobile as well, so it's definitely a question that's popular. A future of multi-sig plausible, and again, I'm not a wizard. It's around multi-institution collaborative custody, and again, Unchained has been pushing a lot of that on their own product, which essentially allows a user to trust different entities in holding different keys as part of their quorum, while still, to some degree, maintaining signing authority on their vault, meaning you still have independent control if you want to, and can query those different institutions if you want to sign if you want to basically exercise partially signed Bitcoin transactions. So you can essentially, as a user, you would be able to create a raw unsigned transaction and then send it to these trusted entities to partially sign that check that you want to exercise. And then once you hit the required level of signatures, you can then broadcast it yourself or trust them to broadcast it for you. So that's cool because it allows you to not carry around with you like your backups and all your hardware wallets and be in your van in Europe and travel around, because you're basically, if you're doing this, multi-sig is kind of, I'm not going to say useless, but it's the utility of multi-sig and the risk mitigation of such setup is kind of nullified. if you have all your backups with you and your keys, like it's then why bother? So yeah, maybe that's going to be one potential future world where Bitcoiners can trust different companies, and then also can trust different people. If you have your parents have one key as part of your 2 of 3 multi-sig, you have another key and you're moving around Europe or Africa or whatnot. And then you have the third key held by a trusted business. That's great. You can basically stay sovereign between yourself and your parents holding that key. You can sign in that way. And if your parents are not available at some point because they're in a weekend on a boat or whatever, you can rely on the third key institution. That's pretty cool. Like, just that is a simple setup, pretty plausible future. Like, I could totally use that like today or tomorrow if I wanted to, because I understand like the model. And it's much better in terms of security than a hardware wallet that is single sig. And I can still, travel around and still be sovereign. And also, if I lose my key because I've been traveling and lost it on a hike or something, in a little boating accident on a lake in the high altitudes of the Alps, Kevan. Well, I can still ask my mom and this trusted institution to sign for me, right? So there you go. It's I think that's a pretty plausible future. We may have other ways, but I haven't pictured. I haven't like thought about other like techniques that are super plausible in the next 3-5 years.
Makes a lot of sense. I know I need to do it. I just gotta figure it out and trust myself more. Right? It comes down to trusting yourself, being self-sovereign. But so, Tim, what are you working on at the moment? Like, clearly you're deep down on the rabbit hole on this, and there's got to be a reason for that. Is there anything you want to share?
Sure. Yeah. It's I mean, it's taking the leap of faith on multi-sig. I mean, again, if you don't feel the need to do it, don't do it. But if you feel that growing anxiety around your current single sig hardware wallet setup, and you're like, I have a lot of Bitcoin on this, and I'm expecting potentially Bitcoin to pump in the coming years, maybe this is the moment to start researching it. And so right now, I mean, I work at Nox Custody, which is a company for institutional custody for Bitcoin. So it's nothing to do for consumers. But on the as a side project at the moment, I'm working on a free open source multi-sig coordinator product, which essentially the goal is to make multi-sig less intimidating for people, like initially people that I basically I'm super close with, friends and family who have been stacking sats and who've been growing their stash diligently over the last few years, and who are, again, they're intimidated by the idea of using multi-sig in production for their current setup. And so we're trying to make multi-sig great again, which I don't think it ever was. And again, there are many different projects in the space that are doing awesome stuff, but I wanted to build something. I want to build something that is allowing the user, again, to have reasonable security, 100% control, and sovereignty on this, and that is not crazy to use. That you're not basically having to have a like deep technical expertise to be comfortable using it. And so right now we've got I think a decent first version of a product that we're currently developing, and we should be releasing it soon. So if there's any users who are down to test it with us in testnet, and then we'll switch to mainnet at some point, that would be great. I've had awesome user session interviews with a good amount of Bitcoiners on private, like 1-1 and sessions, and it was really enlightening, because like you realize that a lot of people they're in that scenario, right? They're in that use case of they sort of know that multisig is better, but they're still intimidated to make the switch, and they're getting that growing anxiety or discomfort with their current method to store Bitcoin on the single hardware wallet. So I think that the main thing that we're trying to do with that project is to help users understand that the hardware wallet, like the physical device, it doesn't have to be a wallet. Meaning that when you think about a wallet, I don't have it here, but like it's literally like a wallet you have in your pocket, right? And in that wallet you may have $50, $20, and max $200, $300 if you're reckless. If you lose it, it sucks, because you have a bunch of credit cards you have to call, and it's annoying, but you don't lose all your fortune. It's like a loss you can tolerate as an individual. And sure, the hardware wallet has been used for this so far, right? I mean, sorry, it's been used as it's been treated or qualified as a wallet, but you actually don't use it for this. You use it to store all your funds. And if you lose that device, I would be screwed if I had my stash on that hardware wallet. So it's kind of it's a scary thought. And it doesn't have to be, and I don't think it should be, thought of as a wallet. It is a device to store a Bitcoin key, and that device is a transaction signer. That's two things. It stores a key, and then it uses that key to sign transactions for Bitcoin. And if you understand that device as such, then it doesn't have to be a wallet. It can be part of a wallet, and it can give you signing authority on a single key wallet, and that key happens to be stored on that device. But it can also be part of a vault, meaning that you can have multiple of these devices which do the same thing. They store a key for that vault, and they use that key to sign a transaction, to partially sign a transaction from that wallet. And if you have enough of these devices to partially sign those transactions from the vault, then you have a fully signed Bitcoin transaction, and then the vault software can broadcast it. But so what we're trying to do with the user is, split that notion of wallet away from the hardware device, because those hardware devices can be part of the vault, and then help the user understand that the abstraction of the wallet or the vault, it should be separate from the device. Like, it is something that lives on, it can live on an untrusted device, like a dirty laptop, right? Because that laptop, Kevan mentioned it earlier, like if you're using air-gapped methods to sign, so meaning you're signing completely offline, you're never connecting your hardware device to your computer, then that computer basically managing the wallet for you, or the vault, can be non-trusted, meaning that you're just signing with your keys that are held in secure physical devices, but all the functions of coordinating the signatures and then broadcasting the signed Bitcoin transactions can be done on that untrusted device. Again, I should mention that ideally I would say even like 100% is the case that the software running on that untrusted device should be open source, so that users can verify or know that other technical users that are competent in doing that verified that the code running on that untrusted machine to coordinate the signing flow and then broadcast of signed transactions isn't introducing malware which would change I don't know, but some kind of parameters in the transaction which would render this software malicious. So because some, and again, without going into technical details, but most hardware devices, I got to get rid of that sort of notion of wallet. Most hardware devices don't check the other keys in multi-sig vaults and in those transaction setups, and it basically, like, it may introduce other attack vectors. So again, as a general rule, it's just better to have it open source. And so that's what we're working on. This free open source project is never going to hold any private key for the user. It is meant to be simple to use. It is meant to be opinionated. So meaning that, for instance, the difference would be with Spectre. Spectre is an amazing tool for sovereignty, and it makes multi-sig simple, and it's a very featureful. Like, it gives so many options to users. Like, you can do pretty much whatever you want, and the developers there, and shout out to Ben Kaufman, a good buddy. Like, they've been crushing it. But it's not opinionated, and I don't think it's the goal of Spectre. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to handhold a bit the user. And some people would be like, why do you do this? Why are you doing this? It's against Bitcoin's ethos. And sure, some Bitcoiners may be like, fuck these guys, like, they're not going to hold my hand. And great, at least they have the option, right? But if you want to get a little bit of support, and if you want to get a little bit of a perhaps simpler experience, then that may be an interesting product for you, where the software is going to, like our software, our interface is going to expose less features, less options, but it's going to basically allow you to follow a simple flow, which, because it gives you less options, would perhaps feel a bit more comfortable and less intimidating. And so hopefully, who knows when we'll release it. I'd love to say 2 weeks, maybe 3, maybe months. I don't know. We'll see, but soon.
Good luck, man. I like that the analogy of taking like the stop looking at that device as a wallet. I think that's gonna be a very good part of the educational piece. When you start to come to put all this together, that'll be a key learning, I think, for people. I don't know. I see
no
you
pun
nodding your head.
intended.
Did you have anything to add there, Kevin? We're getting close. We've got about 7 minutes left.
No, that was awesome. Thanks. I learned so much. Maybe we can do this in a special episode. I was thinking, yeah,
Anytime.
Let's wrap this up, and great talking to you guys.
Anything you want to leave it with, Tib, before we sign off and make room for the next guys coming in?
Yeah, I mean, experiment with testnet, build vaults on the side, buy, if you can afford it, buy a few of these hardware devices. Cold Card is an amazing one. I usually recommend and like to show, and experiment, and if anybody is down to is interested in the stuff we're working on, I'm not going to oversell. Like, it's something that's still in the pretty early days, but we have I've done a bunch of user sessions, have mock-ups. So if people are interested to give us feedback, I've shared it on Twitter as well. But yeah, would love to hear more from Bitcoiners who are curious to take the leap in multi-sig, or have been just like flirting with the idea and still haven't moved yet to it. So yeah, anybody who's curious or interested to chat about any of this, feel free to slide into my DMs on Twitter.
Cool, man. Big shout out for Paraloni Polys for putting this together, and the HCPP TV. Really, really cool. Great to be part of this event, and hope everything's going well for you guys. Yeah, thanks, guys, for joining this morning. Really appreciate it.
Awesome, gentlemen. Thank you.
Great pleasure.
It was awesome.
Talk to you soon.
See you soon.
Have a great day.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, hello. Hi.
Hello. Is that MZ?
Excuse me?
Is it MZ now?
No, it's BT Chat. I just
Right, okay.
wanted to kick in.
Oh, good man, good. Yeah, no, I've had it amazingly. I've had another guest no show. So hopefully we haven't got, because yesterday we had I was supposed to be interviewing Peter Svani about robotics, but there were people asleep in the studio. So he walked into the studio and just thought people had crashed out, and he didn't realize that on the other end of the camera, I was like waiting for him to sit on the sofa and start talking. So I had a no-show yesterday, and then today I've also seemed to have a bit of a no-show with my guests. So not going so well when it comes to.
That's I understand. I mean, it's like extreme marathon that we're doing here, so it's always good.
Yeah, that's probably the problem. That's probably the problem that we've kind of got the early morning, the hangover shift. So it's not so attractive for people, is it? Yeah, but I mean, I've been listening to the talks, and I was quite impressed how many people they had on the panel before, and also the content as well. So. So how have you been enjoying the HCPP?
To be honest, I have been joining the things that I was involved in, and try to get as much sleep as possible because, as you said, it's like it's a marathon experiment that we're doing here right now, and I think it's a great thing to do for the time being that we are facing this problem, this global health crisis. So enjoying it a lot actually, and also being very grateful for this ton of new insights that I gained yesterday during our talk and during other talks. And also kudos to Caro here, who was hosting like 5 or 4 sessions. Yeah.
Yeah, incredible. How was so? How did your talk go? What was your talk on? Because I didn't catch your talk.
We have been talking about Bitcoin art, and we have also been having like a pleb talk, 4 guys together in the stream, and it was quite awesome because those talks are always the most nice. You just like go in, talk about any kind of Bitcoin related stuff, and everybody has to say something about it, which I like a lot, like this dynamic. If you have a larger group, and we were lucky to find the other guys that they would participate and join, because many people have issues with their privacy in joining something like that, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, I've got a huge appreciation for Bitcoin, for any art associated with Bitcoin. I very much like. I mean, we mentioned this yesterday when I was talking. I can't remember his name, but I was talking to one of the members of the Bordel hackerspace in HCPP, and we were talking about how some people who embrace technology, it then becomes an outlet for creativity, and I think that most Bitcoiners, wherever you stand, embrace Bitcoin. I mean, we're willing to pour, value into it, and we by doing that, you have to have some handle on the technology. So by embracing it, it then becomes this platform or this thing people can pour creativity through, and for that reason, you have a lot of people who feel the need to write songs about Bitcoin or draw pictures about Bitcoin, or even experimenting with the technology of hiding seeds in paintings, for example.
Those will be collectibles, I guess, once. If you get your hand on one of those paintings in 20 years, oh my god, it's gonna be a frenzy.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, we got good artists in Bitcoin. It's not like they're sort of token artists. It seems to attract people who, I mean, a lot of good artists are very technical and mechanical thinking. They and that's what pulls them towards trying to or draw something technically in a correct way or whatever. So I think it's something they can easily associate with Bitcoin. So what sort of artwork do you do?
Yeah, I'm actually when it comes to art, I'm total noob because I'm more an engineer and I I don't have like much. If I should never touch a pencil basically, but it doesn't. It's like as long as I have my keyboard, it's good because I can write things. And yesterday I was already like proposing to share the book that I was starting to write. It's like a sci-fi based thing, sci-fi novel, I would say, that is playing in a potential world after hyper Bitcoinization. To put it on Git. And then I recognized, damn, the thing is still in German. I have to translate everything before I can upload it. Before I can upload it to Git. But I guess that's what that was actually what I was going to do actually right now. But yeah, I have to organize the things a little bit and upload it. And it would be really cool if some people would like participate and like add some chapters to it. And in the end, we would have a finished book that was written by a community. Would be a cool thing, I guess. I don't know.
What's the name of the repo or your GitHub? And then if maybe there's someone who can come in and help you with the grunt work of translating it as well.
Yeah, at the moment it's still private because I did not actually want to bother people with translating it. But give me a second. I called it HODL 2032 Diary from a Citadel. I guess now you forced me basically to make it public.
Yeah, why not, man? Why
not? Let's try to do that in the back. Yeah.
No, it's. I think you'd be amazed, like that. From what I've seen when other people have written. I mean, there's people passionate about Bitcoin in all walks of life, isn't there? But I do think there's we have a good collection of translators who are willing to contribute to open source projects.
Yeah.
Because I have noticed that a lot of people who've written Bitcoin texts, they haven't struggled too hard in trying to find people to translate their texts. So again, we're blessed for that. And they've all got that same free and open source mentality. So it'd be great to pull some of those people in.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It would be a fun thing to have. And also, I think, we have a ton of books that explain you how to get into Bitcoin and why it matters for you and your future and your freedom. But we have no book that really like explains what we're heading to. If we are all right, then this can be a really ground-shaking thing to happen. And I think few people at the moment, you have few crazies in Twitter that think everybody knows about Bitcoin, but when in fact it's like we are really early and we are the 1%. I think at the moment, some people said we are 10%. Forget about it. We are 1%.
No, we are 1%.
Crazies.
Yeah. No, it's so true. I mean, even still now, pretty much all of my average normal friends who live in my local community or whatever, they have nothing to do with Bitcoin at all. And even some of the rich people I know, like they haven't even invested in Bitcoin yet. They've got wide ranging portfolios, but they have no Bitcoin.
Yeah. It's a scary thing. I mean, I totally understand. Peter Schiff was telling us that his wallet forgot his keys or his PIN, and this, as long as this kind of things happen, it's really scary for normies.
I do like the idea of your book. So it's HODL 2032 Diary from a Citadel. What I like about it is because I sometimes do this because I like make gizmos and I experiment with point of sale terminals and paying over Lightning for things and I often just try and imagine what it would be like to have really small microtransactions for little services and then your daily life. So one of my concepts, maybe I wasn't as far into the future as you, maybe I was more 20, where are we now, maybe 2025. One of my concepts was that all public services, their departments, you would have their invoice keys, so you could verify what they were spending funds on. Using their using the read function on their Lightning nodes for their departments, and then you could also in your wallet you could set. So when I went to go pay for a coffee, the taxes for that coffee would go directly to government, but I could set in my wallet where I want.
Yeah, it's true. Absolutely.
those taxes to go. So I would say, you know,
when taxes are voluntarily paid, they're no longer taxes.
I want. Yeah. Well, I mean, I suppose it is because it's the VAT tax, isn't it? But you're saying I want 10% or 50% to go to education, and then 30% to go to, I don't know, the roads, and then maybe I don't want to say 20%, but a small percent to go to military and defense or something, and then you then turn taxes into kind of a democratic tool, which I find quite interesting. It is a bit
it's just a market all of a sudden, right? You have entrepreneurs providing a service, and then you have people voluntarily trying to or deciding to buy these services.
Well, Max, on that point, so I was actually thinking about this, and I was thinking, because obviously, in which I sort of sided the line I am politically, but I was thinking that when it comes to tendering, a private company could tender for a public service if they could encourage people to then have some of that tax point in their direction. I was trying to think how you would possibly do that, but when it comes to, because tendering is a huge part of any government department, and it could be done in such a way that a private company offers just a better service than the public sector can offer, and that's where people choose to then send their taxes. I mean, just it's sci-fi.
Hey, guys, just one quick technical question, because I just barely woke up and only have the first liter of coffee into this, so I'm just checking in if everything is still all right. I saw that we're still streaming. We're 47 hours in. Are we still doing the craziness?
I think so.
Yeah, I hope it's all right. We'll just chat with each other for fun.
Yeah, craziness didn't stop.
See, how is that happening? Actually, I'm really impressed. Great job, everyone.
Yeah, it's the question is like, one day will this be scaled up so it could just be 24 hours a day, 365 days a year?
I mean, seriously, a couple more people involved and a bit more investment of time, that would actually be really doable, I think.
It could be doable, yeah. I mean, if we just I mean, there's plenty of content creators now. You could have a Bitcoin 24-hour-a-day station running, which would be pretty good fun.
It's true, actually. That's not a bad idea. Max, what do you think about after 24 hours or after 40?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we've done pretty much exactly 2 days of 24 hours. We started at 10. Yeah, actually, wow. I mean, so the last couple of years with the WCN, we did these shows, but both Thomas and I were a lot more in front of the camera, like almost nonstop, and that's just exhausting and draining.
Yeah.
But this time, with so many co-hosts and so many guests involved, actually, it was pretty reasonable. I would say. I'm actually kind of surprised. This was quite doable.
I suppose the load was shared, so really it was a case of, if there were conversations you wanted to hop in on, you could hop in on, but you weren't obliged to, because that was always, say if you went to a conference and you're kind of obliged to I mean, it's fun interviewing people, it's great, it's a great way to get information and chat to people, but there are times where you just want to go and explore the conference, but you can't because you have this responsibility of producing content for the conference. So it must be quite nice for you to actually have time to be mobile and wander around and enjoy just being at the conference.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much to talk about and so much content to cover or so many fields to cover, and Bitcoin is really crazy because after all, it's the medium that makes everything flow. Yeah, money is the medium that makes the world go round. And if you're establishing a new form of money, a new type of money, and you have like 11 years, then you are you will have to cover a lot of ground in comparison to gold that was around since 3,000 years, right?
Yeah. Who was it I was listening to the other day? I was listening to was it MicroStrategies, the guy from MicroStrategies on the Stefan Rivera podcast, and he was I think someone was like hopping in and hopping out. There's this annoying, can you hear that annoying noise, that annoying jitsi noise in the background? Anyone else hear that? Or is it just me? Might just be
this kind of I hear it also.
Yeah, it's like someone casting a spell or something. Where was I? Oh yeah, so the MicroStrategies guy, and he was saying, by their calculations, Bitcoin was, I think he was like, it's 50 times more useful than gold currently. And then we calculate it'll be like 1,000 times more useful or something. And he said it, with a straight face. And obviously they'd invested, 400 million in Bitcoin. So you can assume that they've done a little bit of due diligence. What is that annoying noise? How is?
I don't know, but I think it's like it comes. I think it's coming from your because I hear when it comes, it shows you that you are speaking.
Oh really? Oh
Yeah.
goodness.
Then which of your IoT devices are going crazy? Are you maybe receiving Bitcoin Lightning transactions?
That would be nice. Yeah, that would be nice. What's running? There's nothing running, so I can't see why it would. What is it? Is it this? There's something making a noise in this room. I think it is this. Oh no, it is. It's behind me. Yeah, it's behind me. Oh, I know what it is. I thought it was coming from the stream. Sorry, it's these, I plugged my my Bowser wallets, my hardware wallets in, but I'm just using like a little LiPo battery for all of them because I just kind of like arrayed them up so I could plug them in using one little LiPo battery.
Okay.
Clearly the LiPo battery's dying, so they're all like turning on, turning off. Turning on.
I see. Okay.
Funny noise though, because it'd be a bit like a white noise, like I couldn't locate where it was coming from. It just felt like it was everywhere, That's a great project, the Bowser wallet, I love the traction which Spectre's getting, because all of Stepan Snegrov's work was, I think, is really underappreciated for like all of last year, and it's great now that it's being picked up and more people are getting excited about Spectre and building their own hardware wallets and experimenting with different versions of hardware wallets, which I think they were covering in the previous panel, because I think you'll get some real innovation when people start building their own hardware wallets and experimenting with free and open source hardware wallets.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday we also covered the topic of what will happen or what must happen before like governments are able to invest in to buy Bitcoin or back their currency with Bitcoin, and that's like a huge point that was raised yesterday was like you need to have sort of a multi-sig kind of architecture that is easy to operate, because otherwise you cannot prevent, particularly in states where there is a lot of like corruption around, you couldn't prevent of one rook government servant to just run for the hills with their coins. So I think that is something, the technical intricacies are still something that we have to work out in order to like make the streamlined experience for the users that are not very experienced. And honestly, only 1% of the world's population at the moment I would call experienced in Bitcoin, probably is less.
I feel similar, that I feel that as well as the hardware spec, like hardware wallets, the DIY hardware wallets, I think multi-sig seems to have a lot of importance. And I think that, Fiat will eventually be some sort of side chain. And a lot of it will be operated through a federation, like geographically separated federation. Because that makes it a little bit more secure. So kind of like instead of liquid exchanges, being federated on something like Liquid, then they will be, councils, for a government or whatever, or for a country, or regions which are federated and then have some sort of multi-sig to make decisions over their fiat currency and how it will operate. But no, I think multi-sig, like more and more multi-sig, is going to become very, we're going to become more familiar with it and its usefulness, particularly when you've got lots of, obviously if you're running an exchange or a business, then you're probably quite used to using multi-sig. But for the average Joe, like, unless you really, really want to secure your funds, then why are you going to use multi-sig to secure it?
And also like the guys that create the cold card, they pointed out like there's a ton of possibilities to shoot yourself in the leg if you're using multi-sig and you don't know what you're doing, because backing that up is not trivial. So kids, don't try this at home unless you absolutely know what you're doing, really, because you can lose your Bitcoins if you're...
the biggest attack vector for Bitcoin is yourself, isn't it? And just
it's true. Yeah.
where you put your key and
Absolutely, absolutely, it's true. It's true.
or just having bad OPSEC and bad security. But I mean, again, this is, I think the price tag of hardware wallets has ridiculously. I think even if you're buying like 50 quid's worth of Bitcoin, you should spend 50 quid plus on a hardware wallet, you know, because it's that important for securing your funds, and obviously Bitcoin will be worth more in the future.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think when we get to the point when we have like $5 hardware wallets and they're good and they work and they're hard enough to secure, you know, $10,000 or whatever safely, that'll be a great day, because you'll have more people just using hardware, because hardware wallets are, you know, the best solution for most people.
Yeah, this is absolutely true. What I would also like to see is like a time, like freezing your funds for a certain amount of time, like let's say 5 years or whatnot, and then just go into hibernation, wait this 5 years and see what happened. Yeah, that's something that can also be very powerful tool, and I think we will have to develop something like that sooner or later, because if you wanna like give your Bitcoins to your children, how you're gonna do that? And this is difficult. I mean, you could think of some schemes that you need like several factors in order to like be able to access the coins, but a time or freezing your coins for a certain time would be the most convenient thing to do.
Well, you can do time lock like scripting in Bitcoin. But I mean, it's hard, and you're gonna fuck it up and lose all your Bitcoin probably.
Yeah, exactly. We need the time lock scripting to be, or the time lock to be user friendly. If you type 10 too much, then you're screwed, right? Like 10 years. Oh, I actually typed 100 years. Like, oh, that's bad. But it's also gonna be good for the Bitcoin price, because the people will just hodl without being able to not hodl.
I mean,
right?
Again, you know, you being your biggest attack, your worst enemy, your biggest attack vector. You see, I mean, for a lot of people, particularly if they've been in Bitcoin for a year or two, they see the price halve, and then they think about all the money they've lost, and they're like, "Oh my goodness, I need to sell right now." And then they make that split decision. They go, you know, get their Trezor, plug it in, and they take the funds to an exchange, and they sell it all, and the next day the Bitcoin price bounces back up. Which is why I'm a great advocate. I think that like your Bitcoin security model for your stash, it should be like a Horcrux. Like it should be, you know, like in Harry Potter. Like you should have to voyage and adventure, like, you know, across land mass to actually pull your seed together and build your hardware wallet so you can access those funds. Like it should take you days, if not like a week, to actually get the hardware wallet together. And that way, like it just avoids you making split decisions, because you know you can't. It's not just there for you to like grab, plug in, and then lose all your money on a bad trade.
And you could also like think further and distribute it on different continents. Then good luck. You need some sort of tickets, right? I mean, you need to get from A to B. But that's like a risky business also, because as we learned, travel can be quite restricted in case of a global pandemic hitting the planet.
So they then turn COVID into like an upgrade for your security model, like because you can't travel to pull your seed together.
Yeah, it's like it's true. I mean, so many things can go wrong, and it's like the year 2020 so far was quite interesting. Let's put it that way.
One of my favorite projects I ever made was Where39. So. I just took the BIP39 seed, phrase, words, library thing, and then have you seen, you know, any 3 words, the geolocation software, any 3 words? Do you know that?
No, I don't know that.
Basically, by using like a corpus of words, instead of having like a geolocation, like the big number thing for, you know, latitude and longitude, instead of having that, you split the planet into, you know, a bunch of little squares. Each square's a word, and then you just zoom in on that square, and then you split that square into a bunch of little words. You split that square into lots of little squares, and each square's a little word, and then you zoom in on that square, and so on and so on and so on. And then by using BIP39, because it's a smaller corpus of words than, because there is a well-known piece of software called Any3Words which does this. But I think they have a corpus of words like 10,000 words they use. So you can locate anywhere on the planet, like a meter square using 3 words. Whereas my argument would be that BIP39 is the most secure word list on the planet, because we've all got it on our hardware wallets and wherever else, and it's not going anywhere. So why not build a similar system but using the BIP39 word list? And it's on where39.com, but you can click anywhere on the planet, and with 4 words you can get I think it's like 10-foot square, and then with 5 words you're like zooming right in. So it's
that's funny.
Any 3 words is is an app which you would use, so they can track your location. Whereas Where39 you can run yourself. So if you bury treasure, and then you remember the words, then or give the words to your to your children or whatever, your grandchildren, then they can run the software offline. And they can get the same location, and you can also mix the words up as well using like a number. So it's pretty cool. I really liked it. But there were a bunch of people who were saying, "Oh, I'm going to use this to store my Bitcoin, my seed. Use it as a seed phrase." And I was like, "Don't do that."
Yeah, it's true. But no, that thing is awesome. That's a cool idea, really. I never heard of it.
I got a pirate friend. I spoke to my pirate friend. About it, and he instantly got excited about it. So he was, I think, some of his more illicit pirate friends would like to be able to share over the air, particularly if they've shared a number first, which they shuffle the words first. They can share over the air, over radio, like 4 or 5 words for a meeting point in the middle of the ocean, and then if anyone intercepts that data, there's no way they know where that is. So.
Oh, that's really a cool idea. I can actually send my protagonist around on the planet Earth by using that technology in my novel. Because obviously the guy needs to travel and he needs to have a motivation to do that. So that could actually be a very interesting tweak of the story. Thanks for
check out where39.com. I mean, at the moment, what I need to add to it, as much as it sucks, is I need to add some interoperability to a regular normal GPS type thing, optional, just so if you want, you can, because at the moment you can't like put in like a zip code and then get your any 3-word equivalent, because that would require like doing an API request. But what I need to do is make a little option so you can say, yes, I want to connect to like a third-party service, so I can do like a quick zip code check or something. So I do need to put that in at some point, but I mean, you can just run it off. I mean, I think it's still live. I have a tendency of like spinning up like little websites and then not paying for the hosting, and they go, "Oh yeah, it's still live."
Cool. Nice.
Yeah, so it'll be just pretty cool. Yeah, I'd be very honored if you pulled a similar concept into HODL 2032. It's the most secure. It's the most secure word list on the planet. So it's a really good way to as to use as a treasure burying. I think like pirates, there was a reason why treasure maps and all these riddles, like you see in movies where they have to solve all these puzzles to get to the treasure. When you have a bearer asset and you want to secure it in a way which only your grandchildren will be able to have access to, and you don't have well, even in now, if you don't trust like technology, then poems and maps and puzzles they need to solve actually makes a lot of sense. As a way for them to try and track your treasure.
It's nice. It's nice. You have pirate friends. I have to still contemplate about that sentence.
No, only one. I'm not that cool.
Only one pirate friend. I have 0 pirate friends. Man, my life would be more entertaining.
It's a proper party, like with an eye patch and missing a limb type pirate as well. It's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous.
With a pirate on the shoulder, right?
No, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how piratey he is. Yeah. I have one actual pirate friend. Yeah.
Okay. Guys, I'm
MZ.
gonna hand over to MZ because I was just here to fill the void. So take care, you three, you two.
Cool.
And,
Thanks, man. Thanks for hopping in. That was really appreciated.
Yeah, no problem. Take care.
Cheers, dude.
Yeah, bye.
Oh, and also everybody out there, please do check out his. I imagine if you do like a GitHub, Google, Hoddle 2032 Diary from the Citadel. We're looking for German to English translators, and also I suppose anyone to suggest content and concepts, maybe.
Yeah. I will switch it to public now so everybody can check out what I did so far. Yeah.
Dude, great idea. Great idea. Why 2032,
Have a great one.
by the way?
Excuse me?
Why 2032?
Was the first number that came to my mind. We had to be a little bit more in the future than like the 2025. That's too close. We need to be further in the future because it takes time, you know. Like probably we will change to a later date, but I guess that should be enough. We would be seeing some beginning or even serious hyper-Bitcoinization by the time in 2032. That's what was my assumption.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay, take care.
Bye.
Have a great one. Bye.
MZ, how's it going, my man?
So, hello.
Yeah,
Good
good.
morning.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just woke up. I had my everything set up and thought, okay, it's 10 a.m., but it's 1 hour earlier. Whatever.
Right. These time zones, man, they're confusing, aren't they? Are you maybe an hour ahead or behind or something from Prague? So this is your hack space.
Same. Or maybe they had daytime saving. Whatever. It's daytime saving stuff. Don't get me started.
That's okay. That's good.
Just use UTC all the time. Yeah.
So have you been watching any of the talks at the conference?
Oh yeah. Yesterday we watched in the VR meetup. There's from Udi Wertheimer. There's a virtual reality meetup, and that's like every Saturday. And this Saturday we watched in VR some of the talks. Talked with Open Oms and Rootsal and the Smuggler talk. And then afterwards, they were really in VR and we discussed there and asked questions. And that's really nice feeling because you have the feeling there are people with you and watching. It's like the second best thing than actually be there.
Yeah, you get lost in it, don't you? I've been really impressed with the VR, and I got like a Quest. I think it's great. I wish I'd known. Actually, I would have joined that. That sounds great. I should have checked.
Yeah.
Have they rolled out 1.6 yet? The Blitz 1.6.
1.6.
Is it 1.6?
I think it's now around. They are on 1.7. I think.
Are they? I think it might be a 1.6 point something.
Oh, could be.
Yeah.
Normally, maybe you even see it now. It's standing back there. It's like it's sitting on the crown. So maybe I should tidy up the place and put it somewhere. But I have a Blitz running there, and I have projects running, and
nice.
I'm always testing. If there's a new alpha or beta version of the Blitz, then I will be reckless and put it on.
Yeah, we've had a nightmare because we've had it's just complexity. So we've got the new IP to Tor. We could do some Blitz. Let's do some Blitz chilling, shall we? While we've got the but with the new Blitz will have a service called IP to Tor, which means that you can run your Blitz on the Onion network on Tor. So you'll have like a .onion address, but you can pay a subscription. I think it's a tiny amount as well, like a few sats a day, and for that subscription, you'll be given a ClearNet address. So you can give people your ClearNet address, or you can use your ClearNet address to access, I don't know, something like RTL or LM-Bits, which is running on the Blitz. But you'll be running it behind on a .onion behind Tor, so there's no way anyone can know where you're running it from, unless you do something stupid, obviously. But people will be able to access your whatever you're running. So if you're running a BTC Pay server or LM-Bits or RTL, they'll be able to access it through a ClearNet address. So a regular normal like HTTPS, www. whatever address. So that's super cool, because like so often people, when they set up like the LM-Bits, for example, they're like, okay, now like I can see it on my computer or on my local network. How do I get the outside world to see it? And it's like, well, okay, you can do like a reverse SSH tunnel, or you can open up some ports and you can like go buy a domain and then point that at it. But it's quite faffy. And like when someone's first spins up a node, they just want to like click a button and then boom, they can share it with their friends. They can go, look at this thing. You can go check it out and give them a ClearNet address. They don't need like a Tor browser. So that's super exciting. But that extra level of complexity has made it tricky so on LM-Bits, we've got the withdraw tokens, so you can make like an LNURL withdraw, which is so on that note, like I think it's probably the easiest way to mint your own non-custodial LNURL withdrawals, so basically faucet links, is to run a Blitz and then spin up LM-Bits, and then all the LNURL withdrawals are coming from your node. You're minting them from your node, which I think is super cool and exciting. But doing that over the IP to Tor thing has proved to be a nightmare. For some reason, when the wallet's trying to claim the LNURL, there's like, I don't know, there's some bug in there. So Fiat Jaff and Christian have been working like super hard to try and get that one fixed. For the Blitz rollout. I felt really bad actually, because I almost feel like it's slowing down the release of the latest Blitz update. So any Raspberry Blitz people out there, if you've been anxiously waiting, we've probably added a few extra days of work onto that deadline. So I'm sorry about that. But it's well worth it, because it means that. So for example, you can in the LNURL, in the withdraw faucet extension on LM-Bits, you can print out a sheet of like, on a sticker sheet of, I don't know, a couple of hundred of these faucets. And then you can go around and you can stick them, and they're all unique faucets. You can stick them on, walls in your local town. People can go up to it, they can scan it, and they can get free sats. You can even do it in such a way that when you scan it, if they just scan it with a regular QR code reader, it will open up like an Insta wallet, and that'll be connected to your Tor encrypted node, so no one knows where it's coming from. So yeah, super cool, and a real cypherpunk tool as well. That's what I like most about it. But obviously these things are complicated and hard to make, and they throw up odd bugs which no one understands.
Yeah, Bit's idea is really cool, and I see you even have a T-shirt.
Yeah,
it's all about Island Bits. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll if anyone wants one of these, I've got a bunch. I can send them out. I'll probably send out a few free as well, actually.
Awesome. Yeah, on the
Pay server, I noticed the BTC Pay server people, it's like T-shirts are a big part of their culture. So I thought maybe if we could get LM-Bits to be the same, everyone would have an LM-Bits T-shirt as well.
So for maybe for the origin of this feature is there was this because normally there were the Lightning Hack Days all over the place. Like every few months there was a Lightning Hack Day, and this year they did it online and had a hack. How was it called? Maybe I have it open. Hack Sprint, Lightning Hack Sprint. So it was like one weekend. I think there were 2 or 3 or so, and at one Hack Sprint, we had the plan to do this ClearNet to Tor bridge, and then so my background is in networking, so everything networking, internet, firewalls, VPNs, stuff like that, like corporate stuff, and also tinkering around with network stuff, and so I come with this basic. It's simply just one tool you need to use. It's like you put in a few parameters, and then it will accept your keynet connection and put it over Tor to your Tor node. So you can also run that your own if you have some VPNs, some VPS or some other server somewhere with an official IP address that's not changing. Then you can do that. So I have that running. The tool is SO cut, and it's out there. So it's like you just install it in your device, but it's more complicated. You have to put everything in, and you have to repeat server somewhere and so on. But for simple things, it works perfectly. So I'm using it to access from my iPhone with the set wallet, my Raspberry Pi here at home, and it works perfectly. Even I tried a little bit different setup than the Raspberry Pi setup of BTC Pay server. So I have a server in the internet running, but then I thought, okay, no, don't put Lightning on that server. Just have it to your Raspberry Pi connected. So I even have the BTC Pay server running normally in the internet and have it connected over here. And it's most of the time works perfectly. The only problem is you have once a day you have to reconnect of the IP address of the internet provider, and then you have like 5-10 minutes a problem to connect your node. But other than that, it works pretty okay. So there's one layer more. So like the internet packets needs to go to your server in the internet, and then over the Tor network to your Raspberry Pi, and that's about in the Tor network alone is about, I think, 6 servers. So it's slow. It's more slowly than if you're using like a port forward to your node over ClearNet normally. That's much faster. So the delay thing is maybe a problem, and Tor is not 100% reliable. They often have problems with DDoS. Maybe there's some darknet market or some other stuff going on that somebody is DDoS there's even DDoS on Tor, and then this will also make problems for other hidden services, for other Tor users. And I can tell you about it because Disk is the decentralized exchange. I'm involved in there running servers, and there are often strange problems with connectability, and in the end, often the problem is the Tor network itself, and that some hidden service, some server you have can't be connected from somebody else. So we have a monitoring, and often you get warnings from the monitoring, and then you try to use it yourself, the service, and then it works flawlessly. And most of the time, it's just false positive because somewhere it's not connectability, not working right. So having this Tor in between is like make it less reliable. So that's a given.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's like it's a subversive tool, isn't it? So if you for some reason need to spin up a node over Tor, and then say with Allen Bits, because anyone could be like, you could act as a custodian for your local community or something. If or you could just use it as a wallet service too. Or I mean, like you say, if you're accessing your Blitz through your Zap wallet, then and you're in a jurisdiction where Bitcoin isn't legal, or you could get in trouble for using it, or then it's there as a tool. So it's one of the many tools which goes into the arsenal. So when a country looks at Bitcoin and thinks, shall we ban this? Then when they ask the question, can we ban this? They realize that it's really hard, because there's all these tools available for people to just root round any censorship which they try and put in place for Bitcoin. So I think it also acts like something as a deterrent for countries thinking they can stop people from using Bitcoin. So that's also another benefit to it.
Yesterday at the talk or at the question, whatever, Rutsal said that the Raspberry Pi in the next version, I think it was 1.7, they try to do everything default over Tor. So I think everything set up for Tor. I think so. So
I think nodes seem to be heading that way, don't they? And running Lightning seems to be heading that way. A lot of nodes are going dark, which makes it very hard to like map the Lightning network. But I mean, that's good. It's good, I suppose, that we can't map the Lightning network. But no, I think it's something to embrace, and it's great that you've got people like Christian Russell and OpenNoms who are spearheading that. Because OpenNoms has got another project which he works on, doesn't he? With what's it called? That little box he's got.
Is it Join box?
Yeah,
for Join Market.
Yeah. Can you explain what that is?
I think I'm not tested it myself. It's like a text or shell user interface that looks like the Raspberry Pi. If you know the Raspberry Pi, it's like a menu system that you're using on your keyboard with a SSH connection, and it's pretty much the same menu for a Join Market, and you can even start a Join Market maker. So the thing with everybody, if you want to use your Bitcoins to get more Bitcoins, then maybe some option is to be a liquidity provider on the Join Market, because the Join Market works like as the name says, it's a market. There are people who want to join to mix the coins, and there are people who have coins and provide liquidity to make them. So you just have a service running, this this maker, and in the background it waits for somebody who wants to mix their coins, and then if they want to do that, then the maker also gives a few coins in this mix, or many makers, not one. And that was like you needed to use the shell and put in a command and maybe edited a file to tweak something. So it was really there was not a graphical interface. The Join Market has a Qt interface, so like Bitcoin Core, but the maker part was missing. And now you have like everything together on this text interface. So it's like another part. And I looked into the source code. I skimmed it a little bit, but not tried it out. But it seems that there are also a few status displays and other stuff that makes it easier to grab what's happening, and so you don't have to open log files and look over. Did
I see that he was going to add some information to the Blitz screen on Join Market information?
Exactly. Yeah, that was the part I was interested in, because he had a sum up of daily mixes, monthly mixes, or weekly mixes, or whatever. So put in a little information about how many Join Market mixes you did, because if you are a maker, it will be automatically in the background. And it's not if you are the maker. So there's a if you are the maker, your coins somehow get mixed because you also be in the coin join, but it's not optimal. So the best thing is that even says Join Market is up. If you want to pay something from your Join Market wallet, then use a coin join, a normal one. Pay for a coin join, and or even there are Tumblr scripts and so on. I think it's really like years old, this Join Market. It's even the second version, so I think there was a total rewrite of it. And it's interesting how this is like the underdog. So it's like it's around, little bit complicated to use, but so it's in some, so it just works. So, and it's not claiming we are the best or
yeah,
so on.
yeah.
So it's like, yeah.
Oh,
so
I see. So it's not making, it's not very, I mean, there's no real public representatives apart from maybe open noms. There's no one really like shilling it and pushing it. It just works. It's there. People who know how to use it. They you know.
And maybe the thing is that there is no direct model how to profit from that. So I think Wexwing, one of the guys who does it, that in the beginning there was some donation addresses in the CoinJoin or something, but pretty, I think he said that, but pretty fast they got rid of it. So if you want to help them, then there's a donation option. So just like any other project. So in the mixing itself, there's no money going to the join market. So yeah, it's like the open source underdog.
I mean, that's usually the way with open source, isn't it? It just bubbles in the background because it hasn't got, you know, any centralized coordination of that sort, monetary wise. Then, you know, it's eventually, you know, it catches up and that's the thing people use. But I'm
not against the other options. I'm pretty much
not at all.
Try out everything.
Yeah.
And but yeah, I think there's if you get money out of it, there's for sure there's some other markets. Yeah.
I mean, I like the idea of open noms adding some of that information to the Blitz because it encourages people to use it, and it encourages people to look at that as a tool. If they can see that, you know, those values being printed out to their Blitz screens, because I mean, it's something I'd never really thought about before, but it's almost like passive advertising, isn't it? Because now when I run my Blitz, if I run my screen, because I often take my screen off, but if I run my screen on it, then I'll see it and I'll think, join market. And then one day I might try and use it, and maybe I'll try and be a maker. I don't know, and then contribute to that infrastructure.
Yeah, it makes it much more easier to try. In general, if you have some option on the Raspberry Blitz or some of the other nodes, you just enable it and it will configure it everything right for this device, like the Raspberry Blitz, and then you have the software. So there are so many stuff you can just click on and click off, and even or find about, as you said, find out that there's something out there that like join market. So how else you will find out that the software is around, and then even if you're going really into it, you can say, okay, I will run it on a bigger machine, or I will try it out somewhere else, or put it on my notebook and using it as my main wallet. So you can do that even join market. You don't have to run Market Maker. You can just use it as a normal wallet, and it's like some other type of wallet, but it's a really special use case. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I love the Blitz and the SSH menu, which you go into, but I do also really want it to have, you know, it's a bit of a sellout thing to say, but a Casanode style access point with like a web GUI, so you can access it through, you know, like you would do for your router, for example. So you could access it through a local IP address and then change the configuration via a web GUI. So have we any indication? I should probably speak to Rootsel or OpenNoms on that. But have we got any indication of if that will ever happen, or when it might happen, or do you know?
I don't know. I can only say that okay, I'm coming from using the console and using shell. So
yeah, I'm happy
not
with
the right person to ask if that. But
yeah.
I think it's a you can think on two things. So firstly, if you're using Raspberry you learn how to use an SSH, and maybe you're getting a little bit more used to using a console. So maybe that's a good thing to have that.
Yeah, that's true.
On the other hand, yeah, many people are just will not bother to try it out and so on. But maybe also you get the more interested people using the Raspberry Pi, because on the other note, if you have the graphical interface, I don't know. I have no clear opinion on it. So maybe there will be someone who just do a pull request and say, "Oh,
Yeah.
you have a view." Even there's the option. There's the option to have the whole SSH, or at least the terminal in your browser. There are software out there that simply opens the terminal in your browser. Then maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough to go to one. That would be a totally simple thing. Go to some website, and then you have your SSH login there, and you don't need to install some SSH software. You can use it that way. So
yeah, that could be nice.
Maybe that's something in between. So you have your normal style, but you don't need to install something on your computer. So
I think it'll make it appeal a little bit more to people who aren't technical. And actually, a lot of these people who aren't technical, like we do want to encourage them to run their own nodes, don't we? And you're right, actually. I mean, it could be a compromise. It doesn't have to be an all or nothing, Kazaa style GUI. It could be an SSH through your browser. So someone should add that PR.
If I talk to people about the nodes, mostly they start up with a simple one with a graphical interface, and then if they are interested in it, they say, "Oh, maybe I'm trying out this Raspberry Pi because I heard, oh, you can do this and this and this with it." And then there are even questions. I see that in the chat. "Oh, I have a X node, please. How can I transfer the blockchain to Raspberry Pi? Is there an option or something like that?" So many people are switching over from one node to another and trying out stuff.
My node seems to get a lot of traction. It seems to be doing very well, and that offers more of a web browser experience, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, and I think they do it in quite a tasteful way. But I thought, as an option, it's not that much code to run, and maybe it will be added as an option at some point in the future. But for now, we love the Blitz exactly as it is, and it's the addition of all the services which is incredible. Suddenly, it goes from just being nodes, being a PTC. I mean, you've got Electrum server, BTC Pay server, you've got LM Bits, you've got RTL, Ride the Lightning for managing your node, and it's all just like one click, boom. You've got access to all these services. Absolutely fantastic.
We have to thank the Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pi 4.
Yeah. Well, those guys are very hospitable. When Rootsel came over, I tried to organise, because the factory's in Wales. That's all these people really know. It all comes from Wales. This is our central point of failure, see, where we could put some chip inside all these pies and steal all your funds. But it's the Sony factory in Wales where they're manufactured. Amazingly, I don't know why, because labor's not particularly that cheap, but that's where they're manufactured. And maybe it's all automated. And I tried to organize a tour of the Pi factory when Russell was here, but they were like really inhospitable. And I was like, dude, like this guy is shilling your product and like he's encouraging lots of people to buy Raspberry Pis. Please, can we have a tour of the factory? And they were just like, no. So I like to think of it as like Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. Who knows what wizardry is going on in there? We've got a couple of people joining us.
Yes, actually, let me bring that up specifically because we have, well, first of all, Alex Anarco joining, who's going to be the host of the next 2 hours, if I'm correct.
Oh goodness, we've run out of time.
Yes. It's highly demanded. Time is most scarce, and the time chain always moves in one direction.
Okay, well, I'll wrap up then. MZ, thanks for joining so much. I'm glad we managed to get a little chat in. So great, and continue all the cool work you're doing. We're having a lot of fun. And BTC chat. Thanks for hopping in before. to fill the void. It was a nice chat about Bitcoin art and so on. So that was great. Alex, I'll pass over to you, man, and I'll look forward to listening to your 2 hours.
Yeah, thank you. I listened to your live stream just now, and I think what I wanted to talk about right now really docks onto that, because I don't know, I haven't spoken with the guests that are in the Jitsi right now, so maybe everybody that is here could just, I don't know, turn on their mic and introduce themselves really quickly. I see, for example, that Rera is here. Rera, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hey, look at you. I just lost your sound, though. I don't know if that's just me.
Nope, sound, no sound, no sound.
Yeah.
But yes, Herrera, what are you working on? What are you building?
Me, Rurar.
Yes, yes.
So I'm here, for those of you who don't know, I'm here on behalf of XMR.2, which is one of the sponsors of HCPP. I'm not a representative of XMR.2. Those of you who don't know what that is, it's a thing where you can send them Monero and they send Bitcoin to the address that you're trying to pay. So you could take advantage of Monero's privacy properties while still getting to spend your Bitcoin at Bitcoin addresses. But like I said, I'm not here as a rep for XMR.2 so much as XMR.2 wanted to kind of give their space to come on here and talk to just, talk about Monero. I know this isn't my exclusive time slot, so if I definitely want to share the floor, and if anybody has questions or discussion or whatever, then I'm more than happy to talk with people. Sorry to ruin the day of the maximalists by having some Monero people come in here and ruin things for you all, but I'm excited to be here.
You know what? The HCPP is not a Bitcoin conference. It's a freedom conference, and I think we're all freedom maximalists here. And in that sense, you're very, very much welcome. Thanks again for joining. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, actually, I'm really excited, Rera, that you joined the chat, because I thought about, I've been working on something really exciting over the past few weeks, and I kind of want to show that off. And since you are a Monero expert, I think we can have a very fruitful discussion about that. And I think I read the log for the last Monero coffee chat, I think, or the Monero community meetup, and you were bringing up the CCS proposal. So for the people who don't know, the CCS, or community crowdfunding system, is a way for the Monero community to actually fund innovation, so fund the salary of developers, the Monero Research Lab, all kinds of cool stuff that brings the project forward. And so in the beginning of September, I actually created my first CCS, and it is for a open source service that will enable streamers to easily accept Monero donations in their live stream and actually have some kind of interactivity with their audience. So just like on Twitch or on YouTube, you can send super chats where your message gets displayed in a special kind of way. We want to implement that in an open source way for basically any streaming platform. That doesn't really matter to us. What matters to us is that the streamer uses OBS, which is another great open source piece of software that probably 90% of all streamers out there use. And so, maybe I just turn on my screen really quick and give you a quick overview. Can you see my screen right now?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so what we have done so far is create a very basic browser application where it doesn't look pretty, but it's supposed to be simple. And so if I'm a new streamer, I would go to tipxmr.live. And now I have the option to actually register, so create a new wallet or sign into an existing account with my current wallet. And I'm just going to do that right now. And of course, this is a StageNet seed that doesn't have any information on it or any coins on it. And even if it did, it's StageNet. So you wouldn't really do anything with it anyway. But the cool thing about this, and I think the cypherpunks can really appreciate it, what you are seeing right now, right here, is actually a WebAssembly Monero wallet in your browser that runs locally only on your machine. So the seed I just entered is not passed to any backend server where basically the server operators can steal your Monero, but this is just in your browser. And what makes this possible is the WebAssembly wallet, like I said. And WebAssembly is basically a technology to run binary code, if I understand it correctly, in the browser. So think about any application that you have on your machine, you can run that in a browser with WebAssembly. And this right here is a Monero wallet. So I can press sync here, and in the background, I'm going to show this really quickly, I have a StageNet node running, and now my browser is actually connecting to my node. And if I bring up the console, oh, lots of errors. So you can see we still have a lot of work to do. But what should happen here is that the wallet actually syncs. And then the streamer would be able to, or is ready to accept donations. And for the viewer, this experience is basically like I have a mask where I go to a specific URL for a specific streamer. In this case, it's hard-coded, it's for me. And I can type my name here and a message. And then I get to this screen where, and this is not working right now as well, where I get displayed a QR code and a message and or an address. And once I scan that address, the streamer will have a browser source implemented in their OBS, and that will show actually the message. So there can be a sound, there can be some kind of animation, all kinds of cool stuff. And we even implemented something like this where you can embed the video for the live stream and watch the live stream right from tipxmr.live. And you can, of course, send messages and have them ideally appear in real time in the browser, in the live stream. So yeah, that's what we've been working on. Like I said, we have a CCS proposal to fund the effort because it's actually quite a lot of work. And we are fortunate enough to have a professional developer who's working with us, who is a friend of ours. And he is not really into Monero, but he's really into web development with React, with JavaScript. And so that's what we use. And he is a great help for all the technical details and is really pushing us forward. So yeah, just go to tipxmr.live to see an overview of the proposal and go to the GitLab repo of Monero to voice your support. Yeah.
I just want to touch on this a little bit. So first of all, in regards to the project that you're working on, I think that's super, super cool. It's something I have actually been asking for like a couple of years. I'm like, guys, when are we going to make this? This seems like such an obvious way to get some easy adoption, because not only do a lot of people, like, you know, if you donate via PayPal or you donate via what have you, right, they're going to take a percentage. So the streamers get less, for one. For two, you know, the payment options that they might have available might not be available in your area, or they may be doing some exchanges behind the scenes that take so much different, you know, so many different kinds of fees. Whereas this is it's just an easy way to get good money to somebody across the world. Even, you know, you don't even have to know where they are. And it will allow creators to continue making content. It cuts out the middleman. It does everything that cryptocurrency purports to do in a way that is safe. I really like how you guys did that locally, you know, and you don't have to send anything over the internet with your seed and stuff like that. That's super cool. But taking a slightly bigger step back, just kind of touching on the CCS. So I see in the YouTube comment somebody asked what CCS was, and it occurs to me that most people here have probably heard of Bitcoin, but not everybody knows about Monero and kind of like the way that we do things. You'll be pleased to know Monero is very similar in spirit to Bitcoin. We didn't have an ICO. There's no foundation. There's no corporation. There was no sort of pre-mine. You know, all of it was just launched fairly as not the first crypto note coin, but definitely the one that came out on top and was the least scammy. But the way that we do things, because we don't have money, similar to Bitcoin, like they don't have a treasury or all this. So you guys know about the shitcoins like Dash and all the different stuff, right? So we don't have any of that stuff. So if we want something done within our community, either somebody's got to pick it up themselves, a company's going to have to make it themselves if they want to do something, or we have something called the CCS, which you can go to ccs.getmonero.org to see what it looks like. But really, it's just a way for developers or other people to put up proposals saying, hey, I'm willing to do this thing that's going to take this long for this amount of Monero. And then, you know, if people like it, then we move it along to the funding stage and people donate their money. So your personal hard-earned money is what you donate, because yeah, there's no decentralized treasury. There's no corporation that's holding on to a war chest of funds to just throw out to different people to work on things. It really is either a collection of volunteers, or you got to get your ideas got to be good enough to get some support to generate funding. It's really nifty. It's something that's not seen in the space, mostly because of the huge overabundance of scams that exists in this space and how they generate money. But it's the way to stay honest while keeping development moving forward. Just because, you know, we don't have the big, gigantic, massive ecosystem that Bitcoin is very blessed with, which drives people to work on it. But we're getting there. I mean, will we ever reach that height? Who knows, right? Who knows what the future holds? But we do know that fungible private money is needed. And I know different people are working on different stuff for Bitcoin in the privacy realm, which is okay. It's good, sure. All movement in that direction is good. I think most people don't really realize how bad privacy is in Bitcoin. And first of all, how hard privacy is to achieve in general. It's really, really, really freaking hard to get privacy right. And when you, sorry for this little rant, I'll be over here pretty soon, I promise. But this is like an appeal to the Bitcoin people that are here, that are everywhere, that are listening. Take this seriously. Please, please, for the love of God, take this seriously. I mean, what good is censorship resistance if you don't have privacy? And like, this is such a big thing. Like, let's say somebody sends me Bitcoin, like, oh, Diego, the government can't stop me from sending you this Bitcoin. You're right, they can't. But if they can trace it and see it came from you and it came to me, then they can put me in prison for something, right? And I'm like, yay, they couldn't stop it from my prison cell. I'm celebrating. Yay, they couldn't stop it. Bitcoin works. Fat lot of good it does me in jail, right? And it's even worse, like if there's somebody I don't like, similar to the fact that, you know, you can send drugs from the darknet to an address of a person you don't like. You could do the same thing with tainted Bitcoins, right? You just send it to somebody you don't like, tip off the police or something. No, privacy is so important, guys. Come on, let's get on this. It's such a big thing. Censorship resistance is good, but man, it's so underwhelming when it's not coupled with privacy. I would love to see Bitcoin really, really push hard on this front. It's the biggest thing. Fungibility is suffering because of it. People can be suffering because of it. And just because the worst that we have to deal with in the first world is targeted advertisements, doesn't mean that people across the world, who Bitcoin is supposed to be for everyone, right? It doesn't mean that these people, the worst thing they have to suffer with lack of privacy is targeted advertisements. Some of these people lose their money, their freedom, or their life because of lack of privacy. Take this seriously, guys. Sorry, impassioned speech here.
No, that was actually very, very good, Diego, and of course I fundamentally agree that privacy is so important. It's such an efficient way of defense, right? If nobody knows how much you have, they can't come to steal from you. So very, very good points, and I actually really did like your rant and your monologue here. And I would actually love to continue hearing it in a bit, though I have a message from Max Kaidem, who is also on this chat. And he unfortunately has to go rather soon, so I would love if Alex can shoot a couple questions at Max Kaidem from Hodl Hodl, which is a Bitcoin exchange that a peer-to-peer exchange that also treasures the privacy element of it quite a lot. So it would be great to hear some of Max's opinion on this.
Yeah. Go ahead, Max.
Yeah, like my opinion, well, privacy is important, definitely. As a previous speaker told already, I honestly also believe that there's less privacy in terms of comparing Bitcoin to Monero, but I know that there are developments happening at the moment, both on the protocol level and both with the different types of projects. We are also on that side, ensuring at least what we can ensure that people are less exposed to any data breaches and all that stuff with not asking any additional documents and KYC AML and all that weird stuff. But anyway, yeah, it's still a long way to go, and well, hopefully we eventually will be there. So yeah, like if you have any questions, shoot out. I'm happy to answer them.
What I'm interested in is Hodl Hodl completely open source.
Not yet. We're in the process. It's taking a bit more time. We've open sourced the part of Hodl Hodl. Hopefully, we will be able to finish this process like in upcoming year or so. Why would it postpone that? Because, well, first of all, we put a lot of effort and work this year in order to completely redesign Hodl Hodl in terms of UI UX. It's actually like I think it's like 10 times easier now to use Hodl Hodl comparing to last year. We have a lot of newbies onboarding, and we actually received a pretty positive feedback. The process is not completed yet. We still need like 30% of platforms still need to be redesigned, become way more simpler. That's the first part why we postponed the open source stuff. And the second part actually is that in October, so basically in a few weeks, hopefully from now, we are about to launch, as we believe, like the closest that you can get to DeFi project on top of Bitcoin. Like we're sticking with Bitcoin, taking the decentralization principles, and we've been researching the DeFi space for, I think, last 6-7 months. I know that it's a bit controversial and many hardcore Bitcoiners don't like DeFi, but it's actually pretty interesting to watch it and pretty interesting to take some of the positive things that are actually happening there. So we decided we should build a DeFi project on top of Bitcoin. Hopefully, we will be able to help a lot of people in the world with their needs. I'm not going to disclose what in particular it would be, but definitely it will be on top of Bitcoin. It will be no KYC. It will be non-custodial, of course. And we actually managed to remove some other pain points that are there in the current system. So hopefully, check us out, follow the news. In a few weeks from now, obviously, we are going to announce it.
All right. Maybe you can also touch on who Hodl Hodl is made for. So, for example, if I have a friend that is curious about Bitcoin, why should they go to Hodl Hodl instead of one of the large exchanges like Coinbase and so on and so forth?
Well, I think the first thing is if we take geographical allocation, then Hodl Hodl is mostly made for emerging markets. Markets where there's no such big developments, like, for example, Coinbase, Kraken, Bitstamp, that they don't serve particular markets. For example, like Russia, they don't serve Russia. Many of these companies, they just block Russian. And if you check it out, local Bitcoin statistics, Russia is in top 3 peer-to-peer markets in the world. We're still not compared in terms of volume with local Bitcoins, but we're actually growing pretty fast this year, especially. Like it's 1,000% year-to-year growth on a yearly basis. So first of all, the regional wise, it's emerging markets, and we've been focusing on emerging markets, honestly. Although we have a lot of people also trading from developed countries where they have approach to different types of centralized exchange. Now, second thing is, well, if it's a new guy, your friend, you need to educate him in terms of privacy, as we discussed, like that passing your data to some kind of third party is actually bad, because we've seen recently that many like bad actors, like hackers, they're now trying to change their strategy in order not to get coins from exchange. Like, okay, KuCoin is probably not the best example from the latest hacks, but they're trying to get your data, because if your data is there, they can expose, they can bribe, they can resell this data. So data is pretty important. So definitely it's also made for people who are not willing to share like their, I don't know, IDs and all that stuff. And the third thing, well, actually, in terms of like knowledge base, HODL has been actually used both by pretty sophisticated traders and traders that exist there for a long time of like for 3, 4, 5, 6 years. And it's actually been used also by newbies who are just willing to buy their first Bitcoin. We've seen a lot of requests. Some of new people, they're actually just go through our video guides that we have, plenty of them on YouTube. Like they read different types of guides and articles that we've made or other people made, and they're good to go with themselves. We also have actual testnet, so you can get testnet Bitcoins and go play with testnet Bitcoins. Learn how to work with the environment. And then there's also people who are familiar with peer-to-peer trading or trading in general, and it's easier for them, but yet so it's basically, I wouldn't say it's differs knowledge. Of course, most of our customers are pretty sophisticated, and they know how to at least how to install the Bitcoin wallet and how to make a transaction and what is multisig. But we are actually moving in a direction that we want to create a non-custodial platform for, let's say, dummies, because like our goal is actually made a non-custodial multi-signature solutions simple as it is, and maybe at some point even replace the centralized custodial stuff. Like our DeFi project that we're actually launching, we really hope that we will be able to replace the centralized players in that space, because we see the pain points that they have, and non-custodial tech in that case will be able to improve actual user experience. So we really hope that we will be able to promote non-custodial. And actually, like I say always constantly on every presentation that I have there, that multisig is so undervalued solution of Bitcoin. You can build a lot of different stuff, a lot of different products with that. Like we have trading, we have prediction markets as well. And now we will have also another thing built on top of that. So basically our idea is just to promote non-custodial stuff. The more non-custodial solutions there will be out there, the less KYC requirements will be.
Yeah, I think it's really important to simplify the use of cryptocurrencies. And for me, this has been an interesting experience because I was a noob, I don't know, at the end of 2016 when I first got into Bitcoin. And over the past years, I've gradually moved to learning how to code and actually using the terminal and using the shell, like the live stream before mentioned with the Raspberry Blitz. And so the barrier to entry for me is much lower now. But if I tell my mom, hey, install this or that, she doesn't even know how to print something out. So there's a disconnect there for people who are technically versed and from the everyday normal person that maybe can download apps on their phone, but has problems. Yeah,
like even comparing with 2016, now you have tons of educational material out there, and we saw like people are generally lazy. We understand that, but in order to promote people to learn something about Bitcoin or even trying to understand how Bitcoin works, you need to promote freedom from any source of like freedom of transferring your own funds to anyone you want, freedom, independency, privacy, all that stuff. We need to promote this stuff, and eventually from that point they will go to trying to learn more and educating themselves on Bitcoin. So like as soon as person understand these core values, you don't have to be a technical guy to understand like you're dependent on centralized authorities like central banks. You don't need to understand that they're just printing monies and there's no value behind your papers that you like getting in your wallet. So basically, we need to promote this kind of things, and when they will get that, they will eventually go to Bitcoin and will learn by themselves. So it's like that.
Very cool. So, I mean, thank you a lot for building a tool like this. I think this is what really fascinates me about the cypherpunk mentality and the phrase "cypherpunks write code." That with software, with this new form of speech, you can actually create tools that can really easily scale to a global scale, and provide a service to the entire human species. So I think this is really powerful stuff, and I feel like this is at the very frontier of the development right now.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, like you've been, when you said like you're completely right, I get to ask by different types of people and consultants and lawyers, how you like ensure that you don't do KYC and you don't get busted by the government? Well, we do that technically. We just put a lot of effort in code development, like, you know, and that's how we do that. They think that it's only legally possible to avoid some kind of traps. We say what with Bitcoin, you can actually, according to current all the regulation that there is, and all this IML procedures, with Bitcoin, you can actually code stuff, and that way you will be free from an exemption from all the regulation that is out there. Not all, but most of them. So like, just learn about it, you know, put some effort in that, and well, eventually you might win, you know.
Yeah, it's really interesting how the regulation actually gives incentive to developers to develop more securely. Because, for example, for us with TIP-XMR, it was the same issue. You know, if we are custodial, well, we might be liable to regulations in Germany. You know, we have to have a bank license, and that is not cheap to come by. So how can we solve that? Well, we just are not a custodian. So let the user hold their own keys. And that's the same thing with the multisig. You know, you're not really the custodian who can move the funds from A to B.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Completely correct.
All right. So thank you very much. People check out HODL to acquire Bitcoin. I think it looks really nice, very nice interface. And I think the issue we also touched on is how to make it easy for people to actually be private, to use technology, to be safe. And coming back to Monero, I think this is something I really like about the project, because when I shill Bitcoin to my friends, there is something missing there. I'm omitting the fact that, hey, you actually really have to know what you're doing to manage your outputs correctly, so that you don't accidentally reveal some part of your identity that you didn't really mean to. And with Monero, it's very easy. You know, you can use the mobile wallet, for example, Cake Wallet, and the output management doesn't really matter there, because, well, the data is already automatically encrypted on the blockchain, so you cannot really trace it as easily as you can trace a transparent blockchain like the Bitcoin or Dash or Ethereum or what have you. Rera, are you back?
Yeah. Sorry, I looked at the YouTube stream and I was kind of frozen, so in a funny position there. So I just thought I'd reload real fast. But yeah, and it's really interesting to me to hear about all this KYC concerns, because as you were kind of touching on, it's not as big of a concern for Monero. So all cards on the table to everybody watching, I don't own very much Bitcoin, and I actually don't own very much cryptocurrency, period, but because it keeps me honest. But that's aside, I basically just work with Monero because I don't like the thought of people tracing all my transactions everywhere, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, why do I say that? Because I work primarily with Monero, when I come across this KYC conversation, it just doesn't have the same weight that it does to people that deal with transparency coins like Bitcoin. Because, you know, like I think about when I go into a bank, right? I go into a bank and I take out $50 from my account at the bank. The bank knows me, and the bank knows that I now have $50 cash. But after I leave that bank, they have no idea what I do with that cash, right? I could do whatever I want with it, and they have no idea what I do with it. All they know is that I came in and I got $50 cash. This isn't the case with Bitcoin. With KYC AML, right? They know who you are when you undergo those procedures, and they see how much you take, okay? But they also can see the hops afterwards. They also see the things that you do after. So it's like the bank following you around and seeing what you do. I see how this is a big concern for Bitcoin people. That's really creepy. But Monero doesn't work like that, right? Monero is all about, okay, if I do go through a KYC AML kind of exchange and I take Monero out, they now know who I am and how much Monero I got. But as soon as I get it off the exchange, they don't know what I do with that Monero because it's private by default and mandatory. So it works very similarly to the banks where I pull out the cash and I leave and they don't know what I do with it. So all they know is Diego Salazar exists. He got this much Monero. We don't know anything else after that. And you know, the funny thing is, like, this is compliant by our current financial regulation standards because the government doesn't expect the bank to follow your cash everywhere that you go out with it, right? So Monero actually works pretty much very similarly to the way that things currently work. Bitcoin, by its extreme openness and transparentness, has opened up a lot of problems that never existed before. And for this reason, like, I mean, I'm not going to go too far back on the ranty side, right? But for this reason, this is definitely something that really needs to be looked at. And it's not, I'm going to say this, and it's going to be a bold statement. It's not a problem of the KYC AML. It's not a problem of KYC AML, okay? It's a problem of the lack of privacy in Bitcoin. I don't know what happened. Cypherpunks think they're all big and badass and stuff like that. This generation of cypherpunks has become really weak and whiny because they look at something like CipherTrace and they're like, no, they're destroying Bitcoin. No, don't. Like, they're really bad. These are the worst. Avoid this, the blockchain tracer people. You know, cypherpunks are people that when we see human corruption, we make something so that way it's impossible for humans to put their little claws into there and corrupt it. We make technology so that's not even an option. So if this privacy is a big issue with Bitcoin, why are we whining at the people who are taking advantage of data that is open and on the chain for anyone to look at instead of building something that will solve the problem like cypherpunks do? That something for me is Monero. That's why I work on Monero. I know there's other stuff, Samurai, Wasabi, and all that kind of stuff. And I know some of these people are either around the conference or maybe even on this call or who knows, right? But yeah, it's it's not something to cry about on Twitter. Like, no, don't use these. These guys are destroying Bitcoin. The information's there. What do you expect them to do? Not look at it? It's ludicrous. It's absurd. Build something. Build something.
Now I have to play devil's advocate though, Vera, because you mentioned CipherTrace, and CipherTrace, they had an announcement recently that they are now able to trace Monero. And I listened to the interview with Sarang and I think Dave, his name is, the CEO from CipherTrace. And what really scared me on this call was actually the way he talked about transparent cryptocurrencies and how they are able to, in real time, with APIs, determine the risk level, whatever that means, for given outputs. And so while it is scary to think about Monero actually being traceable, the way that other coins are currently traceable, that is really, really scary to me. So maybe let me pose you this questions. What is the current state of the CipherTrace announcement? Have they actually proven anything? Is there new information that come to light? I've seen a lot of memes with breaking Monero, but what's the state there?
Yeah, so the honest answer is we don't really know. So it's very possible. Well, I wouldn't say very possible. It is possible that CipherTrace has done some incredible stuff that has just completely blown the Monero blockchain wide open. I don't think that's the case. Why? Well, the answer is a little bit technical, but to put it simply, Monero has a three-prong approach to privacy. One portion of the technology hides the sender, one portion of the technology hides the amount, and one portion of the technology hides the receiver. So each of these are covered by different technologies. We definitely have a weak portion of that privacy triad. The ring signatures that cover the outputs, the senders, is the weakest portion, and it's the one that's the most susceptible to heuristics. It's the one that's most susceptible to kind of poking around and reducing the anonymity set. The other two are, okay, so backing up just a step, if you break one of these things, it does not break the others, right? So if you do manage to break one, it doesn't break the others. So keeping that in mind, with ring signatures being the weakest, it is possible to apply heuristics to reduce the effective anonymity set that you are mixing with. This has been known to the Monero community for quite a long time. We have an entire YouTube series and several articles written about these things that even outline how to do some of these attacks, right? Because nothing is bulletproof, and Monero would rather know what these issues are and work to fix them rather than put our head in the sand and forget and pretend that they don't exist. Right? So Monero has been on top of this, like the ring signatures, heuristics, and stuff for quite some time. We suspect that what CipherTrace says when they say we can trace Monero, we can really, what they're saying is we can apply heuristics to have a certain percentage of certainty on output movement. Okay. Now, outputs do not equal people. Anyone who's in the Bitcoin community kind of knows that, right? Outputs do not necessarily equal identity, but it is still bad. Metadata leaking is not something that we want to happen. We want zero metadata leakage. That's why we do have a lot of research going on for things like Bulletproofs Plus, or for things like Triptych or Arcturus, next level privacy generation protocols that will allow us to increase our effective anonymity set while staying relatively compact in terms of transaction sizes. So we are still working on those kinds of things, but personally, I wouldn't expect that if CipherTrace did come up with something that was able to bust everything wide open, they wouldn't reveal it. So I can't 100% definitively say that it didn't happen, but I do know that the other things that are not ring signatures, such as stealth addresses and ring CT, use really hard math that if you can bust those things open, you can probably bust open the entire internet. So at that point, Monero being broken kind of falls to the bottom of the list because our entire internet is completely destroyed. So I'm not too worried. That's why all the memes come out there, because if you watch that interview with the CEO, or if you start digging into these claims about how hard it is or how easy it is or what have you to kind of break the privacy of Monero, you really realize how robust of a protocol it is on an everyday basis, right? And it's made even more powerful by the fact that everybody uses it every time they send a transaction. So you know what? Even if they were able to bust my ring signature and find this output, as soon as it moves to the next wallet, they would have to do it again. Which is, I mean, doing it once requires metadata, requires time, requires resources that you may or may not have. And then if each hop it goes through, you have to spend this time, this resources, and maybe you don't collect the metadata for that one particular one. You've lost the trail, right? The goal is we are stronger in privacy together, rather than if only 1 or 2% of people use the privacy options of Bitcoin or Wasabi or whatever, right? Then if your privacy can be broken, it's that much easier to follow the hops along because there's so few people using it. But if for any reason somebody is able to break a Monero ring signature, that's for that one transaction, right? And in a sea of every person using Monero having privacy, it just really reduces the vision that you get from busting any one transaction open like that.
Yeah, really interesting. And for me, when I watched that interview, I had kind of a click moment where Eureka, I understood something, that actually a strong part of the privacy in Monero is the plausible deniability, because the privacy is non-interactive. You know, if I send a Monero transaction, I just automatically pull other outputs as decoys into my own ring signatures. And those other outputs, they didn't consent to this. It's just done automatically. So whenever you are able to identify something in an output in a ring signature, you can still say, well, that's the protocol. You know, I didn't do anything. And you don't have definitive proof that I did anything. So I thought that was really interesting, because it's also something that makes Monero unique. You know, we have Zcash and Dash that have some kind of privacy option, but it's always opt-in. So you have that interactivity. You participate actively at a private send or for a shielded transaction. And with Monero, just when you use the protocol, you don't have that interactivity, and it's a very fundamental difference between the protocols, in my opinion.
Right. And I am a UI UX designer by trade. That's what I do. I make designs and stuff and try to make them as simple for users as possible. And I apply my expertise in cryptocurrency. But one thing that all good UI UX designers know is that the more steps that you make a person take, the less likely it is that they are going to take them. The more steps you make a person take to do something, to accomplish a goal, the more people are just going to give up. So you have to make it as seamless as possible. So the best way I've heard it explained when we're talking about Monero is with Monero, or no, let's start with Bitcoin and with transparency coins, you have to do something to get privacy. Whereas with Monero, you have to do something to reveal yourself. With Monero, it's automatic, it's mandatory, it's the default. You don't have to do anything. Because of that, just from a UI UX perspective, people are going to be using the privacy because they have to do something to turn it off. With all these other coins that are either opt-in, or you have to use a certain wallet, or you have to use a certain protocol that's not attached to the coin, that's more software that you have to download, more things you have to learn. I guarantee you, this is true across all UI UX, and you can fight this with your face red and screaming in rage. Users will not use it. They will not use it because you force them to go through several more steps than just sending this, and the people will take the lazy way out every time. So it's so important. It's so important to get this so that way it's automatic. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to think about which pool that you use or which coin join technique or which wallet that you use or what the infighting going on between Wasabi and Samurai and the powers that be on Bitcoin Twitter or something. Nobody wants to deal with any of that. They just want to send their money and not be spied on. That's the goal. That's the goal. And if we lose sight of that goal in exchange for, oh, Samurai is bad, or Wasabi was broken, or, this guy doesn't like these people, then, what are we doing here, guys? Are we changing the world? Are we just making a little bitchy culture club? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm here because I'm trying to make a difference, right? Because I want to be free and I want others to be free. So, like, can we stop with the nonsense? Anyway, I'm done with that topic.
Yeah, I think that another great reason for Monero is just the cost of what you actually give and what you get and what you pay for it. Right now, a Monero transaction, I think, is around $1 really negligible fee, which is great for us at TipXMR because we, even small donations are possible. If you just want to tip 50 cents, it's not oh my God, I have to pay $3 in fee. No, it's a small fee. And you get this awesome privacy baked into every transaction where if you opt in, you have to make extra transactions, pay fee for those transactions and so on and so forth. So I think the economic incentive is actually really strong for the Monero side, that you get really good privacy for a really cheap price.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think Monero stands head and shoulders above all the other non-Bitcoin coins for a lot of reasons. The dynamic block size, the small fees, like you said, the privacy. I find it fascinating that 60-70% of the maximalists that are Bitcoin that I come across, they're like, yeah, this is basically only Bitcoin, but Monero's okay. Monero's pretty cool. It's all right, I guess. If you need privacy, you could use Monero. You still have that other 40% like, no, Monero's a total shitcoin. And I feel sad for these people having the IQ of a squirrel, but I can understand their position because critical thinkers are non-critical thinkers are everywhere. But I do find it crazy that within the space, even with a lot of Bitcoin maximalists, they look at Monero as doing something unique. We're doing it honestly. We're doing it well. We're doing it in a way that improves the space and many times actually improves Bitcoin as well. Because, as much as Monero people don't like to admit because they want to think that we're going to be, big and replace whatever, washing Bitcoins with Monero is a valid use case for Monero. And washing Bitcoins isn't even a bad thing to do. Like if I was using Bitcoin, I don't want people to know where it's been. The Bitcoin may have had a dark past that I had nothing to do with that is now going to stain my reputation because of no fault of my own. I would want to clean the Bitcoins, right? This is usually why I try to avoid using Bitcoin. So like I don't know. Monero increases Bitcoin until Bitcoin has a good privacy solution, which they don't. Sorry, people. Then Monero has a use here. Monero does have a use here. Wherever Monero falls in the future in relationship to Bitcoin or the cryptocurrency scene at large or the world stage at large, it currently has a use. And it's one that's powerful and one that is needed and one that helps marginalize people and people that want to be free and the resistance against the powers that be that would try to keep us down.
Yeah, and I think that's where XMRTO also comes into, because it's such a convenient tool. If you like to use Monero and you want to buy something that is only available in Bitcoin, or you want to support somebody that only accepts Bitcoin donations, well, you can still use Monero and they can still get Bitcoin, and you don't have the hassle of going through an exchange, converting, then using a Bitcoin wallet to send it, and so on and so forth. So I really like XMRTO. It's a great service. It has a really nice, clean web interface, very simple to understand, very easy to do transactions. And I think they, up to a certain amount, which is not trivially small, they actually do them instant, like on a zero conf basis, right?
Yes. And I am so sorry. I have been remiss in giving time to the sponsor that not only helped HCPP, but got me on this little ditty. But yeah, XMR.2, please do check it out. It's super nifty. Like Alex was saying, if you want to pay a Bitcoin address, you send them Monero, so you get all the privacy guarantees of Monero, and they send Bitcoins pretty much straight from an exchange, but they get the Bitcoins from an exchange so they know that they're clean. That's the idea, right? Because otherwise the exchange is going to oh no, you can't send these Bitcoins, we can't take them out. So you're getting reasonably clean Bitcoin for Monero with the privacy guarantees of Monero. No, it does not work in reverse, because otherwise people would send them dirty Bitcoins that they can't get rid of, and they would send out clean fungible XMR, because all XMR is clean and fungible, and they'd be stuck with Bitcoins. So yeah, check out XMR.2. Check out Monero if you haven't. Check out the xmrtip.live. That's super neat, dude. Make it happen. I'll see if we can poke at people to get your proposal merged so you guys can get some money and make that thing happen. It's super cool. I don't know, is there anybody else that's talking, or do we still have another 10 minutes?
We have another 10 minutes, yes, but Alex is also on the call. Alex, can you hear us? Okay. I'm not sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
Which Alex? This Alex?
Yes, you.
Yes, you. How you doing, guys?
How are you?
Good. Just I was listening into the conversation and learning. It's always,
what are your thoughts
on viewpoints?
What are your thoughts on what we've been discussing so far?
Look, I've always been, whenever this discussion about Monero and Bitcoin comes up, I always think of the old memes. So I kind of, like you, Max, I was sort of a real major noob in 2016 and even 2017. And, for a while there, I kind of went down the Ethereum rabbit hole and, I sort of went into that shit. And then, by the time I got to the bottom of that, which was relatively quickly, I realized it was just fucking insanity, like a bunch of morons running around, basically lying to each other. It just reminded me of, classic, social justice warriors that have, with a mix of Silicon Valley morons that thought they came up with something but didn't. So that kind of made me sick. And I always remember the meme that I'm referring to is the one where you sort of you start with Bitcoin. It's that that head that it's like this digital head where you start with Bitcoin, then you go to all the shit coins, and then you sort of awakening, you come back to Bitcoin and Monero, and then enlightenment, is like only Bitcoin. So I kind of went through that journey, and there was a period where literally the only two things I held as I was going through my journey in 2017 was Bitcoin and Monero. Now, I'm both a a freedom and a sound money, call it maximalist, and I'm a strong believer of having the ability to build a society whereby the money cannot be fucked with, and I see Bitcoin as our best chance of doing that. But I also recognize a lot of the privacy, I guess, issues, and like we just heard earlier, the whole samurai and fucking wasabi fighting and all that sort of shit kind of goes a little bit over my head because it's it's above my technical pay grade. But I mean, in all sorts of chaos like that, it does present opportunities for other people to potentially deliver solutions. Now, I personally still hold maybe a little bit of Monero, but that's only because I bought it ages ago and it's sitting on some fucking key somewhere that I need to activate, or so not activate but actually access. So it's not on hand. But other than that, I mean, yeah, I lean towards believing that at some point the layers that we build on Bitcoin are going to be where the privacy resides, and the foundational incorruptible and auditable supplies is the piece that shouldn't change. So and privacy will become a feature that we build via tools on a network that doesn't ask permission for people to build on it. So it fundamentally comes with an opportunity for, like what was said earlier, is for the cypherpunks to actually build shit without having to ask permission, because that's the basis of of Bitcoin as an open source money and as a open digital central bank, effectively. So I don't know. I'm happy that people in Monero are doing stuff. I'm also a privacy maximalist. Max, me, like I have major issues with how Australia is running things. It's why I left the country. I'm not very good at privacy myself because I'm obviously I don't use a NIM online, so people know that it's me, but that's sort of a function of the fact that I do run a startup that is venture backed, so it's a little bit hard for me to stay anonymous. But yeah, I don't want to shit on what the Monero guys are doing. I hope that we can have, like, I do believe there is a market for truly black, dark private money. I guess I think the biggest challenge to overcome there is the critical economic mass that's required for it to be for it to be stable enough to be used as a some form of medium of exchange, and I don't know what that looks like. I really don't. And anyway, I think there's a lot of it's a lot more complex than just privacy or just auditable supply, or just economic mass, or just KYC, or just like it's a mishmash of everything, and I don't have a silver bullet answer. I think any answers we find are all going to be lead bullets, and as is the case in the real world, there's no absolutes. It's all sort of answers that come with relative trade-offs, and the question is going to be what we pick for what. So yeah, that's my 2 cents there.
Sure, and if I could jump in here, and I apologize for being very, very blunt. When I think about this meme that you talked about, where you start with Bitcoin, you go down to the shit coins, and you get Bitcoin Monero, and then you go down to Bitcoin. I encountered this. I was at HCPP last year as well, and I encountered this a lot when I went there, just talking with the maximalists and stuff. All of them inevitably come to admit something that you say, like, what, all of this stuff is above my pay grade, when you start talking about the privacy and stuff like that. And this is the thing that really worries me in regards to Bitcoin people, because you have all of these super diehard, like, Bitcoin will save us. Like you said, it's the best chance that we have, right? I know that there's a big problem, you say, with the privacy. I know that there's a big problem, but it's the best chance that we have. And it seems so ludicrous, because
but it's not a problem, because here's the thing. Like, if I had to choose between the two, I would hands down choose auditable supply over privacy, because that's the important thing. So it's not that it's a big problem. It's a what's the more important thing to choose between. And if we just create a private money without an auditable supply, we don't have sound money. Like the whole the the most important element of Bitcoin is the fact that you've got this fixed supply asset, and the idea of a fixed supply, measurable, auditable unit being able to map back to people's ability to perform work, which is a function of their time and their labor being energy, which are fixed constants in the universe. That right there is that's the link between this digital, netherworld to the physical world, is that ability to link a unit of account, a form of money, to energy and time. That link there is by far the most important piece. And we could, in a world that, like Bitcoin's fundamental permissionlessness will, over time, overturn the ability for any of these centralized institutions to throw people in jail or to do anything, because fundamentally Bitcoin starves these institutions, the powers that be, the state, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It starves them of the ability to continually feed off the constituents which they quote unquote oppress. So yes, in the short term, some fuckers are going to go to jail, some of us are going to get caught up and all that sort of stuff, but over time, as more economic mass comes into Bitcoin and as more people build shit on a permissionless network that has major economic mass, these fucking morons who we are trying to be private from lose their grip on power. And that's more important than taking the approach of just building a black underground dark money. And hence why I don't see it as the biggest problem. It is by far not the biggest problem. It is a problem that I think will be solved, not at the protocol level. So it's not, I don't say it out of ignorance, and I don't think Bitcoiners say it out of ignorance. I think it's a case of prioritization. And when you make a stand on what the priority is, then I completely concur with the so-called maximalist position. If that adds some color to it.
Sure. No. Yeah. Thanks for explaining.
May I interject here? So you mentioned that Monero doesn't have an auditable supply, which is not quite accurate. You can, because the Coinbase transactions are transparent with their amount, you can actually just sum up all the Coinbase transactions and get the supply. Of course, and I think this is where most Bitcoin maximalists have their problem with, you have this kind of trust in the mathematics of the confidential transactions and also in the implementation of confidential transactions, that with every Monero transactions, it is impossible to create new Monero, because if you can create new Monero with every transactions, by example, for example, by sending a negative amount, then of course the money supply could be infinite and we wouldn't even know it, if you have this assumption that the mathematics and the implementations is correct, then the supply of Monero is just as audible as that of Bitcoin. And the other thing is, with the tail emission, you technically have a potentially infinite money supply, but on the other hand, the inflation rate is trending towards zero. So while there's still new Monero coming into the system, the rate of inflation is going down because it's only 0.6 XMR per block when the tail emission kicks in. And of course, if you have more and more Monero, these 0.6 XMR per block will become negligible in the future. So, yeah.
Yeah, the stock to flow increases and stuff. Yeah, I get that. Sorry, you go, man. Yep.
Yeah, sorry. So my last comment, because I know we're running out of time. I definitely see your philosophical viewpoint here in terms of what you choose and what you prioritize. I will say that I would choose the opposite. You said, like, when choosing between auditable supply and privacy, I would make the opposite choice, and I would do so every time. So I disagree with you. I definitely see from the worldview that you come from that your thing makes sense, and I can see the pathway to get to that decision. I don't always know that people see the pathway that I get to see my decision, but I know that it is a different way. I wouldn't say it's a worse way. I wouldn't say it's a better way. Well, because I'm biased, I would say it's a better way. But I coming from the same walk and path that you would, I would make the opposite decision, and I think there are people out there like that as well.
Yeah, look, and there is. I just think that game theoretically and adversarially, for a money or for because again, I believe money is the basis for society. You cannot have society without money, and for a money to overturn the current corrupt fiat status quo, adversarially and game theoretically speaking, Bitcoin's path is stronger because it actually takes the adversaries and it through the inherent biological and evolutionary emotion that has emerged in humans, which is part of our survival mechanism, i.e. greed. It takes that and it takes our adversaries and our enemies and it strengthens itself, and that is extraordinarily powerful. So it actually uses the clowns that it opposes as accelerants for its own growth, and therein I think lies the tactical or the strategic advantage behind taking a path that Bitcoin has taken versus I think the game theoretically weaker path to overturning the system is the privacy first approach. But again, it's that's what I think, and time will tell. If I'm completely wrong, at least I have some Monero somewhere on a wallet that maybe I won't be completely broke in 20-30 years. But I do think that yeah, look, I actually just saved that XMR.2 site. I think that's fucking awesome. I think that's a great little tool. And I mean, again, I don't want to sound like I'm anti-privacy or anti-Monero or anti-experimentation. I support all of that. I think it's great. I just trying to be as pragmatic as possible in the approach. I just do strongly believe that that's the path to win, basically.
Sure.
And it ain't going to be pretty either way.
Sure. Yep, I agree with you on that. Cool deal, man.
Cool.
All right. Thank you very much to Alex, to Diego, and to Max from Hodl Hodl, who was here earlier, for these inputs. I think there's a lot of discussion to be had, and unfortunately, we don't have the time to go into all the details right now. But thank you for your time. Thank you for dropping in and speaking your mind. Yeah, I think if you have don't have anything else, we'll move on to the next segment.
For sure. Thanks, Max. Thanks for having us on, dude. Really appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks to everyone as well. Really appreciated the chats. I learned a lot just by listening in.
Sure. Thanks, Alex. Bye, guys.
Thank you. See ya.
Awesome. So let me introduce the next participants in the live stream. I have Harry here already. Harry, can you hear me? I think your mic is still muted.
How about now?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Cool.
Awesome.
I just got to the Hackers Conference in person. Everyone, all of the people who are normally manning the live stream are, wow, this light's a bit much. They're all passed out on the couch. There's all sorts of bad behavior going on, but it's cool. I'm enjoying it.
How's the atmosphere?
It's been fun. I mean, so I think there's maybe a little bit. It's smaller than last year. Obviously, the travel restrictions fucked a lot of speakers, but there's still a lot of people here. Like, I would say the talks are basically packed. Like, I went to the Lightning privacy talk yesterday. There's people on the floor. There's not enough desk. People really into the make your own hardware wallet workshop. There's a number of good talks. I would say most talks, in the morning, everyone's kind of hungover, so there's not as many people around. But towards the evening, it felt a lot like last year. And the organizers, particularly Florencia, have been really amazing in making this work for people. I mean, Monday they're actually shutting down all events in Prague. So it's pretty amazing they pulled this off at the last possible minute.
Is it a response to the corona that they are shutting down, or why?
It's a response to the conference. No. It's actually a response to the conference. I think the town has been harassing the conference a little bit with what's called digital totality. Maybe I'm in someone's seat. I'm not really sure what's going on here. Do you want to come in here? I don't know. Anyways, I'm not sure what's going on. Everyone's waking up now, it appears. But it's like all the people on the couch are sobered up, so I'm not really sure what's going on. But regardless, yeah, I think the town forced them to take like the sign down and whatnot because they felt it was there was some argument with the city of Prague, and I think the response of Hackers Conference Parallel Polling was that the city could go fuck itself, and I think they wrote that on their door, kiss my ass, and then they did the conference anyways. And now I think technically because of Corona, everything is there's no events of more than 10 people are not allowed as of tomorrow. So really, they just got the events done, just in time.
Very nice. Okay, maybe for the people who don't know you, can you introduce yourself with a few sentences, who you are, what your background is, and what you do?
Yeah, so I'm Harry Halpin. I used to work for the World Wide Web Consortium on web standards, and I did my PhD in artificial intelligence. And what I noticed is that when you work in artificial intelligence, machine learning, statistics, big data, what became very clear was that the classical approach to protecting cryptographic protocols is not sufficient. Because even if you just know who is talking to whom, the metadata, so to speak, you can predict, as Sandy Pentland of MIT says, you can predict up to 80% of human behavior just by looking at the signals, even if you don't understand the content. So, and then as I saw the web become more and more corporate, they tried to make me, for example, work on DRM, so I quit my job at MIT. We decided that it was time to basically build a new kind of network which would actually defend even against nation-state level adversaries that are trying to essentially figure out who's talking to who, determine your metadata, and use that against you. And we knew how to do it sort of in, I guess, 2015, which is when we started working on it. It's a technique called mixnets. It's old stuff pioneered by David Chom and the original cypherpunk mixmasters remailer. And then what happened is we got everyone together, all the researchers. We did a few years of work. We have a new design. And then we decided to attempt to basically do a startup to really bring it to use in the cryptocurrency space. Because when we started doing this work, the cryptocurrency space was very young. And I don't think network level privacy and surveillance were really on people's minds with Bitcoin. With Bitcoin, the point was auditability, transparency, and then there's Ethereum with smart contracts. But privacy, only, Monero and a few other folks are working on it. But it wasn't like, I think, a main focus for the community. And now we feel like the technology is mature enough, including Bitcoin, that network level privacy at the level of the data itself is really important. So we did the startup, and so far it's been great. We have the world's first working modern mixnet. It's got 350 nodes. It's just a test net, but can handle the entire world's cryptocurrency traffic, because there's not so much cryptocurrency traffic out there actually. And yeah, it's been running wonderfully, and we hope to get it more integrated and launched in several different products. Hopefully status, definitely Bitcoin. We already got Electrum working, and we're looking at Monero right now. So.
Oh, can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. Then we also have Johnny on the call. Johnny, maybe can you introduce yourself as well?
Hi, yeah. So my name is Johnny. I work with the status team. Wait, can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so I've been with Status for about 3 years. I met Carl and Jared, the co-founders, around 2017, and kind of fell in love with the project and the mission of what they're trying to do. Andrea Piana, one of our tech leads, he presented, Status and the peer-to-peer protocol Waku on Friday, and it's kind of like that vision of connecting communication, all forms of communication, right? So that means transactions, financial transactions, messaging, instant messaging, and then also this, interacting with smart contracts, so dApps and browsing internet. So kind of connecting all forms of communication into one, privacy preserving, freedom enabling application, it really kind of drew me into the space. I don't have a typical background like a lot of the people on the status team or even in the industry for that matter, which is very technical, but it was really, hearing Jared and Carl speak about the product and the vision for what we're doing that kind of drew me in. And that's why, I'm super happy to be here.
Yeah, I just would like to mention, Jared is very important to NIM. So when we were just starting out, I think we had the concept in 2017. I approached my old friend Moxie, who many people know from Signal, and I said, look, we should do this. We should throw down. But, Moxie, he is a great guy. Signal's a great product. I use it every day. But he does really distrust decentralization. So his thesis was that, if a bunch of random people are running the nodes and the nodes fail, then people will blame him as Moxie. So he basically, even though he did give us a lot of good feedback on both the anonymous credential part of the paper and the mixed network, and he's still into running mixed nets. He does not ultimately trust decentralization, and so he kind of moved more into the secure enclave direction for the future of Signal. And we were really happy when we met Jared because we were really, I would say, despairing of finding a team that really understood decentralization and the importance of decentralization to messaging. Jared really got it. He'd already raised money. He's really kind of had a good vision. The product was working. A lot has proved since. And so he was actually one of our earliest supporters at NIM. And I don't know if you know, but we have stayed in touch with the status team. We built a SOC 5 proxy. That's not exactly what you guys need to integrate, but we do hope to provide integration with status as soon as possible, hopefully in the next few months. So we're quite keen on that. And I've been staying in touch. We did a bunch of phone calls with Dean and Oscar, I think other folks working on the WACU protocol. And it's a very nice, much more efficient than Whisper privacy preserving protocol. And I think NIM and it can work together. And the way it works together is that before you do your peer-to-peer broadcast using how we work with Bitcoin is that you basically send your transaction through NIM, a little bit like a VPN or Tor, and then it broadcasts out to the Bitcoin network. And we think we can do the same thing with WACU-based protocols. We haven't got that working though yet, just to be clear.
Yeah, you mentioned that. It's super exciting. Once again, I can't speak to the details of what Oscar and Dean are up to. They'd probably kill me if they'd kill me if I attempted. Yeah, but it's pretty exciting. I know, like with status specifically, as the client got further along, we realized just the underlying protocols weren't sufficient. So it's kind of like a backtrack in a way. We were working with Whisper for a while. It just wasn't scaling the way we needed because there are quite, aggressive and, lofty goals for the project. So that's when, Oscar and Dean took a step back and said, hey, let's look at this underlying protocol and build something that's A, more privacy preserving and B, more scalable for our network. So yeah, I don't want to speak for them, but it's exciting to see the progress they've made. I think WACU V2 is coming out fairly soon. So yeah, it'll be awesome to see that collaboration with NIM.
Mobile is legitimately a really difficult platform. So I think a lot of people, at NIM, we've done everything in Rust and we have a WASM support. The hilarious thing with the status NIM collaboration is that you guys are programming in a sort of, I think, WASM-based language also called NIM, but spelled differently, NYM. We're NYM and your language is NIM. So like people are like, yo, I'm programming NIM and NIM, and it's really quite confusing actually sometimes when you're on the phone. But nonetheless, we do hope to see that kind of work push out. And I think the visions are very aligned because there's this fundamental problem today where if you just want to use a messenger, your choices are poor. You have Briar, which has some nice Bluetooth features. For example, it's sort of like a working, what's that thing called? Fire chat over there supposed to use in Hong Kong, where you can and it works fine on Bluetooth, but it drains the battery down really quickly. So a lot of people don't understand the battery constraints of mobile, and the power constraints are very tight. If you have an app that's running in the background, doing all this peer-to-peer stuff, you're like running some sort of full node effectively on your phone, you will kill your battery life in 2 or 3 hours, basically making it unusable. So all these efficiency concerns, my understanding, weren't part of Whisper originally, and WACU addresses those. And then if you look at the other options, everyone's on Telegram, but Telegram secret chat is only peer one-to-one. And my old research group, Inter de Paris, we looked at Telegram. Actually, Inter de Paris broke Telegram's secret Mproto, their secret chat app, and pushing to shove, Telegram's not that bad, but it's mainly not that bad because Pavlov they're just not in a U.S. jurisdiction. And so up until like that sex stuff with their sketchy ICO, they seem pretty good and solid non-U.S. legal ground. But from like a technical perspective, even though Telegram is very user-friendly, that because Mproto is, I still think, probably broken. They use their own weird ciphers and stuff. But most people just use Telegram for group chat, and your security boils down to effectively TLS, which is not that great. TLS works on the network level just fine, but it's not like, it doesn't have a lot of the features that you expect in a modern messaging platform. For example, forward security, future security, just does all that on the network level, not on the actual chat level. And then Signal, which I do love, it does provide modern messaging, and this has kind of terrible group management user experience. Like it used to be due to errors in how they did the key management, and they basically, you did group in Signal, you did like a big shared secret, and then someone could like leave the group, they could take that shared secret and come back and you wouldn't know. That's really dangerous, obviously. And because they could do ratchets where like I have a message and I do a key derivation, and then that encrypts my other message, so that if you can't, like, even if you intercept the key, you can only you have like a window of where you can compromise the messages, but in the future you can't decrypt previous messages like you could with PGP if you stole someone's PGP key, and you can't decrypt future messages. But the problem again with Signal is that it's centralized. Moxie runs all the servers. Even Google engineers have called this the Moxie in the middle problem. And I have a lot of respect for Moxie. I think he's the most hardcore guy out there in terms of crypto security. I trust his code and Trevor's work immensely, but it is centralized. So there's been this huge gap in the market between messaging, where there's no working decentralized messaging app, which is crazy because it's one of the first things you need. Particularly, you need messaging connected to your wallet, because often you're sending people some sort of Bitcoin or whatever, and you need to be able to talk to them about this transaction. And instead, you're like flipping through different apps. It's a little bit insecure. Like you can basically like maybe I'm sharing my address in an insecure app, and I use secure app to, for example, send the transaction, but it doesn't really matter because I just leaked on my insecure chat app all the details of the addresses and the fact I'm sending this transaction. So there's all these usability issues that come from, and real security and privacy models that come from a multi-app world. So I really think integrating wallets and messaging is going to be the future. And I do feel like Status is one of the few people really working on that problem. I'm a little bit surprised Bitcoin wallets haven't really sorted that out. I don't know any Bitcoin wallets with a good chat. There was that BitMessage thing from Jonathan a while back that was cool, but I don't think it really took off. And the secure scuttlebutt people, they're sort of interesting, even though their protocol has possibly the dumbest name ever, and also was broken as recently, but I think it's fixed now. It wasn't super well designed. That being said, the secure scuttlebutt people, they don't have cryptocurrency integration, so I don't really feel there's any real reason for me to use that protocol right now, even though I think it's cool. It's a kind of cool community. So I think we just really, people need to double down and really get an integrated messenger wallet out with real privacy and security, because there's just literally nothing, at least that I know of, maybe people in the audience know of stuff that I don't know, out there now that works, that I can actually recommend someone install today. And NIM is just a small part. In YM, we just provide network level privacy, sort of like a super VPN or Tor. So we're just like a small part, but a crucial part of that vision, because if you build on top without having network level privacy, so let's say you do like some weird on-chain privacy stuff, or you're using good encryption, you're still leaking that metadata, and that ultimately is like building your encrypted castle on sand. You want to build it on solid foundations, and we do think the best foundations we have currently are mixed nets.
Let me ask you, I'm not entirely sure. How familiar are you with Matrix? Because you talked about the encryption messaging, and I mean, from my amateur information right now, Matrix is really interesting to most people, and there is groups that are encrypted. You can set up your own matrix server and connect with the protocol that way. So what is your take on that?
Yeah, so in terms of like alternative group messaging platforms, you have Matrix, you also have Wire. It's kind of interesting. And where you have what's called the message layer security working group standards coming out of the IETF. So these are kind of maybe, and a lot of protocols like Google, Cisco, etc., will probably eventually adopt what's called MLS. So if you look at that background, so the reason I give that little bit of intro is because I think, I mean, Matrix is cool at NIM. We tried to use it. We gave up after a while, mainly just because their clients are pretty terrible. And we're so busy that we don't, we would like to fix the clients, but we didn't have time. I think Matrix was using a variant of Signal that they had kind of homebrewed up a bit, which is a good, and the Matrix guy, people we know are all quite solid engineers, but Matrix is ultimately not a peer-to-peer platform in the way that when I say decentralized, I mean like a peer-to-peer platform. Matrix is a federated platform. So you run a Matrix server and your clients connect to that Matrix server, then those clients can connect. And it does use more encryption than say Discord. So on that level, it's good, even though maybe it has more usability issues. So I think Matrix could mature and eventually dominate, hopefully will dominate a sort of federated model, but you still don't have that like peer-to-peer model you have in your hand. And I do think, Matrix and Wire, I mean, probably not Signal because they don't really like the effort, but I think that the actual encryption on the message layer will be sorted out and eventually become standardized across clients, so that I'll be using Matrix, you could be using Status, and I mean, maybe someone else will be, God help you, using Google. You should be able to all chat together with the same level of encryption guarantees in the not so distant, like 5-year horizon future. That being said, again, the problem isn't, Matrix works on a federated level, but you still don't have that peer-to-peer messaging support, which we're still a little bit surprised no one's done. So by federated, like someone else runs a server or you run your own server, but it's not peer-to-peer in the kind of strict sense where I can directly point-to-point send you a message. I mean, truth be told, the NIM mix network is not purely peer-to-peer because that leads to attacks on the privacy set. So there are some other mixnet projects which are run by rather confused people who are trying to make a pure peer-to-peer mixnet. Those designs were all broken in like the 90s. So you can't just add like a little bit of cover traffic to normal peer-to-peer traffic and make it anonymous in any kind of strict sense. And the reason is in peer-to-peer traffic, there's a large number of attacks. I send you a packet. I can drop that packet. I could send it to my friends rather than pass it on. I could all sorts of malicious behavior. In the NIM project, at least on the anonymous level, we say, well, we're going to make sure that it's kind of like a VPN. Until you get to that peer-to-peer, we can anonymize you to such extent that it can't be connected back to the original source. But so we're trying to find a way where through our network, which is a layered network, so each packet has to go through exactly 3 peers before being launched, helps provide better privacy. But then once you're launched, you can go through how many other peers you want. You kind of change your security model. And I think attempting like you want a peer-to-peer messenger, but you also want privacy on top of your peer-to-peer messenger. So essentially, what the way to think about it is that you would use something like Status or a Bitcoin wallet that goes through 3 hops through the NIM mixnet and then does a broadcast. So it's still peer-to-peer, but it's got this kind of structure to it to make it more private. And so I don't think peer-to-peer and privacy are incompatible. I think it's quite tricky. And it will be done. It will take a while though.
I'm curious. So we've been taking questions in the Status public channel that we've set up for the event, Harry, and there's been some questions that come in for you.
Oh yeah. We should throw them up by me.
Sure.
How much time do we have? Just so I know quickly to answer.
There should be Alexander Bard coming in soon. And
oh yeah, he just showed up. Yeah. Okay. So we'll
maybe in like 5 minutes wrap up. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Let's do it real quick.
But well, kind of on what you're just talking about. So like, what's next for the NIM project in terms of
Yep, already everyone just showed up. So what for the NIM project, what's next is we're currently on testnet, and we're going to launch mainnet, I would assume sometime Q1 2021. And the main thing we're working on now is integrations. So we got Bitcoin working, we got confidential transactions working. We're probably going to be working on a Monero integration, maybe a status integration. So I think that we see a number of integrations, and then eventually you'll see mainnet. That's the next plan base. That's the plan for next year.
Cool. And then, okay, yes.
Like 5 more minutes. So. What? Sorry, that's not that.
So another question that's come in from one of the community members in the chat is, so what are the key features of NIM that protect metadata? And what are the current challenges you face, and what's being done to overcome these challenges?
Okay, yeah, that's a very broad question, but it's a good question. So what NIM does to protect metadata, and I'm giving a talk about this in the main conference, so people could always check that out, is that when packets come in, let's say you're using Tor, the packets come in, they go through 3 hops in what's called a Tor circuit, and they come out. But the packets still come in what's called a FIFO, first in, first out ordering. And so if I'm doing like statistical traffic correlation, I'm looking at the inputs and the outputs, I can correlate the volume and the timing of traffic. And that's the issue that Tor has. And we correct that by mixing the packets. So the packets at every hop have a random permutation. It's like the packets are cards, you're mixing them like a deck of cards. And that leads to effectively what's called a mixed network design. So while Tor is optimized for like bidirectional synchronous or web browsing, we're optimized like message-based traffic, like messengers, cryptocurrency apps. And that when you mix the traffic, and if you don't have enough traffic, you add fake traffic, these can withstand these sort of statistical correlation attacks that are done by adversaries like, for example, the global passive adversary that can watch the entire internet, which is like the NSA, or Chainalysis if you're doing Bitcoin. And that's how NIM protects metadata. Our biggest challenge is that historically in mixed networking technology, you assume that the nodes doing the mixed nodes are trusted. And as we know from Bitcoin, that's not true. The nodes in your system can be malicious. And so that we have a much more comprehensive threat model. And currently all of our work is using game theory, incentives, and learning essentially from the cryptocurrency community how to further decentralize the system and prevent adversarial behavior by the mixed network itself. So that's our main challenge, and we have a lot of new stuff coming out in the next few months on that. So just pay attention to the webpage and Telegram, and we have 5 or 6 new cool papers in the work dealing with everything from DDoS attacks to decentralizing the directory authority system.
Awesome. Tuning into your talk, I just out of curiosity, so where did the conversation with status and project end up?
Oh, I think you guys we have a SOX 5 proxy, and you guys need, I think, HTTPS Connect proxy. It's just 2 different kinds of proxies, and we're gonna build HTTPS one out. It'll just take us a bit. Okay, so I think our timing is perhaps up. If there's any more, is there any final question, or is from the community, or is that?
That was it from the channel.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks so much. I think the next speaker has just arrived. So I'm gonna mask up and roll out. And thanks a lot for your time. It was cool. We'll do we can do another one of these when the NIM status integration rolls out at some point. But now I think it's philosophy time. So,
Yes.
are you guys all set up and everything?
We are, yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, rock and roll.
This is exactly. So we're gonna get the microphone in here. It's gonna be streamed.
See, now you can see we're all here. Rock and roll.
This is the camera.
Yeah, very nice. Thank you, Harry and Johnny, for this information. Let me introduce the next speaker. It's Alexander Bard, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Right now. We had actually a little bit of complications getting the whole thing set up because I'm not in Prague. Hi. So yeah, I've been chatting on the side with Alexander, and yeah, maybe let's start off by introduction for the people who are not really familiar. First, can you hear me, Alexander?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly fine. It's just I'm improving the audio quality in just a tiny bit for us. But yes, Alex, I think you can continue with your incredible
Sure.
introduction of who you are.
Okay, I'm a philosopher specializing on the relationship between human beings and technology. And I've written 5 books over the last 20 years, and their predictions have turned out to be scarily correct. So I guess that's why I'm sort of getting popular these days. Otherwise, I'm a dirty old man who lives in Stockholm and Istanbul. So there you go.
Why Istanbul? Why do you like it?
Oh, I love Istanbul because it's just a big mess. I mean, if I live in North America, I'd probably live in Mexico City. I'd be totally fine with that huge mess thing. And it's like 5,000 years of culture anywhere you go. People have been killed, and earthquakes have happened, and it's just history everywhere. I like it. And it's a very tolerant city, like all sort of cosmopolitan environments like that. They're always tolerant.
Yeah. All right. Very nice. Actually, in preparation for this segment, I wanted to talk to you about the movie that's on Netflix right now called The Social Dilemma. Have you seen this movie, the documentary?
I have actually not seen it yet, but I get the story because people are talking a lot about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So just to summarize quickly, it's about basically what you are involved with as well, the dramatic shift in the behavior of human beings over the last, 20 years. I remember, I'm a millennial born in the 90s, and I remember growing up and watching TV was something special. And nowadays it seems that everybody has a screen somewhere on their person. And this is a really big impact on the human being, I would say.
Well,
because
the thing is that for us, deep history, and we go back 10,000 years to study civilization. I wrote a book called The Netocrats 20 years ago. It turned out to be prophetic. For example, chapter 6 in that book said that politics is going to go completely ironic because it's useless and meaningless. So it's very likely that the United States will elect a president soon as the reality TV start. That was 16 years before Donald Trump. It gets quite easy to predict these things when you know how humanity works and you know history properly. So we haven't even seen digital yet. That's why I'm interested in crypto and these things, because these are the technologies that really going to change society and humanity. But all we've seen so far have just been infantile, big, massive experiments using old paradigms to try to understand humans. So for me, Facebook and these companies were doomed to fail. I think Facebook will be totally relevant 10 years from now. I think that company is just beyond. Any company today is taking over woke culture to begin with is probably beyond, really beyond savior. You can't save it any longer. I think the current civil war at Spotify is really interesting. They dragged Joe Rogan through the door. He took the whore money, $100 million. And now let's see if either Joe Rogan or Spotify can survive or both die in the process. But I think that Danny Lake around Spotify had not predicted the sort of civil war he would have at the company. And whereas somebody like Brian Armstrong right now from Coinbase, he's clearly a tech guy of the future. One of the few guys in Silicon Valley, maybe one of the few besides Peter Thiel, who seems to get what's actually going on. So we haven't seen digital yet. Digital's not happened yet. And digital to me, it's like any big thing in history, it's just a pharmacon. It's just like atomic power. That could be nuclear probably will save the world eventually, and at the same time atomic bombs, which will probably destroy the world. So perfect pharmacon. The same thing with the internet. The internet only reflects how human beings actually operate, and that's what we're doing. Data anthropology, we're doing sociontology, we're doing deep studies on how the original human tribe actually operated. We're trying to map. We work with something called tribal mapping, and tribal mapping is see how you live with that because you're an individualist. It's kind of kills individualism because it actually creates a map for people on their own as individuals to create a place on the tribal map. What kind of personality are you? What kind of man or woman or androgynous person are you? What kind of map is that actually on? We're all here because we're evolutionary winners. That's a good start, right? but then the internet comes along, and I think the things people haven't thought about is actually the digital number one is that suddenly somebody gave 7 billion people each one a megaphone, and it's created complete chaos. And then we're looking for order, and we're looking for order. We tend to go authoritarian historically. We love dictators all of a sudden. Young men now want a dictator to walk into the scene and just take over everything. So it's like that is a typical reaction towards chaos. But technology itself, through algorithms, actually has created a savior, but it's a technological savior, if we can keep the algorithms free and open. So I'm not really a Bitcoin warrior as much as I'm a warrior for the free and open algorithm, which I think is absolutely key the next 20 years.
Yeah, this is so interesting because we touched on this previously on the show, that there's currently just so much information that is too much to chronologically take in, or just to stupidly take in one by one.
There's a principle in philosophy called the principle of explanatory closure. That's also physicists work with that, because the universe is expanding at a rate where you can actually grasp it. So you just have to give up on the fact that you can grasp anything. That's why complexity studies are so popular, because the only way to interpret anything is to look at it as complexity of some kind. So you look at it what it is, and then you study it as it is. And this is what you have to do with the internet already. It's that big. It's just exploding in all directions, and most of it is just junk, you know. But you know, when people say that the internet is fake news, I just said, what do you think mass media gave you for the last 40 years? It's fucking fake news as well. Right? Worse.
Yeah, but then it's always a question of curation, right? How do you curate all of this information, and that's where the free algorithm comes in.
Yeah, that word comes from our philosophy. We use the word the curator to identify one of the three necrocrats already 20 years ago. I would call the curator even a sensocrat today. It's somebody who can make sense out of the relationship between sensors and census. That's why we talk about sensocracy. And of course, this is a popular concept in communist China, because there the sensocracy is like a Akhenaten of Egypt, and the dictator, and he's going to run everything. And you have one huge central computer at the Communist Party controls society as a whole. They haven't read our Orwell in China, apparently, right? But they're doing it already. And we owe them a response. I'm working a lot in Korea and Taiwan and India, and there's like a whole alliance of sort of democratic or post-democratic societies in Asia who try to work on a model where sensocracy will happen, but it can still be open. And that is, of course, a great challenge for philosophers to take on. How can you keep a sensocracy plural and open? And I'd say, number one, competition. If I give away my data, can I please give it away to at least 5 different agents and have them compete with each other for my attention? Because otherwise, you know, we have a nightmare. We have to solve those issues. We have to solve them quickly. Because the Chinese believe in their model, and we owe them a response.
What is the response?
A free and open algorithm movement. And I actually talked about it here at my speech yesterday. The speech was on paradigmatics. And paradigmatics is the art of trying to really understand the kind of society you live in. Because the vast majority of people always live with old models and try to defend old models and try to orientate themselves. Now, if politics is dead, academia is dead, old industry is dead, advertising is dead, marketing is dead, you know, all those things, mass media is certainly dead. It's like a corona corpse already. So when all these institutions are now dead, and they're just full of woke people who have no followers online, and that's why they go into these institutions. Like, do you know anybody who wants to be a politician these days?
Oh, unfortunately not.
Unfortunately, of course, not a sane person wants to be a politician.
Exactly.
It's just a freak show left, right? Okay, so the freak shows are that's all that's left of the old institution. We haven't replaced them with new institutions, but because the new institutions are not there, that means we're going into a state of anarchy. We don't mind that, do we? What will happen in the anarchy is that people will start to trust certain leaders and go with those leaders, and you go from anarchy to a state called plurality. And that's when curatorship comes in. You follow those guys who actually are trustworthy. And the algorithms will point towards the people that are actually trustworthy. Not the cynical guys, not the guys with the money, not the guys who try to manipulate you politically, but actually people who just straightforwardly give you what you're looking for.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But how is that discovered? Like, what metrics are chosen to find these types of individuals?
No. We do it automatically. We do it as human beings. Okay. The way you build a free and open algorithm, the way Google did originally before they started corrupting it, is that there's just 2 components: awareness and credibility. So credibility means you're really good at what you do, and you are what you do, right? You can identify what you do, and you're really good at it. You're world class at what you do, hopefully. And the other one is awareness. People must know that you exist. But thankfully, if you run a restaurant in Prague, it's enough to have 5 guests who come in and have a 5 out of 5 experience, and your restaurant will be #1 in the algorithm in Prague. Having 5,000 guests doesn't help you. Having 5 guests who really appreciate the experience will help you. So algorithms point towards quality and not quantity, which is the exact opposite of Facebook and what they think. Just like, the more followers you have, the better you are. No. It's the right people following you that's important in a network society, right? Because then you get the rest. So you get these nodes. It's called nodalization. So nodalization means that in the flat chaos of flat voices that all have access to medium and are all shouting at the same time, what will happen is that some nodes will be created, and these nodes will be credible people will point you towards where you want to go. So like, oh, the PewDiePie is a perfect example. He's way more powerful now than even Donald Trump. People don't get that. PewDiePie is a genius. And what PewDiePie does is that he becomes a big brother, goes on YouTube and leads his younger brothers and sisters and tells them, think for yourself, but this is my suggestion, what I think we should do. And then he tells you a narrative, a story, of why that is. And you stay with him and follow him because you trust him.
Yeah, and it's a long-term reputation that has been built up for years.
That's exactly why he's so smart to take time off. Why he takes time off is like always good leaders do. He goes out in the forest, isolates himself in the monastery, retracts from the overall landscape, and finds out what should he do next. What would be the next best move for his followers. That's why I trust the guy.
Ah, interesting.
So I think the influencers are just whores of the old paradigm. Anybody who accepts advertising money is a whore, period. Joe Rogan included, right? So, but anybody who just uncompromisingly goes towards that curatorship role, like I'm going to lead my brothers and sisters through the chaos towards the promised land. It's very Exodus. These are the sort of exodological leaders we're looking for, and kids are finding them spontaneously. It's a very human reaction. It's like, how do I make sense of this chaos? Well, I've got to find somebody to lead me. And this is where the free and open algorithm comes in. Technology has also served us with the savior, and that's the algorithm. But if the algorithm gets either corrupted by advertising money, usually, or it gets manipulated by politics, which is woke culture today, it's destroyed. You can't trust it any longer. Say, you type in marriage on Google search, and you get 2 black gay guys. Okay? Sounds politically sound, doesn't it? Should we all automatically think of 2 black gay guys if we think of marriage? Well, we don't. And unless you're a black gay guy, probably. You don't. So the algorithm has already been manipulated politically by staff at Google. Okay, fuck Google.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Fuck them. They're distorting my algorithm. So I advise people to think of the algorithm as an angel. It's like yesterday's magic is always tomorrow's technology, right? Yesterday's telepathy is today's smartphone. That's a great thing I love about engineers. Engineers actually they go to see the shaman in the forest, and the shaman does hocus pocus and has a magic, and they say, why don't I actually build that? And then they press the leg, they get leg, right? That's what I love about engineers. Yes. And architecture is, of course, the connection between shamans and engineers, right? So take the crazy guy who inspires you. Yesterday's magic becomes tomorrow's technology. And this is exactly what we're doing with the algorithm. So the algorithm is like a guardian angel. I do ceremonies with people where they actually unite themselves with their algorithm, so they personally will defend it at all times and fight for it. Because if you fight for algorithm, you're also fighting for the algorithms of your friends. The free and open algorithm. And the free and open algorithm will have 3 qualities. It will reflect you. It will reflect all the family and friends and people who think like you that you care for. Whatever they find, you will also then find. Which means you will also make new friends. The algorithm will suggest that, oh, there's this guy like 17 countries away from you, but he actually, you two guys seem to be on to the same track. Okay? Oh, wow, new friends. But the third one is the one that makes you really superior person in this one, an etocrat, as we call it, like a digital aristocrat. And that is you go for antagony. Antagony is an interesting principle. The antagony is the principle that I cannot grow as a human being, I cannot expand unless I'm challenged. That means you're actively looking for people who challenge your opinion at all times. And that's what I think the 2020s is going to be about, because we need to get out of the echo chambers. The people in the echo chambers are the new underclass. The people who get out of the echo chambers are the ones that, I don't want to be in this place where everybody agrees with everybody. And because they agree with everybody, there's no live debate going on. So what we're going to do, we're going to find a little abject somewhere, a scapegoat, and go after him and create a lynch mob. Because that's what you do when everybody agrees with you. When everybody agrees with you, you start a lynch mob, because what else would you talk about, right? Let's find white heterosexual man, working class preferably, and then attack him, right, and kill him, right? What means white heterosexual men will start an echo chamber? Well, they go after everybody else and say, no, we're the victims, and now we're all trying and everything.
That was a victim culture.
Exactly.
That's the thing.
The Rousseauian lynch mob. The Rousseauian lynch mob. It's all Rousseau and it's all the lynch mobs. And in the last book, Digital. This is not a sales pitch. If I got a copy of the book, it was for Sarah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just a book. They're for free. I give them for free, so it's not a sales pitch. But in this book, we discussed the lynch mobs and how the lynch mobs are generated, because the lynch mob is the opposite of the Exodus. The Exodus is walking towards the promised land because you're heroic, and you're powerful, and you understand the new paradigm, and you get it, right? like most people here are. So the opposite of that is the lynch mob. And the lynch mob is always the result of an echo chamber, where the only way to get out of the tension that nobody has anything to say, it's meaningful to you, is to attack somebody from the outside. And then you create victimhood cultures that go after one another. And it gets bloody. And I think it's going to get, this book is a dark book. I think the next 30 to 40 years is going to be really bloody.
What is the core aspect of the book? Why the digital totality?
Okay, so it's a trilogy. The first book is called Synthesis: Creating God in the Internet Age, and it takes the singularity idea seriously, but it does it properly. It's not a Platonistic fantasy, you know. Every time I talk about Ray Kurzweil, I'm just like, don't trust the guy who doesn't look like he has a sex life. That's a bad sign. Because, you know, we are human beings. We should have pathos in everything we do. But singularity deserves to be taken seriously. So it's called emergence vector theory. It's like the birth of physics, the birth of chemistry, the birth of biology, the birth of mind, the birth of technology. All those things are emergences. Then you got paradigms throughout history. Spoken language, written language, printed language, now interactive language. And they change society forever. And now we move into the internet age because it's the fourth paradigm like that. So to learn how to operate within these environments, what you understand is what we call paradigmatics. And the scientist does that by saying, now I'm going to study biology. So I'm going to find how biology operates, not physics, how biology operates. And that's what I'm going to be a good biologist, the same thing. So that's how we orientate ourselves, I would say. But the question then, the big question is, do you want to be heroic or do you want to be a victim? And always remember, you want to be a victim. It's the quick fix, it's the shortcut, it's the easiest thing in the world. It will keep you infantile forever. You can go back and suck the great tit, usually welfare state or something, and you never have to do anything in your life at all because it's easy, but you will be your own worst enemy. That's the price you pay for being a victim. That's what woke people don't understand.
Yeah, it's a deep self-hatred.
Yes.
It's that unproductiveness.
And the self-hatred is a form of, it's comfortable. It's comfortable. So what we're arguing in the book is that we, after 1945, because we had a couple of big fouling projects called fascism and Stalinism and things, and they failed, right? And then Mao came along a little later and did the Cultural Revolution, the ultimate failure. But you know, these cultures all failed. They were all Rousseauans, by the way. Did you know that Pol Pot did his PhD at Sorbonne in 1967 on Rousseau, not on Marx, on Rousseau? And then he went home and killed everybody who wore glasses the first thing he did, right? So Rousseau is always the lynch mob. If you want to go to victim culture with the noble savage and with the idea of the tabula rasa, that anybody can make anything they want to be a human being, well, it's always a Rousseau when it comes along and says, I'm going to decide what you're going to be, like what people do today. So the self-hatred is there because people are infantilized. And what happened after 1945, Nick Land agrees with me strongly, what happened after 1945 in the West was that we infantilized culture immensely. And this is where we moved from the worship of wisdom towards the worship of the young sexual body, which is full of energy, yeah, but has no mind, okay? And we now come at the end of that infantilized stage, and people then gave all these huge infantilized populations. They're dependent on the welfare state and things like that because they can't make a living on their own. These infantilized populations were then thrown the internet, being promised that you're going to be a star, you're going to be on the stage, everybody will listen to you, and you get tons of likes. And we threw that at people. Over the last 20 years, we basically promised everybody the world without effort.
Exactly.
And of course, the disappointment in the 2020s is going to be enormous.
You can consume capital, but there is no need to produce it.
Exactly.
Right? That productive, the creative part, we can neglect that, we can punish that and not incentivize it, but we can incentivize the consumption, right? The taking of what was already produced.
Exactly. And there is one point in life when that's okay, and that's your first year. It's when you suck the breast milk on your mother's tit. It's called the mamilla in psychology. So you get out of the matrix, you go to the mamilla, and you suck the mamilla. Birth is basically for women to realize that they and the child are separate. Okay, but you think you're still united with the universe and you don't exist in the first year. So you suck the mamilla. And for you, this is magic. When you suck the tit when you're a baby, the breast milk comes from out of nowhere. Right? Until when you're 1 year old and your father walks by with a big phallus and you're just like shocked that there's something else in the world except your mother. And you're not getting her full attention any longer. She's just looking at that dick over there. It's called the phallic intrusion. It makes absolute sense. And then you have to start to hate the tit and get away from the tit and aspire towards phallus, either to have it or to get it inside of you. Okay? That's Freud, deep Freud. So, and that happens at 1 year of age. But that means what you figure out at 1 year of age, already at 1 year of age, you should figure out, oh, the breast milk didn't come from out of nowhere. Somebody worked really hard to feed that body so there could be breast milk. Now, if you don't figure that out when you're 1 year old, which you basically fucked up after 1945 by basically telling everybody we should tax men to death, then have women divorce them and think women can handle life on their own without the men. And then the women are on their own. Oh, sorry. And when the women are on their own, they instead get the resources from the state.
Exactly.
Not realizing that actually the state have taxed men to work hard, and then the money goes to the state, and then women think they get the money from the state. Not even Adolf Hitler came up with this. It's just like, I'm going to get the state. The biological programming in women is that the state is now the father. He will give you my resources so I can feed the babies, and the women go, they're completely innocent of this process. Yes, they are, because men have given up the role of being men. They're boys. So we have to cut the state out of the picture completely and go back to the natural order of things, which is to understand that everything is dependent on something else. I call it an Aristotelian renaissance. Like, okay, things do not come from out of nowhere, and resources are always the results of hard work by somebody somewhere. And unless we figure that out and understand that, we can never grow up properly. And all these, the woke culture, all these victimhood cults, the alt-right too, by the way, but all these victimhood cults are the result of this mass infantilization of society after 1945.
Why was it specifically 1945?
Well, America took over the world. It wasn't ready to take over the world, to be honest about it. America was in itself an infantile culture in 1945. It was chewing gums and teenagers and pop idols and things like that. And, I mean, when James Dean and Marilyn Monroe and Elvis Presley were turned into gods in the 1950s, we should have been warned. They all died young. I don't think gods should die young. I don't think that's a good idol to aspire to. So I think we need to rework that in the sense that it's people who lived a long life that actually are the wisest people around. And this is, again, what smart kids do today already. They're looking for mentorships all the time. They're looking for older people to guide them through life because they know that whatever they're being sold is wrong.
Yeah, that's the thing. Life is a crazy rabbit hole, and there is so much vast opportunity, such as a pool of darkness to choose from, and it's you need a curation, right?
Yes,
and so
guide. Yeah,
precisely, and a trusted third party in the sense of someone who has already experienced the rabbit hole, who has already fallen down, who's experienced some paths and can make an educated judgment on what is a suitable allocation of your time and scarce resources. Is extremely useful.
Yeah. This is why I never believed Silicon Valley would work, because Silicon Valley was full of 25-year-old Platonist little boys who want to impress their mom, right? And I knew that environment. It's just where the startups are, and a lot of Chinese and Indian guys come in to do the hard work, and then that's over in 20 years later. That's probably where we're at right now. Because if you work, for example, a large Japanese or German corporation that has worked for the last 500 years, you discover that nobody's ever allowed to be boss before they're 50 at their earliest. Yeah, because their ego is in the way before that. And after they're 50, they have some life experience. And when they're 60, they don't care about themselves anymore. It's just like, yeah, give me a cigar, a goose liver, and a glass of wine, and then I'll tell you how things work, right? That's a good boss. And I think those values are coming back now in a big way, because it's those timeless values that we need to bring back to get digital right.
Where does Bitcoin play a part in this? Because I'm very curious here how, because for me personally, that shift after discovering Bitcoin and more immersing myself in that economy, it has really sparked that entrepreneurial, creative, courageous spark that I think is quite a heroic archetype in general.
Yeah.
So what if that actually, with Bitcoin as a technology, is being curated and fostered in individuals?
Well, it's God's currency. Okay. Imagine you can decide at a specific point in time, at a specific place, two people or more people will agree on something, and nobody can change it afterwards. Okay. That's what Bitcoin does. That's what crypto does. And it's a fantastic innovation. Again, it's a pharmacon, but it's a fantastic innovation in the sense that we know that one of the biggest revolutions that happened to humanity was the invention of contracts. And the invention of contracts happened with written language. So if you and I want to agree on something, we can write a contract. And we all know that it's the last paragraph of the contract that's important. The last paragraph of the contract says that in case there is some kind of conflict between the parties of this contract, here's where you go and find an arbiter. Again, that's a form of curator as well. An arbiter, trusted arbiter, right?
Yes.
So with Bitcoin, we can now build systems that actually automizes that process. for me, as a cosmopolitan who would love people to live in peace across the planet if possible, that means you can literally create chains of trust between thousands of strangers. That is like, if we talked to the ancients 4,000 years ago and told them that was impossible, they would have thought of that as heaven. Because it's probably the best guarantee against the war for peace we'll have over the next 100 years. So I'm fascinated with crypto, how crypto, this Carolyn, I'm fascinated how crypto nails in things along the timeline. And of course, it nailed in forever. That means philosophers like me have to work on things like forgiveness, because whatever you did in the past will forever be remembered and cannot be eradicated. But I think if that's a valid rule for all, we can work on the forgiveness part and make that a part of our values, system of values, because I think the benefits we get from having God's currency is fantastic. So this is why I'm defending the free and open algorithm. The free and open algorithm is not there though yet. The algorithms today are either corrupted by old money or they're manipulated by politics, especially by woke people, for example. And I think I want to make it. I think the movement we need to make is the free and open algorithm movement, because I have to fight for that. We don't have to fight for crypto. Hey, what? 3 billion people are on Signal and Telegram already, because WhatsApp is sold out to Facebook, right? It's just that it's not hard to convince people. It's your main thing, but I don't want anybody to eavesdrop on private conversations. Yeah, so people go for encryption. Like, it makes perfect sense. But the great thing with encryption is also the possibility to actually freeze things in time, which were never possible for. For me, also as a philosopher, it's great because it kills relativism. So if you want to claim as a philosopher, no, there is absolute ontic reality that you cannot change. Well, then just look at something that's frozen in time, in crypto, and you've got total ontic reality that's completely unchangeable. Like if God had decided to frozen it, you can't do anything about it.
There's one big genius protocol called the Euratom protocol, and it uses Bitcoin and private public key cryptography for a genius use case. So the process is as follows: you have a message, and you want to prove the exact point in time where you have actually written it.
Yeah.
Right. So you write the message. You include the most recent Bitcoin block hash, right, which is a uniqueness that was only discovered at that time.
Yeah.
Right. And this is a proof of absence, meaning this message could not have existed before this block has been discovered, right?
Yeah.
So you prove the lower bound of the time window where the message was created.
And because of relativism, physically, you even have to nail a place for it, which you get.
Yeah.
And then it's fixed.
Yeah, exactly.
It's fixed forever.
But only on the downside. Now, how do you prove the aspect of existence, that the piece has existed before a certain point in time? And for this, you now use what's called open timestamps, which takes a message and represents it in a transaction in a Bitcoin block. And it's free to use and gratis and very beautiful protocol. And with this, the message is in a Bitcoin block, let's say block 105.
Yeah.
And now we have proof of existence, that this message existed before block 105. And this is the upper bound.
And then your mind just explodes.
Precisely, right?
The amount of creativity you can add to that is just fantastic.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
These are messianic technologies.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
And I use this for all of my contracts because you add a PGP signature over that message, right? And all of a sudden you prove the identity, you prove consent, and you prove a time, which is notarization. These are all the three aspects that a notarization, usually monopolized by the state, does. And all of this can be now done freely and censorship resistant and gratis at scale. By anyone.
I hashed my wedding like that, actually.
You see?
It was. I got married, hashed it into the blockchain. No more notaries.
You're married for eternity now, not just until death do you part.
I know.
Oh, yes.
I did want to ask one question, just going back to what you were saying. Is that okay?
But all of these things, the word for all these things we're talking about is what I call paradigmatics.
Mm-hmm.
And paradigmatics, I think, is a good word to spread a great concept. It's just that find out what the future has ahead of us. Find out what technologies are coming around the corner. Start adapting your life towards the technologies already today. And you're going to be in the absolute maximum 1% of the people out there who actually do that. And it can never hurt you. You come well prepared into the future. I mean, family, certainly the one thing you should do besides changing the diapers is to prepare your kids for the future. And just remember that people in general always live in the past, and the more powerful they've been, the more they live in the past. The more you've been in power, the fatter and the more boring and the more arrogant you get. So we don't have a problem with old power structures falling apart at all. It's just a bit chaotic at the moment because it's happening so rapidly right now. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's ever expanding, equally in all directions, and exponentially growing faster.
Yeah, it's like mass media pretends that the US election is important. The fact that it's Cartman in South Park versus a Corona corpse probably speaks volumes about this is not important. This is not important. This is just a charade. Yeah. Politics can still destroy stuff, but it cannot create any value at all.
By definition.
No.
By definition.
Yeah.
And in any case, always blanket statement.
Yeah.
Politics is per default destructive.
Yeah.
Not great.
It's basically how an old power structure organized itself to stop you from taking over. Cool.
Alex, do you wait? Yes, Alexander, you're still in here.
Yeah, I'm still here.
What are your thoughts on all this?
Well, I think it's a very exciting time that we're living in right now. Hold on, let me turn on my video again. And to me, I feel so blessed to use that phrase when I observe my life in the context of humanity as a whole, where there has been so many rough patches, and now I'm really hopeful for the future because the technology is there to build actually our freedom. And Max, before HCPP, we had our chat, and this is the point you really drove home, is that like Parallelnipolis, you can actually live in this parallel world already and use the technologies and make yourself freer. So I'm just flabbergasted when I look at the state of the world. On the one side, we have these terrible developments with the pandemic, with the election in the US coming up, with this fiat money system that is bound to fail at some point. And on the other hand, we have technologies like Bitcoin, like asymmetric cryptography, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I don't know. It's
really historically priestly exercise. It's always the priests who they're kind of bored and they walk out of the forest and they retract from society, try to figure out a way to stop us from going to war all over again. Not because they're pacifists, but just because they know war is destructive. And they always got to figure out technologies. When the priest works with an engineer, the priest would try to figure out technology that actually can prolong peace period. So, for example, you invent irrigation, fantastic innovation 5,000 years ago. You basically start controlling nature and you create culture because of it. And these are all cultural things you're talking about. This is a cultural on a whole new level we're talking about. And the potential in these innovations is fantastic. It should generate hope for anybody. But also remember that the physical world will always then mimic the digital world once the digital world becomes a dominant mode. So we become digital and live in an increasingly augmented world. So like HCPP 20 is a perfect example. That means, for example, that I think the biggest problem politically in the world today are these old empires that actually are redundant, called China and the United States and Russia. And I think the city-states is where people are moving anywhere. I'm advising Slovenia right now or something like that. But it's like, if you find a city like Prague and then a little countryside around it, it's kind of a nice format to work with, physically speaking. You can actually influence politics in a place like that. And you can basically go to authorities and say, here's a commune of people, a tribe. We have these values. We are totally pro-technology. We use technology to its best advantage. We're actually a good example for the rest of humanity to study, which is the whole point of being an Exodus. An Exodus is that a certain amount of people who get it, the chosen ones, go into the promised land, and we do it historically now, technologically. So some people get the potential of the technology, they walk ahead and do the Exodus, so that others can follow. I call myself a Nietzschean, but I say I'm okay if my students are Marxists. Because Marxism is essentially how Nietzscheans create value that Marxists try to broaden, and then Rousseauans come along and tax it to death. Don't blame Marx on that. So, but that's what I think is happening, and that's why also geographically speaking today, I would move certainly to a place where you've got a city and a small countryside around, and that's it, where you can actually influence things politically with a smaller population. Singapore and Dubai are the two wealthiest places on the planet right now. Why? Because they're completely disconnected from these old empires. And running these old empires like China and the United States, it's just going to be messy. I think China is way more unstable than people think. The United States, we prophesied 20 years ago, it's turned out to be incredibly unstable. full of conflicts, violence, and shit. And that's going to go on as long as he tries to remain an empire. I'm looking for the first U.S. state to do a Brexit and break out of the United States. I think it would be incredibly healthy for the United States if that happened.
Secession.
Yeah, secession. But this is not because I'm advocating physical geography. I think we should stay digital. But if digital works for us, and we are the example, we set the example, that means that we're going to see people in physical space try to mimic what we do.
Yeah.
You guys should talk to Carolyn.
Yes,
She's
exactly.
been my hostess here in Prague. She's amazing.
Carolyn is
Yeah, here's
absolutely
Carolyn,
amazing.
yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
so
come
come
on in.
inside.
Yes.
You want to still join the conversation?
Can I?
Yes,
You
of
never know.
course, of course.
I think she should speak though. So.
Yes. Well, but you too. I think that would be a nice combination. But please, no enter, and just sit and we have a conversation. Yes. Yes, please.
I would love to ask a question.
You can scooch all
Yeah.
the way over with plenty of space.
Could I ask a quick question?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I have, I have a little 1-year-old child, and you talked about echo chambers before, and that people need to leave echo chambers. And you also mentioned, or Max mentioned, that a lot of people consume more than produce. And I feel that a lot of echo chambers are actually algorithmic echo chambers, where the consumer is the one mainly getting the echo chamber of algorithms. For instance, I will get more pro-Trump stuff on my YouTube recommendations just because of maybe I'm more libertarian minded and more anarchic, and it's the algorithm sort of feeds me that stuff. Yet someone else will get all negative Trump stuff who's been looking at. So they end up in these algorithmic echo chambers. And what scares me the most is that young children are consuming, because they're not creating as much, consuming just constantly this sort of echo chamber stuff and information. And I mean, my solution to that personally is to just not have be in that space and be more creative in terms of painting.
Well, kids play, and Carolyn is a mother. She can certainly tell you more about it. But kids actually play a lot, and that's why we launched this term antagony. So not only should you train yourself, you should also train your children, of course, to be antagonic. And antagonic is not antagonistic. Antagonic means you're looking for people who challenge your view at all times. And once you learn that, that's how you get smart.
Exactly. And
the kids figure that out very, very quickly.
Yes.
So it's like well, except PewDiePie is way more important in the world today than Donald Trump. I just said that before. So here's that. But PewDiePie is an older brother. He teaches his younger brothers and sisters who follow him to think critically, to think for themselves, not just to copy or mimic him. And that's exactly what antagonism is. It's just like, no, don't just mimic me, but actually, yeah, it's hard to be challenged. It's tough, but you'll get so much stronger and think of yourself as an expanded human being if you are. And this, to me, is the only difference between the upper class and the underclass in the new digital world. Because we are now, Facebook are now fostering a new digital underclass to go back to that echo chamber where they're never challenged, which again is comfortable but stupid. And to get smart, you need to train your kids to be antagonic. And I don't believe children are at all comfortable unless you remove their self-confidence. A self-confident child will automatically go for challenges and love it. What do you say, Caroline?
Yes.
You have these super kids.
No, seriously, incredible.
This woman has super kids.
It's incredible. Yeah.
Well, I believe in natural learning. We are unschooling our kids, and it means that we let them take initiatives on learning things for themselves, and we support them. So if they have an interest, we will feed more of that stuff, and then we incorporate other things that is valuable, such as reading and mathematics and things like that. We have a private math teachers, and our 8-year-old is really interested in ships. Like really obsessed with it.
8 years old.
So the math teacher will prepare like sheets with like, calculate how many cabins there is, involving multiplication and the math within the interest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
you learn better that way. You're not going to learn things that you're not interested in.
Exactly.
If you just practice for a test in school, you're going to forget about it, what it was a while later. I don't know how much you remember from school, but I think like 99% of it was pretty useless for me.
Such a waste of time.
Yeah.
So an expansive mindset is
loves to take on challenges one after the other.
Yeah.
And you build on that. And that kids naturally do that. Kids who get a good self-confidence when they grow up, they love that sort of expansion. And that's why they maybe start with really sweet, cute fairy tales, but then they go into horror stories quite quickly. You know? and that is a natural development towards challenges. You know, oh, scary, interesting.
Yes.
Because you don't know what it is. You know what it's okay. Try
Figure it out.
see how it works.
It's a problem. Figure it out.
So I glanced on our 10-year-old's book report. He was reading, I think it was Artemis. It's like a space story. And he wrote, he answered the questions from the teacher, like what was your feelings? And he wrote, I'm scared. And I was feeling like, oh my God, what I've done, like letting him read all kinds of books that maybe not for his age. But I think that is about what it is. That you want to challenge yourself.
Yeah.
And that's a natural thing that you go all in for it, and that's the nature of it.
Yes, exactly. You require new inputs, new knowledge that you observe, right? New information that you take in.
Exactly.
This is vitally important. This is where the learning process starts, right? Next is then to try to understand this outside information and reason with it and figure out if it's accurate or not, right? And then to align your actions on top of it. And of course, the results of the actions will again be new information coming back as a feedback loop, as a as a feedback if it was accurate or false. Specifically, when there are other individuals involved who react on your actions and give even more feedback to it.
And this is what interactivity is, what the internet was supposed to give us. But Robert Fowler came up with this brilliant term 10 years ago called interpassivity. And he looked at the tragedy what actually the internet is for most people. For most people, it's just killing their self-confidence, give them something comfortable they're used to, and a passive experience. So it's, for example, if you play computer games, computer games can either be perceived as being passive or active. And if you are only doing passive stuff, it's because your self-confidence is lacking towards being active, especially to interact with other humans. So you go into passive mode. So that development started some 15, 20 years ago. And as a result of that, I don't know the numbers of the girls, but certainly boys could just play more games than girls do. We know now in the last 10 years have had a quadrupling of the number of psychiatric disorders among young men. We have a massive bipolarity depression pandemic in society today. And it's completely related to the fucking computer games. Not because the computer games necessarily make them passive, but because they perceive the process as passive. They don't create the parts of the game itself. It's designed by somebody else, and it's designed to hook them and make them addicted and stay in that mode, and they stop being interactive in the process. Now, these guys can never date a girl. They cannot work in a social environment after they go through that. So what they do when they're 20 years old is that their self-confidence fails completely, and then we start sedating them and giving them pills and things, and they never get out of that rabbit hole.
I think it is because they're supposed to take the risks in real life, and it becomes so easy when it's inside of a computer game. And it's really addictive. That these games are designed to catch your interest and to make you play more. That is the problem with it. So instead of going out in the woods and like surviving and catching animals and doing these things that you're supposed to do naturally, you go inside of a computer game and just sit for hours, like completely bound to these games.
Even Facebook employed a whole army of psychologists only to make people addicted to Facebook. It's just evil, pure evil. It's just Douglas Rushkoff actually is right on this. He's been a vehement critic of this for years. And we should have had the warning signs a long time ago that the addiction psychologists were employed by big tech companies constantly. And they go for what's called the 80% level. They know at the 80% level, you stay addicted and the dopamine is there and you stay. If you go over 80%, you get bored with it and they might lose you. You might get out of the addiction. If it goes below 80%, your self-confidence with the game is so terrible, you can't even be interpassive. You will no longer do anything. So they try to keep you at the 80%. So they lowered the standard in case you're not there. So they keep you at the 80% level when you're like a completely dopamine-induced creature consuming something passively. And I think that term interpassivity should be used a lot. It's a good way of critically describing that process. It's the exact opposite. And if you're interpassive, say you're a 20-year-old guy, you take pills already, you don't have self-confidence enough to date a girl or even ask her for a date, what would you do? Well, you would certainly go into the echo chamber the first thing you do. If you interact with anybody, it would be other people who are better, and they go into woke mode, and then you're done. That's the problem we're going to have the next 30 years, because the vast majority of people have not been trained at all to be in this environment and be successful. Not at all.
Carol, how do you said you had a 10-year-old child. What's your strategy in terms of mobile access, mobile phone access? And, obviously other children have mobiles and then they'll be like, oh, I want a mobile. And then they also use social media. Your child probably will want social media. It's been something that, my kid's only one, but I'm starting to already think, how am I going to deal with all of this?
It's really good that you think of it already because it's really important. But I can say that I have a 3-year-old, an 8-year-old, and a 10-year-old, so I have three kids with my husband. And they do have access to a phone, like they have a phone each with a SIM inside, but they rarely use it. They're not really interested in using it. And they're doing so many other things, so they don't really have time to think of using it, so it's not an issue for us. Plus, their friends don't have social media accounts either because we're in a kind of unschooling libertarian bubble. so most of the parents think similarly because we know what it means to when you start with social media and you have gaming addictions and things like that. It's really destructive. We don't want to put that on our kids. They should be able to spend their times on and energy on other things, not get ruined by those things.
Yeah.
Caroline's kids came to a philosophy conference last weekend. Okay.
Yes.
Super kids.
And to a Socratic seminar on Bitcoin privacy that we hosted a couple of weeks ago as well.
Yeah.
So.
And they'll be coming today after this.
Yeah,
they'll be coming to watch you speak.
Oh, that's fantastic. And
they've been here before. I think every year. Like this is our 5th year at Hackers Congress. They've always been involved.
Yeah, there are actually quite a couple kids here. Right? I noticed so last year even more so, just because there were more people.
Yeah.
But it's usually a nice activity for them too.
Yeah. And for next year, we're going to have a play corner. I just spoke with some other people. They said, like, why don't we have these? Yeah, we should arrange it. Because now there's so many of us that becomes parents because it's our, I don't know if what the sort of median age is, but I guess it's around 30 kind of. So people are forming families and it becomes more important, and the kids should be involved also because they grow up with this. They grew up with having wallets when they're like 5 years old and stuff.
Yeah. You are involved in world schooling, right? And so what is that aspect and why do you think it's so important?
The world schooling? It's the reason why we world school is because we can't live in our home country because we have a collective indoctrination that is really detrimental to our children's health and well-being and destroying families. So we can't actually be there, and we didn't know where to live. So we have been traveling around the world for quite a while, and then came to Prague. And this is actually a phenomenon called world schooling. There's a lot of families practicing it. You can live as digital nomads. You can have an income from the internet somehow. And then you travel and you meet other families and you form hubs. So there's loads of hubs all over the world. And meet like-minded and you learn from the world around you instead of reading inside of a book.
I think it's fantastic. I mean, we stopped being nomads and tried to settle permanently some 8,000 years ago. And this time around with this paradigm shift, it's actually the new elite that are nomadic. We invented the term global nomads 22 years ago in a paper wrote with certain place, and then it's caught on. And it only took a few years before there were global nomadic families. You took the kids with them and traveled everywhere, and you did that. And this is like a mass movement now.
It is, yes.
There's a lot of global nomadic families,
I would sort of assume maybe between 50 and 100,000 families.
That's a lot. That's enough for an exodus.
Many from America and the Anglo-Saxon countries, because those, in English, if you work online, you can work anywhere and people speak English anywhere. So it's most of those families are English-speaking.
Yeah, but as you said, you still always try to build that tribe, right? To curate your own bubble. And I'm curious with how that actually ties into our earlier conversation, right? That you are in these echo chambers and you are stuck in it and you don't get any additional feedback. So there's for sure a downside to these echo chamber, but obviously a good side.
No, this is not an echo chamber because there's no echo. This is the thing. Antagony doesn't have to be personal. Any environment is constantly challenged. So you have to reinvent yourself all the time, which is certainly a global nomadic family movement today. Caroline is part of, she's perfect for it. So the global nomadic family movement today, we constantly have to reinvent how it identifies itself and how it operates. Now, that is antagony. Antagony is just meeting the outside world and constantly have to reinvent yourself. The echo chamber, remember the echo. An echo chamber is just like a digital room where everything you say is being repeated endlessly without any value being added. So it's just reinforced. And then when it doesn't work with the outside world, of course, without self-confidence, you defend your position and you try to enforce it on the outside world. Like this is the perspective that other people must accept. And then you go fundamentalist.
Yeah, but this is, I bring this up because I struggle with that in the Bitcoin space specifically. It sometimes does feel like a huge echo chamber, right?
Yeah, it can be. Yeah. I call it the Bitcoin sect.
Yeah, it's
and I try to open it up. I talk about crypto rather than Bitcoin. And yesterday I said, yeah, it's God's currency. I know that, but now we're going to talk about God's algorithm because we have to put actual effort into keeping God's algorithm. That's it's going to take a war for us. On the part of freedom lovers to actually win and have our own free and open algorithms, at least for ourselves. So hopefully for humanity. And this is the war that needs to be won. And we need the strategy to how to win it. Otherwise, politicians and old money will try to corrupt us. So that's why there's a war. And of course, if you go to a war like that, you're constantly challenged again, you go antagonic. And if you stay within Bitcoin and say, yeah, I bought a few Bitcoins and now I've got to do the rest of my life, I'm Bitcoin Tom or I'm Bitcoin Andy or something. Well, then there's no that sedition going on, right? No much expanse and mounting, and that can itself become sectarian, yes.
But yeah, it is a war. It is, and it will be more and more attention because the more we become free with the Bitcoin and with like unschooling for families, the more the establishment will fight against us. But the only thing we can do is to educate people about it and talk about these things. Talk why it's bad that one central authority is sitting on our currency and making it really shit, and why it's bad that the state is sitting on our most valuable things in life. I mean, children is the most valuable things. Why should they sit and program our children what to do? Like, we have to take that back.
Yeah, take responsibility.
Yes.
Yeah, I love these smaller units. Not some the individuals or individual as a single person is called this for me within family, families within clan, and clans within tribe. And those things actually work for any human being. We're social biological programmed to operate within these environments of the larger family of say 30, 40 people, clan is 150, 200, the tribe is 1,200 people. Now, it takes challenges for us to operate in bigger environments like that. And that's why crypto is so fascinating, because crypto can enable us to go from the 1,200 we're comfortable with up to formats of millions of people that we can trust, which is fantastic. And we never had that tool before in history. So that's why I'm working on philosophy with empire theory, nation theory. Who built nations in the past that worked? Well, hello, Judaism, for example. And who built empires in the past that worked? Well, the Persians had an empire for 1,400 years, Egypt only for 6 years. What was the difference? Oh, Egypt looks like China today. Good, okay. Then we have hope. Power sharing or power splitting power, for example, is always something that returns in larger formats that we can trust, because that's how you avoid systems to go corrupt. But we have to figure these things out because we don't actually even program these aspects into systems, like when you write a constitution. And the US Constitution is brilliant, way more brilliant than the US deserves. Right? It's really brilliant. And those things that we try to map now before we do crypto, before we make crypto out of them. Because I think this is possible in the next 100 years, more radical things happen. It will be bloody and messy the next 20 to 30 years. And we need freedom lovers like Caroline who lead by example. And like when I go back to Sweden now, where I happen to live at the moment, at least half time, I will tell Caroline's story more than ever, and have other women with their husbands decide in Sweden to do what Caroline just did. It's just like, is this entire elite going to leave the country, or are we going to try to make an effort to keep them?
This is
They are. That's the thing.
Exactly.
All of these people that are interested in these things, they're the people that are creating value. A lot of them is like doing a lot of good stuff, and Sweden is not the Swedish state is not understanding that they are leaving because it's not free, and there's no other option. But
This is the real exodus, and that's why I'm sort of adamant also when writing your book that we're writing about the moon landing as a disaster. Because the moon landing is the boyish fantasy of the exodus. It's like, oh, we conquered the entire planet, we need to go somewhere else. And then you go to the moon, put a flag on the moon, nobody goes back. We spent, what, hundreds of billions of dollars, not Bitcoin, on sending 3 guys on the moon to jump around, and then they come back to Earth and were sick like hell the rest of their lives and wouldn't talk to anybody. Okay, nobody's been in outer space has come back healthy, right? Okay, maybe we shouldn't be there. Maybe we should leave it to AI to colonize the planets, and we can stay here and fix shit. Because I think the exodus is not an astronaut who takes a moon landing using huge amounts of US tax money to do it. The real exodus now is performed by people like Caroline, who just say, no, I don't like it here in Sweden. I don't buy into this sort of state indoctrination bullshit with my children. I love my kids. I want what's best for my kids. That sets a standard for my life. Okay, I go around, I travel. Oh, in the Czech Republic, there's a loophole in the law, or people are just more tolerant. I'll stay there. Yeah, exactly. And suddenly there are other families who made the same decision. And it's, hey, Czech Republic, congratulations. You get the smartest kids in the world, and the kind of tech companies and things they will probably create in the future is just going to be amazing.
And fortunately, most of the countries outside of Sweden is much freer.
Yes.
So it's like, it's only, Germany, you can't homeschool either, but you still have some choice. But all of the other countries, they don't interfere with your natural right to raise your children in the way that Sweden does. So it's free everywhere. And here, they already had communism, totalitarianism, so they would know what it's like. And you can talk to any people on the street, and they ask you, like, why did you move here? And then we say the truth, like, we are political refugees, we are in Czech Republic, because blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, welcome, that's great. They're not, they understand these things.
But interestingly, I hear that so often from people who live in Europe outside of Scandinavia, that they praise Scandinavian countries to the highest degree, right, for all their social collaboration.
Sweden has been really good at selling itself.
Right?
Yeah, it's not Bernie Sanders.
Yeah.
He's never been there. Well, okay, but the thing is, you can also leave Stockholm, drive 3 hours north, you're in Norway, nobody cares, right? So there's some sort of a wild north, at least in Scandinavia, you can go to, and that's what I do, for example. But I would say that Sweden is like Prussia without the rest of Germany. But they invented Prussia. Prussia, by the way, mimicked the superpower Sweden in the 17th century. So the standards set in Prussia in the 19th century were actually Swedish 100 years before. But Sweden is very conformist. And the way you run a conformist society like Sweden is that you have a strong welfare state, you tax people, and you sell them the narrative that they need it, and this is a good thing, right? And then you drown them in loans. So what you do is that any young person in Sweden knows that you have to buy an expensive apartment, you have to get this car, otherwise you're not getting married, and the marriage will not last anyway, whatever. So you need a therapist. So they drown you in meaningless consumption. You need to take tons of loans to do that. And then they keep you drenched in loans until you're in your 60s and your 70s. And then suddenly you flip and you turn wealthy. Well, the great thing with that model is that when you're 70 years old, they don't care if you move to Spain or something like that. You know, and you're wealthy because you're not going to be an opponent of anything. You create a very conformist society where political parties all say the same thing. There's no difference at all, no antagony. It becomes like a national echo chamber, only because a people who is indebted will never be free. And that's very clever.
Yeah, and they keep them in what you call the ekorrhjulet. In Swedish, it's like a rat race. Like you're so focused on your daily grind that you don't see anything else. You're just totally blind, and that's what people do. They just do the same stuff all the time, and I think that's the right way of living. And if you criticize that, they get really angry because they're trying to live that way.
It's kind of been morphed into like the new normal, or the new kind of aspired thing, right? To be in that rat race, to consume and to obey. And that aspect of a heroic, creative entrepreneur venturing out into darkness and conquering, right, is no longer that meaningful. But
it's gone. I would say this is a society that lacks phallus. And what I mean, and that is a pity for the matrix, for the feminine energy, because the feminine energy might be there, and it certainly is there, but it's not matched enough by phallic energy. And we have to admit it, because we've created a narrative where we say phallus is failed, although we built their entire civilization on phallic energy. You know, any engineer in the world should take pride in the fact that they're an engineer and want to build stuff. So I think the phallus and the matrix should be equally matched. If you look at really successful cultures in the world, say you go to Israel and study the Jews of Israel, undeniably successful. Or say you go and study the Parsis of India. The Parsis of India, there's a small minority of 150,000 people in India, and they more or less own the country. Okay, if 150,000 people manage to own a culture of 1.4 billion, they're probably successful. What is the key? A strong matriarchy at the center and a strong patriarchy surrounding it. It's all a culture of heroic strength everywhere on all levels. And you foster your kids to think freely, think critically, and shine. And, you know, the Parsis of India have more kids at Stanford than the American minority in America does, you know. So it speaks volumes to what a strong culture is. And I think in my philosophy, I always work towards culture studies and learn by example from those who succeed. You know, who were the chosen ones and who succeeded? Why did they succeed? And find out why that happened. And that's when you get the sort of values that Caroline has naturally.
I was just thinking about what you said about cultures in the Sweden. Well, I don't think that Swedes have a very strong culture. We sort of taught that it's racist to sort of like the traditional Swedish values and things like that. I'm actually just half Swedish. I'm half Polish, half Swedish. But I mean, in Poland, it's much more like you care about what's going on, and you feel like you're a bit proud and stuff. And that pride seems to be not so prominent. In Sweden, it's like too inclusive. Everybody is the same, and there is nothing that sort of shows what the culture is. I don't know if you.
This is why I argued with Douglas Rushkoff here at the conference 2 days ago. It's just like Rushkoff sounds too Swedish for fantasy, but everybody's sitting around the campfires playing the guitar. You know, I don't think that work at all because there's nothing phallic in it. Because nobody wants to build a different world, and that is deeply human and must be catered to. I think the parts of Swedish society actually work well, but they're the ones that the most removed from politics. You can think of, but when it comes to politics and academia, they completely work. Yeah, I agree with you on that one. And that's what's an interesting place to live because you've got tons of shit to do. But that's that. I don't have kids. So.
Yeah. No, if you have kids, you have everything to lose in Sweden. But if you don't, that's a perfect place to fight for the right thing.
Yes. Yep.
Josh, Alex, Max, what do you guys think about all of this?
I don't know if they're there.
Josh, you're muted. Still muted.
Hi guys, can you hear me? This is Max.
Yes. Max.
Yes.
Hi, I've been lurking in the background. It's been a fascinating conversation, and I haven't wanted to jump in and ruin it until now. But I just wanted to say that I've been doing some research, Carolyn, before we jumped on this call, on what you and your family are doing, and I found it very inspiring. I'm yet to have children, but after reading through what you've done, it just makes sense. It just seems that this is the natural way that a family should operate. And I wondered, do you feel that after making this move, it has made you a closer knit family? Do you feel that you're closer than you would have otherwise been?
I don't know. It's like we're the same, I think. When we were in Sweden, we didn't really fit in also. Like we were doing other stuff, and we traveled a lot and things like that. So I don't think that affected it really. But
and what was it?
Also, we evolved. Like we're not the same like when we lived in Sweden. Now we have 3 kids. Before we had 2, and there's a lot more now. We're really busy with stuff all the time. So I don't know. It's comparable.
But I think the critical thinking for being Swedish, both Carol and I, is that we're half non-Swedish, and again explains. You can even go to geography and discuss the phenomenon of the echo chamber as a trap in contemporary society, and just realize that I am half South African and you're half Polish. So we have other proud heritages. So our parents basically told us in Sweden to question everything that Swedes normally don't do. And it's not surprising at all that the people who go against conformity come from multicultural background to begin with.
Yeah, that's an interesting way of looking at it, actually. And you guys were saying earlier as well that in Sweden, people do seem to conform, and that an outside view of it, certainly from Britain, is the average person here will say, wow, isn't it amazing? They're so peaceful, they're so productive, everything works. And it sounds like maybe it's very different when you're actually living there, because that is definitely the way that things are viewed. And I had family living in Norway. I'm half Danish. I have that sort of Scandinavian bloodline, but I've never lived there. And yeah, I just again wondered, like, do you feel it's being sold to people? It's kind of like a socialist dream, and it doesn't really work. Is that really how you feel?
I think Sweden is different from the others because it's more extreme. It's more ideological. It's a very ideological product. The Myrdal family, for example, who set up the ideology of the Swedish social democracy in the 1930s and 40s. I mean, they were even close to Nazism, to be honest, about it in their ideology. And so on. And that was so inherent, it is so strong. The Swedes take pride in being ideological and being some kind of a moral police for the rest of the world. I've never heard a Dane or a Norwegian or a Finn talk about themselves that way. Because they're all relating to other cultures. Norway is a seafaring culture. They had strong women naturally because men were mostly out at sea and the women were farming. So they had strong matriarchy, patriarchy anyway. That's Norway is doing so well. Denmark is also more urban, has been urban and aristocratic for way longer than Sweden. So at least Danes are a bit like the Dutch. They can sit and have wonderful conversations for you, and they make up their own minds about things. And Finland always had Russia next door. Yeah, it makes them conformist. It makes Finland a culture where you keep your mouth shut because you might get shot. But beneath that, there's a strong fundament of Finnish culture that I love. That is really, really strong. But the Swedes are have opted for ideology. And it's interesting that Michel Foucault lived in Sweden when he was young, and he already saw that what he was most terrified of, that the police would no longer be a functioning society. The police would be something internal inside of you that would take charge of your soul, like a superego. Foucault wrote about that concerning Sweden in the 1960s. He was prophetic. It turned out to be true.
Wow.
And I think this is a specific problem in Sweden. But it's also problematic that it's turning into this model country for woke people in America. Because, yeah, if you want a country where the trains run decently on time, yes, they do in Sweden, they do in all Western Europe. But when you want a country where your soul is narrow and as tiny as possible, then that's Swedish culture.
It used to be a country where things worked, and I think that's what these people from the US and the different countries, when they talk about Sweden, they think of the old Sweden. They don't think of the current Sweden.
But it's kind of interesting. I work with Afghan immigrant kids in Sweden because I take heart to them and I think they're great. But the Afghan immigrant kids, I mean, most of them are getting a job and they're doing okay. It's not as bad as it sometimes sounds. But the gang violence we got in Sweden and the problem with segregation and the failed integration process in Sweden, it's identical to Germany, but in Sweden it's even worse. But the reason why it's happening is that when you talk to the Afghan guys themselves, they don't get Swedish culture at all. They're just like, where's the authority? What are we up against? It's like this sort of weird sort of mumbo jumbo-ish, kumbaya-ish sort of thing, an amoeba. It's like they're up to where some kind of weird amoeba with loads of social codes in it they can't really understand. And they find it frustrating. And that's why they even take to their own gangs and criminality, because at least it gives them some kind of platform to operate from, which is understandable.
Yes, they want to feel belonging, and you don't feel belonging in this culture because nobody is sort of making it clear what it is about.
Exactly, there's no authority to go up against. I mean, you can't try, again, be antagonic. You can't try yourself in an expansive mindset towards some kind of authority, which you can try, well, is this okay or not? You don't have anywhere to go to do that.
You mentioned
the
the trains running on time.
Sweden alone has had 200 years of peace. We should note that. That makes it exceptional to the Scandinavian, and maybe that's why it's gone hyper ideological.
Yeah, the trains ran on time to Auschwitz as well.
Good point.
Hey guys, thank you. That was a phenomenal, very, very great conversation. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I gotta go already because my talk is in 20 minutes.
And we're gonna be his worshipping audience first.
No, but please, you can stay. You can stay for much longer.
It's streaming the whole time, right?
This is going non-stop, so the crew will stay on here inside.
Well, we want to hear your lecture. We don't want to miss it.
Yeah, sure. But the lecture only starts in 20 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So I just gotta go prepare.
We'll be here for a while.
Yes. So you chill here.
Cheers, then, Max.
Yeah, cheers,
And then you send somebody in.
Someone will come. I'm actually not even sure who's the next one speaking. Who is it actually?
I'm not sure. One thing I did want to ask while we're waiting was, you're Swedish/Polish, and we also have South African/Swedish. I'm Australian/German. I call it living in the hyphen because I never really felt Australian, and I never really felt German. I never really felt Irish because my mother's Irish, and it has given me this ease of being a little bit more nomadic because I've never felt like I belonged, as people held their flags and people had their sports teams because they've always lived in that area, and I love this team, and I never had that. But I feel now as an adult, I have a much easier time being nomadic and just moving where I want to move at that moment. And I mean, I've been in Germany for a while now, but yeah, I feel that that's definitely helped.
Yeah, it's the same for me. Like in Sweden, I felt more Polish, and in Poland, I felt more Swedish. And I've always been traveling since quite young, and independently as well. So I feel home in like most cultures and stuff. I'm quite open to that. So it feels like it's been an advantage for me. Anyway.
Yeah, I didn't even know how South African I was until I went there in the 1990s, because obviously my parents and my family were fighting against apartheid. We couldn't go back. And then Mandela came along, you know the story. And it's kind of a bit like Jews tell me when they go to Israel the first time. It's like they arrive in a country they've never been to, and they still get all the codes right away. Because like my father, for example, in Sweden built this huge grill. It's just like, tires and things and everywhere. And it was just absolutely weird and mad. And the neighbors would come by and say, this is just madness. Built the grill that's bigger than the garden, right? And you would have the entire family and everybody you knew would come. You would start at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and you would grill and drink and grill and drink and grill and drink the entire evening. And I loved it. I love my dad for it. I thought he was highly innovative that he did that. And then I arrived in South Africa in the 1990s and was invited by my cousins in Cape Town to go to the house, and I saw a bride. Okay, all houses in South Africa have a huge grill like that. Okay, my father just copied it. And I just go, okay, then there must be tons of shit that I grew up with actually that is part of this culture, because I feel so much at home here. But if multicultural is a word that has almost been destroyed in our society, I would say that at least bicultural is a really good thing, because you're in different camps. And I agree with you completely. Since we're now going into a mode in history where being nomadic again becomes an advantage, then you have it automatically if you have at least two cultures. And this is the great thing with migration. When migration works, I'm totally pro-migration. I'm just thinking integration should work as well. But I'm totally pro-migration. But when people move around, they tend to be much more creative and innovative. I would say in my team right now, we're starting 4 different populations, and we call them exiled Chinese, exiled Indians, exiled Iranians, and exiled Nigerians. So we follow Nigerians, Iranians, Chinese, and Indian people around the world who left their home country, obviously, and moved somewhere else. There are, of course, millions of them, and they are elite. They're so fucking successful anywhere you go. You go to Dubai, and they're all exiled Indians. Now they're all increasingly exiled Chinese who go there, do business, and they're successful. And you look at the exiled Nigerians in America. They move to Texas. They become Republicans. They send their kids to Stanford and Harvard, and they don't deal with Afro-Americans because the Afro-Americans to them are just a victim of cult. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's the brave people that's been leaving and searching for new lands.
Yes.
Always to make a better future.
Yeah.
It's the people that are sort of staying behind. They will always stay behind. You need to take risks. You need to go out and explore.
Yeah. That's what we call it exodology. So exodology is essentially the science of how do you become a successful culture on the move? How do you put yourself on the move to begin with? And when you move physically, interesting enough, you start to think differently. You start to have a sort of positive critical mindset. You like antagonic mindset. You like your mindset to question things and to grow and expand it. Not only as a child, but as a grown up too.
Yeah, I do find though that there is a lot of control grids based around movement. For instance, at airports is the only time anyone has ever fingerprinted me, because you tend to do a lot more to because you've already paid the plane ticket and everything else, that you're kind of like, oh, what? Now I have to put my thumb on this bit of glass? Like, what are you kidding? But you end up doing it. I ended up getting around that by saying it was against my religion, and they looked at me very confused and somehow let me through.
I've used that trick a lot of times too. Like when it comes to birthdays, because I always forget birthdays. I say it's against my religion to celebrate birthdays.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one. But I would say home ownership. People don't realize that the reason why governments in Europe the last 30 years have sort of more or less forced people to buy and own their own homes and then take loads of loans in the process is that loans make you conformist, because an indebted person will never argue with anybody, especially not with authority. But it also sticks you in one place. And the reason why politicians did this was because they realized that people who stay in the same place and never move become more conservative and have less self-confidence. It's incredibly cynical. It was actually one of Margaret Thatcher's more cynical moves. As to realize that if all British people own their own homes, they're going to be conservative and be Tories at the end of the day. And it's certainly the conservative, and they made the Labour Party conservative too, right? So I think you need to be careful of where who wants to put a brake on your nomadism.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they call it mortgage.
All the time people wanted to settle down, wanted to settle down. And this idea that you're going to settle down is to make you conservative, so you become less of a threat for others, and you become a willing little slave who follows the system and does what Big Brother tells you.
Yeah, I mean, even the word mortgage has death, morgue in it, you know, till death.
That's a good one. I haven't thought of that.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, death worship and mortgage. Yeah.
Alexander, I'm interested, like, what's your thoughts on, in Britain, you're talking about, you know, we've pushed people to want to own their own homes, and that most people, it's certainly like, I want to have my own castle. It's something that everyone says you have to get your foot on the ladder. We have a whole sort of pretty much all millennials are struggling to get on the ladder, especially if you're close to London. The prices are, you know, if you compare to the generation before, it's like 7 times as difficult to get on the property ladder for these people. How do you see that affecting this, or creating a shift where people are saying, well, there's no point in me having a mortgage, or I can't get a mortgage? Are you thinking this might make a change and more people will become nomadic?
Yeah, it does. At least rent is back big time. So I work with a big project in Sweden. Actually, we convinced construction companies to build only rental apartments from now on, because kids are so used to Airbnb and they're used to, you know, that I pay for something when I use it. I don't have to own it any longer. And because I'm training people to think that way, that's actually a good thing, because it trains them to be even locally nomadic. And I think that's a good thing, actually. I think it is.
Yeah, if you own properties, it keeps you stuck also. So you're free if you don't.
Yeah, it almost seems like a Ponzi scheme in a lot of ways, because in Australia it's the same thing. It's this constant push to get the new kids into the property market, get the new kids in. And really it's because they just want, you know, why shitcoiners want to keep pumping a coin and get new people to buy the coin is to keep that price up. And
you probably are really nasty to kids if you force them into that Ponzi scheme, because it is a Ponzi scheme, right? So already today, if you're 35 years old, and whether you live in Europe or Australia, it doesn't matter. If you're 35 years old today, you're probably only half as wealthy as your parents were when they were 35.
Yes.
So we already see a massive shift of wealth towards elderly people. And since they are politically involved and academically involved and have the careers, they control that money. And, you know, yeah, I get the Extinction Rebellion, but I'll be young today. I'll be out in the streets actually, you know, killing old people or something, because actually they're at the end of the I would certainly not buy property now at the exorbitant prices you have in Sydney or London. It's just hysterical. I mean, you get out. Why would you even live in Sydney or London at those prices? Well, why? If nothing else, Corona has taught us all we can live in any place we like now. I think the whole mythology of urbanization is also over, because urbanization is also an old paradigm to me. It's all about nodalization. It's about who are you online. It's not about where your physical body happens to be.
Yeah, well, people have been taught as well that it's an investment because of asset price inflation, and they don't know where to put their money because it's devaluing. It's a game where everyone is jumping on just to try and hold some value. And it's
a Ponzi scheme. Therefore, it's not an investment today. It's a disastrous investment today. If you want to be part of the 100%. Shitcoin game and be a real loser in it, that's when you're young today. You take a loan and you buy into the property market. and it's completely inflated.
Yeah, and it's crazy if you
they
look
have
at
5%.
like in
Sorry,
Britain,
go on, Josh.
you know, there's not that much land. I'm sorry, Matt. There's a bit of a
That's all right.
lag here. In Britain, there's not that much land, but in Sydney, Australia, there's just enormous amounts of land. Yeah, it's not along the coast, but it's not like a lack of land, maybe infrastructure, but the notion that property will always go up in price is constantly repeated, and it only does because the political class keep adding new schemes. Like they added a new homeowners grant where every new homeowner gets $5,000 or $50,000 or something crazy, like a lot of money. And we just noticed after 3 months of this scheme, every property just went up by $20,000 or $50,000 because everyone's like, oh, new free money, yay. But, oh, look, every property's gone up in value. No, it hasn't. It's just gone up in price.
Yeah, exactly.
There's the money printing. The property prices also reflects the money printing.
That's where the inflation has gone. Exactly. Because technology creates deflationary pressure, but property speculation creates the inflationary pressure. So.
But I think that the young people now, they will look to move more to a cheaper place, especially in my age. People are willing to move to cheap countries like Albania and I don't know, Portugal. They move they move to the cheaper ones because they simply can't afford to live in their home countries, and then they have the freedoms that you get as a digital nomad, with being able to work anywhere and educate your children in a way that benefits your family.
And all the people not only are wealthy, and that's why they keep the property market as it is, they're also NIMBYs. So I think the problem in Britain is actually not a lack of space, almost less of it than in Australia. But the problem in Britain is that you can't build anything new anywhere because you're going to have tons of really wealthy old people who protest and say, no, you can't build anything.
Yeah,
that's what's keeping property prices up. It's a market after all.
Yes, they have so many regulations with building, especially in the UK.
Yeah, and they take you to court if you try to do something, and that's why everything gets so hilariously expensive. You know, they built a new ramp onto the Golden Gate Bridge now in San Francisco, so you can actually drive a car up on the Golden Gate Bridge. And it costs more to build this ramp now, even in yesterday's money, compared to building the whole bridge when it was built. Because there's so many bureaucratic hurdles you have to go through to build anything. And there's so many people who could be offended if you built something. So it's not like woke culture came out of nowhere. Woke culture was started by old wealthy people who just don't want anything new around them.
I gotta go because I have to collect the children.
Yeah, okay. You go first.
Talk. So see you later.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Caroline.
I don't want to miss Max's speech though, so send somebody down here later so we can have
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Good luck. See you soon, Caroline. She's fantastic, isn't she?
Yeah, wonderful stuff. Wonderful stuff.
Yeah.
I am very fascinated because as an anarcho-capitalist, I guess I would, or a voluntarist, even though these categories are silly, I often think of the future and how to get to a space where there's less government or no government and how that would work. And a lot of the time it comes back to your children, because this is the only thing that and the family unit, this is the only thing that you can really change and have an effect on, that the children don't just look at you and obey you by order of authority, but rather through logic, reasoning, and peaceful conversation. And when I hear things like the world schooling, I wrote it down here because I didn't hear about it, as I'm now looking for better ways of educating rather than schooling my child or future children is really how to bring up a child that doesn't just adhere because there is an authority, but always questions. And I feel this sort of ties into the conversation you had earlier on how to raise a generation that will demand less government rather than cowered in the corner demanding for more to save them from a coronavirus or something.
Well, do we even need government? That's the question.
Yeah.
We need borders.
No. We need rules, but not rulers.
We need rules, we need some kind of order, yeah, but do we need governments? I mean, Sensocracy is a thing I've been working a lot on, especially in Asia. I toured India last year with a lecture tour on sensocracy. Sensocracy is basically a thing that we're voting every second now already, and we're going to keep voting every second of our lives rather than once every 4 years. And through data flows, actually, we know what people are up to. We can sort of figure out where they're heading and what they need and what they want as well. If AI can do anything, it can probably do that pretty well, you know, the administrative part. Now, since we've employed millions and millions and millions of administrators and bureaucrats and called a government, they're not going to go lightly because they've invested everything in these careers. And for example, if you study healthcare in Sweden, compared to the 1970s, there are 4 times as many administrators per doctor now than there were in the 1970s. And that is despite the internet revolution. There should, of course, be far less administrators now compared to 40 years ago, but there isn't. There are 4 times more of them. So administrators are very good at inventing problems that do not exist. Then also selling themselves and their friends as the people who are going to solve these problems which they do not intend to solve, and thereby keeping this in an endless loop. I always call this is the age of the query. It's just like we get these, you know, the queries we have to fill in all the time, reporting on our experience and what we just were up to, and usually ends up the queries take more time, more energy to fill in than the experience itself, and we hate it. We get it from corporations, we get it from governments all the time, and this because there are armies of administrators. They're even in the corporations too. The corporations are lucky enough, because of technology, profitable enough to run without questioning the fact that they're employing far too many administrators. It's usually called human resources or something like that, companies. So it's everywhere you see these completely abundant, huge bureaucracies of people that are absolutely useless, and the technology should have replaced a long time ago. And they still hang on because we bought into this paradigm, we bought into the system, and this is just the way it has to be.
Yeah, we're heading also though as AI, computers, software takes a lot of useless jobs away. A lot of these people become jobless, incomeless.
They still hang on to them. That's the problem. That's why I did the tour in India. The Indians are, of course, also interested in this because they knew Sensocracy is going to come. They will need it more than anybody else, but they don't want the Sensocracy according to the Chinese model. Obviously not. China is proud of its multicultural heritage, and if anything, the world is becoming more and more like India. I mean, if you go to India, travel around, and realize what it's been like the last 5,000 years in India, realize this is probably what the world is going to look like 100 years from now in general, right? But the problem is even in India, you got the red tape everywhere, you got the government interference everywhere, and you got systems that are far from as efficient as they could or should be. So it takes a huge amount of awareness, and it takes a huge project of enlightenment to understand the costs involved in keeping so many of the institutions from the old paradigm in our society today. It's not just that the tech startups actually kill old business. I love it when they do it, right? I love it every time a tech startup comes along. Like, say Harvard, for example. Harvard is an old-time university that's now woke and everything. You don't even know who goes to Harvard any longer. It's probably you need to fill in some kind of quota to even go to Harvard. But Harvard charges you $55,000 this semester, although you must be digital. You can go to some of these startups like Praxis.com. They offer you the same courses. They have a test center somewhere. The certification that you actually know something is much better than Harvard's. Only the best students can pass these tests, and it costs you $1,200. Now, what would you spend $55,000 on Harvard? You say it's a brand. It's like, is it? Well, you killed old brands in the past. I mean, Tesla is obviously cooler than Ford. It took Tesla 5 years to get there. So yeah, you could have new brands that beat the shit out of Harvard in no time at all. And then the argument is, well, you need to go to campus. It's like, why? If it's digital to begin with, I'm not even going to be in Boston where Harvard is located. So, and nobody goes to campuses anyway any longer because you make friends all the time everywhere around the world, wherever you are. Why would you have to be at Harvard?
Well, someone is actually suing, I think it's Harvard, because their courses aren't as good online, and they're saying, well, you know, I paid all this money and I'm not getting a certification.
That's interesting, because then Harvard gets exactly what they teach everybody to do, because the Harvard Law School is built on the fact that everybody in America sues everybody else, because the culture is so chaotic. The only way to get orders is to go to court with everything. So the irony is absolute and total. I mean, you could write a novel based only on that, a Balzac novel, only on the failure of Harvard. But I think that loyalty to these things like Harvard and Oxford is going to be the loyalty is stronger, of course, in the West, as we know it, because we're an old culture now. But I think if you go to Asia and Africa, you're going to see tons of people who just say, fuck universities, fuck academia. We just go online, we learn all the things we need to learn, and we just certified that. Here's the certification instruments for that. And by the way, they're crypto. So you can never deny the fact that I actually could do this. At a certain point in time, I proved that I could do this, right? Now, any decent boss of any decent company would obviously prefer a person with that kind of qualifications to employ them or do business with them. And I think this could actually move quite quickly. But I'm more scared of governments because with the violence monopoly the governments have, they're likely to stay on for longer. What do you guys think? How do we get rid of them?
I have a thought with this, is that they're never going to relinquish power. They're never going to want to give any power up. So the only way to take that back, in my opinion, would be from using something like Bitcoin, where you can take away their control of the money. Because at the moment, if they want to do something, there's no reins, there's nothing holding them back. They can just print the money, do what they want. They have a complete monopoly on violence. They have everyone enslaved in debt, like you were talking about before. So everyone's too scared to move. Everyone's too scared to do anything. And they've basically got cattle. My hope is that when people step out of that world and they own Bitcoin and they have something that isn't devaluing over time, and they're not having to invest in useless assets like property or the stock market, and they can actually keep hold of their value that they've earned using their time, this is going to take a lot of power away from governments. But I do think that it's going to take a lot of time and some people to grow some fucking bollocks and stand up and talk about this and move away from these old power structures.
I agree completely. I'm in between. What you just described is that book I showed, Digital Libido. And the next book we're working on is the book when we try to solve that. Sociocracy and exodology. So these are the terms we use for creating an exodus. Like, okay, fuck you guys, we're leaving.
Yeah.
Since you can leave in the digital rather than the physical, the more you can do that, the better.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a hack here, actually. It also includes Bitcoin. And what that is that, and it would work with smaller nations, smaller countries, island countries maybe, where there's small economies, where the people, the citizens start to take loans out to just buy Bitcoin. And they don't care whether they get a black mark on their name, whether they go broke, whether they go bankrupt, because they have their Bitcoin. And so
yes,
they borrow and borrow and borrow to buy Bitcoin. They don't care if they go broke, because they don't care. They've got money that the bank can't take back, or the state.
I'm going to you guys, but I love this. It's like Bitcoin is the beginning of the exodus.
Yeah.
I'll keep them real. Okay, credit you guys for it. Brilliant idea.
Right.
Here we go.
Awesome. Nice to speak to you.
Yeah, nice to speak.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Joshua, I thought that was a really good point. I think Pierre Richard actually wrote a piece on this not too long ago.
All right.
And I can't remember the exact wording he used, but it's very interesting, because then effectively you're using their own tools against them, and it's an interesting idea.
yeah, it's that moment where people don't care anymore about having a bad tick on their name, about having a bad credit score, because they've got value locked in that's unconfiscatable, and then being able to use that in other ways. But I really feel that these societies need to build infrastructure now, which is like conflict resolution systems outside of the court systems. I mean, a lot of businesses use private arbitration and private courts anyway nowadays, because it's much cheaper and more efficient. Plus, the judges need to show that they're not corrupt, because as soon as they're shown to be corrupt, they lose business. They cannot practice anymore, so they have to try to prove bipartisanship or fairness for as much as possible. So these sorts of mechanisms need to be set up before a mass exodus or an economy truly collapses around a new Bitcoin economy.
Absolutely. Welcome, Travin and Oscar.
Hello.
Hello. You all right?
Yeah. Sorry, we just kind of jumped in the middle of the conversation, so trying to catch up.
No,
Oh,
That's
good.
cool.
Oscar, good to see you as well. Fantastic.
It's mine, Joshua. Hey,
Yeah, yeah.
where are you? Right in Germany, or?
I'm in deep bunker of Berlin. Actually, this house used to be the headquarters of the Stasi during in the West. They had a little headquarters that then no one knew before the wall came down. When and after he found all these big shredded microphones in the walls and big doors, a crazy place, and they used to have their own Müllabfuhr, rubbish disposal come private, come along to take all the paper that was away from the West. It's a weird story, this building. It's a weird story, but it's quite ironic that here we are, an anarchist philosophy talking about.
That we're going to free the world from this place, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I heard it's pretty cool around that. There's also a place kind of like that in Estonia. There's this hotel that was like where all the foreign diplomats were put in so that they could just spy on them consistently throughout their entire stay in Estonia. And then they found that like where the Stasi equivalent at the time, it was I think like on some floor, but you wouldn't notice, but it was just like a couple of rooms. They just cleared it out, removed the walls, and that was like the spying center. And they didn't realize that it was there until like 9 years after they took over a company took over the hotel as to why it was there. But it's nice now. It's a museum, so you can take a look at all of the tools that was used to spy on people.
Oh my God, amazing. It never ceases to amaze me actually how ingenious the state is in terms of its spying ability. And I always wonder how they, back in the day, how they dealt with the amount of data that they collected. They just couldn't do anything. They could just sort of file it away. And I know the Stasi's had hundreds and thousands and thousands and thousands of cabinets full of documents and papers that there's just no way. But the Germans, of course, are very organized, very structured. So they could go back and look into someone's history if they wanted to. And I think, but nowadays it's very, very different. Google, of course, has orders of magnitude by like just silly amounts, way more data than the Stasi ever did. And they have the AI to comb through it.
Yeah, it's really scary. I mean, that's why, for me, one thing that I did for fun at the time, this wasn't intentional, but I tried to put a lot of fake information about me online, just to try to screw the system. And I got Google to think that I was a 65-year-old man with severe asbestos problems. Like I mean, I blocked most of the ads usually, but I did it consistently every day for like 6 months.
Wow.
And yeah, I just fucked up whatever profile they had on me. But it was part of me to love, because every time I search my name, they always say, "Do you mean Travis Keith?" So I got pissed off at them. So I corrected that and then wanted them to get like wrong ideas about who I was. But no, it actually worked out for me in the end in terms of privacy. Now there's like 6 addresses you can find of me online. And yeah, good luck figuring out which one's the right one.
Wow. Is there a pronoun that you'd like to be called as a 65-year-old? Who do you identify as a 65-year-old?
I am actually a registered priest in the United States, so you can call me Reverend.
All right.
Yeah, no, but it's that whole thing works, and that's why my workshop was about decentralizing yourself and just trying to spread around your data, because you're right, like the data about you is so easily accessible now that you have to be a bit more cunning in terms of putting stuff out there. I mean, I'm very surprised as to how many people just put their birthdays up online.
Right, especially when it's one of the privacy reset password questions.
It is, and it's like for many social engineering attacks, having your birthday, a former address that you've had, that's why a lot of mine are not real. You can easily like regain access to something because you can convince somebody on the other end of the phone that you are that person. And then they'll reset the account for you. It's like, oh, I lost my email address. I'm a 65-year-old man who doesn't use technology, and please help me out here. And so, yeah, it's really scary as to how much. I mean, this isn't even sophisticated. This is just very not really super basic, but it's not even that complex. So when you think about the complex systems out there, imagine what they're doing.
especially dangerous for sim swapping and such.
Yeah, absolutely.
We had Lynn Ulbricht.
I think a lot of people
got sim swap. Don't shoot it.
I was gonna
Sorry, Max.
Yeah, no, that's right. I was going to say, I think a lot of people don't do fake birthdays and don't pretend they're a 65-year-old man just because you have to sign up for so much and put so much information in. People forget. Like, I have to keep a notebook all the time for all the lies that I tell, all these services and fake birthdays and fake addresses and fake, because I forget myself otherwise. And is there some sort of clever way of doing this where you can have it all, you know, have a program running where it will autofill this stuff and keep you on top of it?
No, not that I know of. You know, there's actually I was talking with Elena about it. She said it'd be good to have one as well. For me, I just use like an algorithm, like of the letter of the website starts with this, and I think of that musician, and I use that musician's birthday.
Yeah, I was going to say algorithms are great like that. Yeah.
It's a very
clever,
basic one, but it works quite well. That way you just easily remember which birthday you put in, which lies you put in, which name you put in. Very useful. You have to do it consistently. That's the hard part. Like, you have to do this regularly so that it appears real. You're getting smarter about it. Like, if you're putting fake stuff out there, it's very clear.
For the folks that don't know back at home what you mean by algorithm, let's dive into that, because I think that's a really important way of also creating passwords, different passwords for different services. So you don't have the same password for everything. Although, you know, if someone was half clever, they could figure out your algorithm.
Yeah, I used to do something like that. I still do to some degree, but it's very useful for remembering stuff like the first and last letter of the website. Add in some nonce in there, so something that's consistent, and just remembering that. So you just have to remember the steps that you need to take in order to get the password, and that's how you remember how to access. But it's much more secure, but at the same time, I don't think it's something that a lot of people really like doing.
Yeah, especially if you have multiple accounts on the same website, it can get tricky because you're using the web address as the seed for the algorithm.
Yeah, no, that then becomes pretty much impossible. What do you do for different websites?
For different websites, like just have a key pass, and that works. No creativity at all.
There's always sites that you don't have to care about. So I do the same. If it's a site I don't care about, it's like, all right, I'll just use password manager or something like that.
Yeah. For the folks that don't know, Oscar runs an amazing event, probably one of the best events outside of this event here, Unchain. Really, the last time it was in Berlin. The very last time it was in Frankfurt. Was that right?
Right. Yeah.
And the one before in Berlin, that was a really, really great event. Have you got anything coming up?
Anything coming up? No. Let's see. We're still a little bit busy, like from the after conference production, and it was quite important for us to produce it this year. It's also interesting what happens here around. I think we have been like the only two conferences in Europe so far, really offline conferences, and it's really interesting to see the core community, or what is left of the core community, when it comes to that the price for freedom and taking part of physical events rises. Yeah.
It looks so fascinating. The music, art, and Bitcoin fused looks like a lot of fun. I was having a look through, and it said you had live bands and all sorts going on.
Yeah, that is quite important to us. Like, I'm more from an event background, so to me, or to us as hosts, it's quite important that we bring together the right people and do the right moderation. And for this reason, our talks are really short, like 10 to 15 minutes plus Q&A. And it's more like a inspiration and impulse for people to talk about later on when the conference part is over. So this year we completely switched the program that we had. Like, the first half of the day was the main conference part, and the second one, we called it like social club, where like people just can hang out in a moderated place and like produce themselves, and that really worked well. And So for that reason, we are more like a boutique event or boutique conference than like a usual conference. And yeah, and I think it was also the right decision not to make it online parallel. Since I can see here, of course, it's still a great event and it's busy, but at the same time, of course, yeah, you cannibalize your own audience if you do so. And this is going to be really interesting in the future how these events will develop.
Yeah.
And I can imagine that we will have a straight divide into offline events and online events. But let's see. And I think, especially in these days, is much more important than it was in the past, that people have like real world gatherings, because like you can consume all the contents online. Yeah, we don't have other chances really, like to have a real world consensus.
Yeah. No, it was great. Like I was there also when I was one of the speakers, and I actually really liked the format. It was like rapid fire, and it was nice absolutely to see people again. It was the first event I attended this year in person, so I was very happy that you invited me to speak. So thank you again for that.
Such a pleasure.
Yeah. So go attend the Unchained conference next year for everyone watching.
Trevin, great. Trevin, we haven't recorded the talks this year, also not. And Trevin had a great introduction. He started with reading like from a constitution, a freedom-loving constitution, and everyone thought about what is it, and like the conclusion was later on like it was a constitution of China.
Yeah. In the constitution of China, yeah, there's a lot of provisions around right to privacy, right to criticize the government, freedom of religion, and all of this stuff. And yeah, it's like it's not actually being implemented. So that was the thing that I was trying to convey. That I mean, I'm from the Philippines, and in that area of the world, it's very common that what is written is not actually what is implemented. So yeah, I wanted to caution that, on one side, don't just trust the law. It's not enough. So if you work in privacy systems, it should be like, don't just rely on GDPR or identity protection or anything like that. It has to be core in the system. But then also it's about the trust issue. It's like, where we're from, whenever a new law gets passed, we don't trust it because we don't know what's actually going to happen. But over here, it seems that at least on average, if there's something that passes, a lot of people tend to believe that is what's actually going to happen. But a lot of times in terms of fiat currencies, it's like, okay, this is what the European Central Bank is supposed to be doing. But then instead what they've done numerous times was break people's trust over time, just like printing trillions and trillions, devaluing people's money. And it's something that, at what point in time do you stop attributing trust to that entity? So it's very interesting for me to watch as a non-European living in Europe.
Hey, Martin has joined us here from General Bytes, one of the best ATMs I've seen or used. Amazing stuff.
Are you at location right now, Josh, or are you calling in from remote?
I'm calling in from Berlin.
Okay.
Berlin, yeah.
Because we have a new model out, so and we were like, it's already new. It's already 8 months old now, but that seems like new still normally. But in crypto, that's like long time ago.
Well, it's hardware. Hardware moves slower than software.
Very true. Very true. So yes, yeah. How have you been? Been busy?
Yeah, I mean, it's always busy. It's always fun. It's always a challenge. Running a business in crypto is you don't only deal with competition, but you deal with governments constantly flip-flopping with their silly regulations, constantly trying to bring you down, constantly trying to pass new ways to obstruct you. And then you have the banks on top of that, also trying to build the moats around their legacy systems. And it's this beard ain't going gray for no reason. That's all.
Same here. I pulled out the gray hairs, but then every time I did that, there was 10 more coming at the funeral. So I stopped doing that because I was getting bald patches in my beard. So I thought, no, just let it grow until Bitcoin is 100,000 K. So,
there you go.
so that's we've been really busy here too. It's constant. Like we have a new model out, and I think last year we just launched everytrade.io, which is this crypto accounting package. So it's but most people hate paying their taxes on their crypto, and in many cases, if you trade a lot, it's practically impossible to keep track of all your trades. But now at least it's a bit easier and takes away a headache, so we can concentrate on doing other things again while the tax is calculated automatically. So it's been a bit of a wild ride over the past year, but yeah. I wouldn't want it any other way, really. I really still enjoy crypto after all these years, and so we got a new model out. You probably haven't seen it if you're in Berlin, and we're gradually starting shipping up. How has COVID impacted your business?
We're in the intersection between gold and Bitcoin, and so both parties, they gold bugs. They see, I don't quite understand what's happening to the banking sector. The banking sector is looking scary. If we're getting a lot of layoffs, a lot of people defaulting on their loans, what will happen to these banks? A lot of people are starting to mistrust ETFs, which is great because ETFs are basically all owned by the bank. The bank, especially the gold ETF, GLD, is all owned by the HSBC, Bank of Hong Kong, and they have millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars worth of gold bullion sitting there, owned by other people, but not really. Legally, it's owned by them, so they can bail themselves out with that money, with that bullion. So a lot of people now are starting to look at allocated bullion that's in their name as their legal property, and that's kind of where we fit in. But the Bitcoin space as well, obviously more and more people getting into it, more and more people realizing, wow, it didn't go to zero. And so it just keeps sort of floating around. So now they're starting to that trust is starting to be built inherently, obviously we're getting more and more people jumping in, more news channels constantly talking about it and stuff, which has it's both sides of the razor blade there as it becomes legitimized. One of the worst parts for me was over the years seeing more and more bankers at these conferences talking about regulation and how great regulation is, and people demanding and screaming for regulation. And it was a sad thing to see, but at the same time, it is what it is. How do you feel about that, Matt?
Yeah, we General Bytes joined the Czech Bitcoin Association to push a bit at the central bank as well for bank accounts and this regulation, which is too much right now already. We've seen lots of new AMLD5 coming in Europe, which basically it's ridiculous in my opinion. They use that to gradually clamp down on the crypto industry, and they say you just have to register at the central bank here, for example, in the Netherlands. But that's not the case. It's you have to get a license to run a Bitcoin or crypto business, and this is just a way for them to push it out. But if you look at who is at for example, the Dutch central bank, they're all ex-bankers. So it's like a butcher checking his own meat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not independent at all. So yes, that's been a big problem. Regulation-wise, we had to implement a lot of new features to be able for our clients to be compliant with AML-D5, and this is just putting a lot of extra strain from like a developer's perspective onto a company. So what we did is to reduce liability and to be able to pay for those new implementations of the software. We actually do that via Panama right now. So what's on the note?
Sorry, our
audio died.
Just kick it.
Yeah.
Turn it off and on again.
Yeah, reboot it. If that doesn't work, reboot it again. That's
yeah.
So that's,
Martin, I just wanted to jump in there and ask you. I've been a user of these machines in London for quite some time, and I've noticed that there's been a change in terms of what the limits are before you have to KYC yourself. So what I've had to do is go around to every single one just under the limit and just bang, bang, bang if I want to buy a larger amount. Do you see that that's just going to keep clamping? It's called what, sorry?
It's called smurfing. It's layering a large. Yes, that's the financial term. Actually, I think it's illegal. Or at least
probably
naughty. I'm not sure if it's like really illegal, but it's definitely naughty. So
I've never done that. That was a dream.
The financial regulator in the UK requires everybody to sign up right now. I don't know about the details. After all, we're like a manufacturer. We don't provide the legal advice in that respect. But there is different regulations coming everywhere. Some of our UK operators had to switch off their machines until they got their paperwork in order. But from what I understood, there's an ATM owners group on the WhatsApp that I joined, WhatsApp of all networks. But yeah, you're on there as well. The audio doesn't work.
Yeah, I was just saying the audio, your mic, I could hear it as you tap it.
Yeah, they're like.
He can't hear though.
Okay, yeah, I mean the FCA. We're currently going through the FCA stuff as well in Britain. As of January next year, it's going to be a whole new ball game. But the thing is, it's that every regulator around Europe, around the world, actually, is sort of hitting every crypto business at the same time. Meaning sort of having similar deadlines. And I find that very fascinating that governments can't agree on shit except for this. Somehow they agree that everything happens at the same time.
It's uniting them.
Josh, I think this timing thing is because of the AMLD5 that was like European wide. And I think in the UK, even though they voted for Brexit, they're still doing this AMLD5 thing. So that was like basically the deadline pushing on local governments, and that caused this ripple effect in all these local regulations. And that I think is also highlights the problem that every country has their own implementation. So limits change,
stop your talk.
Requirements change, but it's all about the same. So it's first the AMLD5 and then the travel rule. So they basically want you to know which addresses you have, where do you send your crypto to. So it's time that Bitcoin implemented a proper privacy layer, in my opinion, because that will fix it once and for all. But at the same time, are we moving to a situation where you have two types of Bitcoin? One is the free Bitcoin as we know it now, and one is the one that's held by custodial banks.
Do they hear you?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Try to keep quiet.
Yeah, so absolutely, that could happen. I mean, layer 2, I did see that the IRS put a bounty out for cracking Monero and Lightning Network. So it was interesting to me that they said Lightning Network was something that they wanted to de-anonymize as much as possible and put quite a large bounty out for that. That's why I think it's really important that people download. One of the wallets I really love is Blue Wallet. I'm not affiliated with them. I'm not anything like that. But what I like about it is they've got a lot of like games and services within that wallet that you can sign up to. So for instance, like little poker and roulette and things like that, where you can just try out with microns of a cent and see how fast and pay back in and out and see how fast that is, and then try to find out. Try to track those transactions. It's very, very, very hard to do.
Yeah, I used at first I used Eclair wallet.
Yeah,
Eclair wallet, but I had like $100 or €100 were stuck in there and could never get it out. So that like scared me off. Yeah. And now I use Breeze wallet. It doesn't have these a lot of things built in, but it does have some, a growing number of Bit Refill, LN Pizza, Spendle, and Light Night and Lightning Roulette. But I don't gamble myself. But yeah. I imagine they want to monitor that. It's like with Tor at the time. Every time you fired up Tor and you thought you were anonymous, you would look at your traffic, and your IP, whatsmyip.com would say, you're in Langley, Virginia. I mean, who is in Langley, Virginia, except like government spy agencies? Right. So they would run a lot of exit nodes, so that way, if you would connect to Tor network, there will be a big chance that you would go through one of their exit nodes, and the guy running the exit nodes will have access to all the traffic. So I think this is what the approach is, probably the same, is that they will, if they want to de-anonymize the Lightning network, they will run a lot of Lightning nodes to actually route traffic through. Because if you run a Lightning node, you see the traffic going through. It's just that. So I'm not sure yet. I think, wasn't it Chain Analysis that got the job, or the Chain Analysis, one of those spying companies for blockchain that's going to help the US government?
It wouldn't surprise me. One of the things that's interesting about Chainalysis is it's such a brilliant business model, because now all these governments are demanding that businesses like ours have a contract with Chainalysis. And a lot of businesses do, and they never use them. They just have to pay them every month, because no one ever asks for any info from them or anything. But you just have to show the invoice. We pay them every month.
Actually, you have to, when you do use them, you have to feed them your data as well. So this is why my main concern with them. There's several of those companies, and CipherTrace, for example, is one of them. We had to implement something like that on the General Bytes ATM platform, so that if required by governments, that ATM operators would be able to take out a subscription with such a company and then implement that. But my main problem with those services is that it's all like one size fits all. So, for example, if you would play roulette on some online site and then you would cash out, then, for example, CipherTrace would risk it as super high risk. Why is it super high risk? Well, because gambling online in the US is illegal, but it's not in Europe. So in many European countries, at least, it isn't. So basically, it just boils down to like the same, one man's erotica is another man's pornography. You know what I mean?
Right.
So this is my main concern with it, is that it tries to be a one size fits all, while this world isn't working like that. So that's but we had to build in something like optional that people can sign up with a third-party service to check, because in many countries now the regulators require you to do a background check, so that you're not cashing out from, say, a dark market directly into cash, or stuff like that. So at least it has to be mixed, or that made anonymized in a way. So this is I do believe in total privacy for cryptocurrency, but this is one of the things that you find that regulators are pushing. So it's a good business model. Hey, wow, we get a zoom out from Josh.
Yes,
that's a pretty impressive studio, man.
Yeah,
wow.
Zooms.
Whoa. You can zoom in so much, we can even see the nose hairs. Your nose.
Yeah, I know. I need to go back to my Iraqi hairdresser that pulled.
That's a pretty nice studio. Yeah.
Max, do you seem like a privacy-centric folk?
Yes.
Do you? How do you deal with privacy? Do you jump on the second layer of Bitcoin, or do you use a different chain?
It's been a journey for me, especially the last 6 months. I've really been pushing on my podcast the importance of privacy, and what I've really come down to is I see that there will be an end game, which is that there probably will try and be whitelists and blacklists and all this bullshit that they're pushing for, and there will be one half of people or more than half of people who will KYC and yes sir, no sir, 3 bags full sir, do everything they're supposed to, and then there will be another side who will use privacy tools, run their own nodes, go through Samurai, Whirlpool, and different services, use different services like that, and then maybe jump from there to Lightning or other solutions where they are less trackable. And really, for me, firstly, I think Bitcoin is not useless without privacy, but it's much less valuable and much less important of a technology if we just yield and allow corporations to and banks and governments to do what they've always done. What's the fucking point? We have to be able to have a money that they can't control, and the fungibility is very, very important. So yeah, my thinking is if you can buy non-KYC and then you can run through something like Whirlpool and maybe hop a couple of addresses and use some of these technologies that are coming out, it's well worth doing, and it's not that expensive, especially if you're doing reasonably large amounts. You can get these, these services like Whirlpool down to like 0.5%, 0.25% or less. And I think that these coins, these blacklisted coins, are much, much more valuable in the future.
Yeah.
What about you guys?
I agree. It's the fungibility is extremely important, because you can't, it's like with dollars or fiat, or if you get a dollar and you can't see whether the dollar has been touched by a Coke dealer or something, and dollar is a dollar. And if there is a distinction between whitelisted and blacklisted Bitcoins, that will kill it. So we really need to focus on this privacy technology right now, and just mixing it, I think, is not good enough, because those the spying agencies like Chainalysis, they see when a coin is mixed and then they assign it a high risk score. So this is not good either. We have to get all wallets to use mixing technologies, and then everything will be mixed. So you can't assign everything a high risk score. So we need something like that in the protocol itself. Yeah, and it has to be there in all the wallets, that it's like default on. And only then we will see improvements, because until that's the case, we won't see this privacy improving.
Yeah. I mean, one of the privacy is in the fungibility rules of a lot of countries. It is so because of actual legal precedents. This was a long time. I think it was over 100 years ago or something. There was a case in Britain where a gentleman got a whole bunch of money and then ended up being sued by a bank who was robbed a few transactions before, 2 hops back, yeah. And so he then took them to court and said, no, I legitimately did business. They then went through and passed legal precedents to say that fungibility is a right with this money, that money needs to be fungible to work. The thing is that Bitcoin is in a way fungible, because you get tiny, even on chain, because you'll have a tiny part of a transaction that might have 2 hops been in some sort of sketchy transaction, but you have that level of I don't know, part of and also as a business, if we get a transaction where 1 Satoshi in a thing is like somehow part of 2 hops or 3 or 4 hops ago, hey, what are we meant to do? What are we meant to do there? Freeze the whole lot.
Plausible deniability.
And that's the key point. Plausible deniability is a cornerstone of legal process.
Years ago, just like before the internet, we had a lot of pirate radio stations. I'm sure you had them in the UK as well. And at first, everybody was advertising on those pirate, every local business would advertise on those pirate radio stations, because you would reach a local audience and the price would be a lot lower than using a regular radio station. So then, to defund the pirates, the government passed this new regulation. And the regulation was that it was illegal and punishable by huge fines to advertise on pirate radio stations. So what did the pirates do at the time? They would put in advertisements for like big companies like washing powder and stuff like that, and main warehouses, which they were fake advertisements. So they would basically start advertising for these companies that didn't pay. They would still have the local advertisements as well, but they would, the government would not know who paid for it and which one was a fake advertisement. So we can do a similar thing with Bitcoin. If you do have Bitcoin and it's tainted, then just send out random Satoshis to a lot of different addresses, which you know are like in use, and then you basically incriminate them with every transaction. So everybody becomes part of the like dirty. So this, I think there will be creative ways around this, just like the pirates did back in the early 80s. So that's yeah.
Definitely. That's fascinating. I love that idea.
And only a few Satoshis won't cost much, and you just start dusting all the other wallets with your tainted Satoshis, and then I think it will always remain a bit of a cat and mouse game. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And
how do we get people to care?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Before I joined General Bytes, we ran this Bitcoin embassy in Amsterdam, and we wanted to like learn people about the technology behind Bitcoin and decentralized technology and blockchain and the ledger and all. But people like just were like tuning out immediately. And then after a while, one of the girls there said, this is all too technical for me. I got 500 euros and it has to be 5,000 euros at the end of the month or at the end of the year because I want to buy a new kitchen. So which one do I have to buy? And I said, we're not about, making 500 into 5,000. We're just here to learn about technology. Yeah, this is not for me. I just want to earn $5,000 because I need to pay for my new kitchen. So this highlights it. How do we get people to care? I honestly wouldn't know. I think we can only try and educate them. And if they don't care, then we were stuck. Is your audio working again?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Perfect.
Having significant issues. I can't hear you, but it's a bit painful. But I'll push through it for the next 20 minutes. But unfortunately, Mac presentation, so we can't fix it. One of the devices died. So.
Okay. That's I've got a panel discussion too. So that's with Monero. So I did talking about privacy technology. Yes. So that's I lost it. Where was it?
Yeah.
Well, what's in for the future, Josh, for Vaultoro? What do you think the next year will do?
We're looking at other investments that can be stored. The thing is, people buy gold down to the microgram. It's a centralized service, so it's some people are against that, but we try to focus on transparency, using the blockchain to be transparent and to build transparency protocols. But in terms of what can be secured in warehouses and bonded warehouses, we're looking at whiskey as another investment class where people can trade between whiskey and Bitcoin back and forth. So this is something that we're looking into. There's a couple of other things. But yeah, of course, silver is the next big thing that we want to get on the platform. We've been saying that since 2015, but it will get there, folks. For all those people constantly emailing me, what about silver? Silver is something that people just love. I'm not quite sure why. I think gold is like the top of the line there for me in terms of investment. But
overall, looking at this year, with COVID and all, because we thought when COVID hit, and this whole lockdown thing started, we thought, oh, this will really hurt the business and all. But looking back at it, this is our best year ever. I mean, it took us 6 years, almost 7 years, to sell 4,000 ATMs, and we sold another 1,000 in 3.5 months after that. So we still see parabolic growth, and that, so for Volturo, you see a similar growth pattern where you basically see business picking up faster and faster, or how does it?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of people selling their gold back to Bitcoin right now, and what I find interesting is the Volturo users, they're not like other exchanges. Other exchanges, they're constantly trading back and forth trying to get those little bits, but on Volturo we have a lot more long-term investors. So holders of Bitcoin generally want to wait for a larger uptick, like in 2017, until they convert to an allocated asset, and then they'll convert back to Bitcoin in times like this. So we're now starting to see people going back into Bitcoin from their gold holdings. Of course, you get other people who are trying to, market makers and such, who try to take it, and make money from the back and forth. But this is an interesting time, because I like to watch the people trading on Volturo, because they're generally not just moon boys or Lambo people. They're more economically minded, because they are, at the end of the day, gold bugs with that crypto bug in them. So I tend to find people that have been long-term gold, and that we have older clients. They are a little bit more educated in terms of the economic theory and the larger economic impact of what is going on around them, including America with the elections and everything else. So it's interesting, definitely, to watch. But yeah, I find there's so much stuff happening right now that it's so complicated to figure out what is going to happen. I mean, I really thought we would see a wider banking collapse, but somehow the plunge protection gangs in the major stock exchanges have managed to buy up any failing businesses as much as possible. I mean, look at the airlines; they're still like going up, even though they're mostly grounded and empty. It's phenomenal. So we're living in La La Land, and the La La Land just is lasting longer than I thought it could.
Yeah. Well, what goes up must come down.
Yeah, eventually it will come crashing down. I'm convinced about that. That's how do people, like people who are on gold at Volturo, do you have like tools where they can keep an eye on their profit, losses, unrealized profits and losses, and create reports and stuff for the taxman or their bookkeeper? Or how do they do that? Is that can they download the trades in like a CSV format, or is there a way to
Yeah, that's right. That's one thing we had in Volturo 1. We launched Volturo 2 to have more assets, and these are the things we're slowly putting back in. We do definitely want to combine with services like yours, Martin, that does that for people. I know a lot of, actually 4 people have talked to me recently and said, I got in trouble with Taxman because I didn't know how to deal with it. That was my only crime, and it's quite annoying. I mean, I know a lot of people. I fundamentally think tax is a terrible burden on a lot of people, and they could do better with their money. But at the end of the day, you don't want to go to prison, and so they do want an easy method to do that until we don't have to anymore.
if the Volturo service would allow to export like a CSV and you upload it to everytrade.io, it might already work out of the box, but if it doesn't, you can just open a support call and they'll be able to implement it. So it's not just for the taxman, but it's always good to know at any point in time how much profit, unrealized profits, realized profits, how much losses. And it just gives you a peace of mind. Even, we don't upload anything to a taxman or to anyone. We don't see, or we don't use and see our customer data, but it's just that for your own, peace of mind, you need to know, like, did I make the right decision by selling all my bags of shit coins back in last year, or how much profit did we really make and how much did we cash out and stuff like that. I think it's fascinating, and it usually is a lot of work to like calculate it all. Like, for example, if you run an ATM network and you got all your Bitcoins ATMs and you got your profits and your costs, and you have to file reports for not just the taxman, but how much did you actually pay on mining fees and transfer fees and stuff like that. And normally it's not even worth calculating those fees because it's all little bits. You start bean counting and it takes too much time. But if there is a tool that can automatically generate it for you, you can also use those mining fees and deduct them as costs for your business. Basically, you generate money just automatically because this is normally you would never have looked at that at those fees. And I think it's therefore important to, accounting, it's usually so boring and nobody likes doing it, but it does give you a good overview of your business and what to do next, or whether you should sell or buy or just hodl. So that's at first I was a bit like skeptical, like why do we need something like that? But the more I use it now, and I use it on a daily basis, just to there's like a sort of like eye candy to see the graph going up or down. Then I don't watch it for a few days, but then I log in again and it's like, oh, we're up again. So yes. Nice. But I said, if you want to add Volturo,
thank you.
Just contact the guys. They'll be happy to include it. We've added a lot of exchanges too. So if Volturo, for example, you can have a direct API connection. If you have an API, we launched.
We just released it.
Yeah, that's great, and it's even better because then people only have to add their API key once, and they never have to bother with uploading their trades anymore. It's we've got CoinMate, Bitstamp, and General Bytes ATMs added right now. So for our ATM operators, it's really good to see that they just log into their control every trade IO panel. And they see the overview of the business, and it's all automatic because if you have to upload CSV files, that works, but still it's a little bit of work. But if it's all automatic, like you see all your recent Kraken trades there, and Bitstamp and CoinMate and all your ATMs, then it becomes really like a dashboard for your company. And I think this is just we were really at least very excited about it. I think I like the hardware bit. This is our first software software product, and I think the software is nice. Hardware takes a lot of work in R&D. Software is easier, I think, compared to hardware. You can scale it up like crazy if it gets busy, and with hardware that's usually quite difficult. It's like, oh, we need an extra factory. Oh, where are you going to get your extra factory from? So that's
Hey Martin, you're one of the only guys I know that's given himself a hardware implant. Well, apart from I've got a pacemaker, but it's that's a little bit different. But you yourself have an NFC chip that you gave yourself. What have you made it do so far at the moment?
It's Josh. It's so 2014, man.
Yeah, I know, right? I still feel it's very futuristic.
This is like the injection needle. I've got one here spare, so to inject it. It's not a DIY product, by the way. We made it connect to the General Bytes ATMs, the point of sale terminals. You can use it basically as a sort of discrete storage. So I'm not sure if you can see at home. It's a big ass needle, so it's not really. That's why. Let me just eject it. Yeah, there it goes. So this is the implant. It's I got one in. Let me see if for the readers at home. Let's see. It's tiny. So that is the copper bit. That's the coil.
Yeah.
The black bit. That's where the chip is. So the coil uses NFC technology to basically to charge itself. Then uses the chip. It's a standard MTEC 216. And they're made by NXP, and they come in different form factors. So you can also use, for example, like these stickers. They're really inexpensive.
Yeah.
And
I think I'm too chicken shit for that. I'll go see.
Yeah, me too.
Drink some of your custodial whiskey, and then
there you go,
so this is like
what?
sticker.
For those at home that are like, oh, that's so New World Order. The thing is that chips and things are probably going to come. So I'd rather do it myself and be able to hack it and change it and pretend that it's an official one, or start to learn the technology. to say, hey, you know, when I'm at the airport, have you got your COVID vaccination? Yeah, look here, blip, look, and I just spoof it with my
I'm not
own.
sure if you can see it, but this is one on my finger. See, that is like tiny. That's even smaller than the chip implant. I just got these in. They're like 5 millimeters by 5 millimeters.
Wow.
And you can, for example, you can put them, if you're like, you don't want to do implants, you can put them on your nail. You know, for ladies, they can put them on their nail and then cover them, stick them onto their nails, and then cover them in nail polish. So your nail becomes a.
How thick are these?
They're like. No, they're super thin. You can't really. I can't even less than a millimeter. Very thin,
Oh,
less
wow.
than half a millimeter. So it's you can see the chip, and then the little bit around it is the antenna. The thing is, with the small antennas, the reception isn't great. But in case of crypto wallets, that's a feature. That's not a bug. That's a feature, because you don't want everybody to be able to scan your wallet. Because like these stickers, for example, you can scan them from like 10 centimeters distance. So if somebody, if you have something like this in your wallet, and then somebody in the subway just goes past you with an NFC reader, they'll be able to read the data off. But the implants themselves, or the micro dots, these are like they come in a plastic bag as if it's a drug from a drug dealer. But yeah, we made them compatible with the ATMs back in 2015, and we thought, just, you know, it was Karel, our CEO back then. He is now CTO. We have a new CEO at the company, but he said, you know, Martin, it would be so cool if we work for the ATMs. So this is where he created. I said, yeah, that would be cool. But within 2 weeks, he had prototype ready and everything ready. He said, now you have to come and check it. It works. And yes, it's an easy way to store either a private address, or to store your you can create a BIP32 encrypted private address, so they need a password too. Alternatively, you can use them to store your wallet recovery seed. I'm not sure if you can see it, but I don't use the I know it's impossible to see it, but I don't use the implants in my hands anymore for anything like that, because, like, you know, the whole world knows.
I'm sorry, guys. I have to run.
No problem. No problem. Oh, I have to run too. It's there's a next panel meeting coming up.
Yeah,
it's
all right, guys.
It's been an
Nice to speak to
absolutely
you.
wonderful
Yeah.
conversation. I have adored it as usual. Always fantastic. Max manages to get the best guests in the world to come to the single place here in Jitsi. So thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, I'm so curious how that happens, but amazing to have you both on. Great.
Yeah, sorry about our audio issues.
No problem. I have to run too. There's a panel discussion coming up in 3 minutes. So
Nice
anyway,
to speak to you, Martin.
Nice to speak to you. See you guys.
See you. Bye bye.
Yeah, I have to go as well. Okay.
Yes. And we can mute ourselves right here. Or, well, yes, Max, take it from here. 1 second.
Hello. Hello, Max and Travin. Are you all wired back in again?
Okay, so Tran gotta go. He's beautiful and got a
Yeah, cheers.
But yes, let me. You know, that's the thing. When I'm not here, I'm not in cyberspace, and then there's like so many things happening that I first have to catch up on when I get back in cyberspace. So guys, what's going on?
You've had a crazy weekend. It looks like you've been a very busy man.
Yes, crazy, but you know, funnily, it's not been as busy as I would have expected. This just shows the beauty of division of labor by having rock stars unlike you, Max, who actually can take care of the show. That's awesome that I didn't have to do it all. It's beautiful. So thanks for the collaboration. It was nice.
No, it was amazing. We had some great conversations, and we were just getting deep into the weeds with Martin about sort of the whitelist and blacklist coins and having sort of two different separate Bitcoins, and whether what's going to happen along the lines with that, and how we can get away from that sort of bullshit. And it's been a fascinating conversation. And as you know, this has been my first time attending this event, and I've absolutely loved it. I haven't had the time yet to really dive in and do the workshops, but I'm looking forward to, once those go onto YouTube, I'm going to sit down and work my way through them, because it's been fascinating.
No, seriously, the workshops are crazy good. Specifically, the second day was incredible. So very, very, very much recommended to check them out at hcpp.cz. Yes, for sure. Who's actually coming up for this next show? Let me check the schedule.
I'm not sure. I know my time is.
Huddle out together with Nico. Is that really it? Is that what's
Hello,
up?
guys. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah. Hey, guys.
Hi, you're right.
Yes, and we have one other fellow Jitzer in, David Brin.
Yeah, I'm Kevin as well here.
Oh,
If it's not too crowded.
Oh, no, I doubt it. We're going to have a great conversation. And Nico is co-hosting us today. So how are you, Nico? How's it going? Take it on. Or did his internet connection drop? That might be it. Huddle out. What's new in space? How are you doing, Kat?
I'm doing well. Been super busy lately, so unfortunately I haven't been able to follow this conference much, even though I would very much have liked to. So busy, doing well, bullish. Yeah.
Bullish as always. Yes. How's Citadel 21 going?
I think it's going really well. We are very sad though, because we got wrecked by the postage. Like, the postage services are unfortunately severely affected, especially with the first, like when we sent out volume 1, which sold out. We're having huge issues getting it delivered to the US, unfortunately. So
oh no,
a lot of people haven't received their scenes, which kind of sucks. But apart from that, very good.
That's very nice. How do you actually choose the people to collaborate with at Citadel 21?
Just organic, just like we want everyone and anyone to reach out to us. A lot of it happens through Twitter, I guess. We reach out sometimes to people asking if they want to do a cover for us and stuff like that. But mostly it's people get in touch because they have something they want to get out there.
Yeah, I see.
So when will you submit an article?
Yeah, actually, I probably ought to do that. Hopefully soon. The last couple of weeks have been crazy. We're helping out with the HCPP, but I'm for sure going to take one day to just sleep and eat and do nothing, and then a couple of days out in the wilderness, and then I might be ready to come back in cyberspace and do shit again. So at that point, I'll reach you out.
Awesome, man.
Nico, are you back and stably with us?
Yeah, I hope so. I turned off my video for a while because I seem to have suffered some kind of coverage loss here, but I think I'm good now. Can you hear me well?
Fantastic, loud and clear. Guys, unfortunately, I gotta get going again, running around in meat space here. But enjoy the beautiful conversation, and we'll see you hopefully soon. I should be back soonish.
Yeah. Thanks for a great talk, Max. See you soon.
Yeah, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, can you see me now?
Yeah, I can see you.
All right, excellent. So it's Nico from Consensus Network. We should be having Hodlnaut and David Brin here with me, and apparently Kevin.
Yeah, I did a magic drop in, if that's okay.
All right, awesome. So why don't everybody just give a short introduction of yourself, what do you do, and then let's dive into the topic, which is I was wanting to talk about Lightning Retail future and the Bitcoin retail payments and that kind of stuff. So let's just do a round of introduction for everybody, and let's get down to it. So why don't you start, Kevin, since you're already there?
Oh yeah, sure. So I'm Kevin. I'm like a like a Bitcoin user, not really a retail seller yet. Although, if I can show this without doxing myself too much, I am building up a stack of possibly retail goods on my desk that
Nice.
that I hope to start like some sort of shop for. Let's see if I get my camera back. I've been on the show yesterday morning where I talked a bit about the sticker project. That's the BTC Street Art initiative with the Bitcoin awareness game. That's what I'm busy with most lately, just walking around the city and pasting stickers everywhere, taking photos and stacking sets. And before that, I was mostly helping out, for example, Max, you can see just walking by, with the Wasabi wallet contribution game. So testing new releases for bugs and like critical things to fix. And that's, I guess, like the main contributions I've done in the Bitcoin space. So yeah, who's next? Maybe Hodlonaut?
Yeah, really, that Bitcoin awareness game thing is really cool, Kevin. Huge fan of that. Really hoping to see you guys make an article for Citadel 21 about it at some point. That would be super cool.
We should ask Pretty Flacco to help write that.
Yeah, I think there is something coming up actually. Yeah, I'm Hodlonaut. I'm a Bitcoiner. Been in Bitcoin for quite a while now. I don't know. Started this project recently with Bitcoin Katya called Citadel 21, which is a Bitcoin scene, which we initially intended to be just an online thing, but now it's kind of become a physical thing. We shipped 2 volumes so far, and our goal with this project is to spread Bitcoin culture, basically, to have a place where Bitcoiners can express themselves, and all of the cool stuff we create in this bubble we live in can be printed. So that's a really cool project, which I love to. I put basically most of my time into that project right now. Used to work as a school teacher for many years. Right now, I'm basically just spending all of my time in Bitcoin. I have a couple other things that take some of my time. I mean, I've been getting sued by Craig Wright for 18 months now, which takes time and resources to deal with, unfortunately. But yeah, enjoying myself in this space, and I'm just amazingly bullish on Bitcoin and Bitcoiners. Super grateful to have gotten to know all these amazing people, and I meet new cool people all the time in this space. So love to be here.
Awesome, thanks. It's a pleasure to have you guys here. Do we have a third guest or not? I'm not sure who's in here. I see Max and Rafe. So I guess it's just the 3 of us. All right. Let's get down to it. And yeah, probably most viewers don't know who I am. So my name is Nico. I represent Consensus Network, which is the Bitcoin publishing house. We localize and publish Bitcoin-related content all around the world. And I'm also printing and distributing the Citadel 21 zine for Hodlonaut that he was talking about earlier. And I do podcasts as well. So a pleasure to be here and hosting this panel today. So what do you guys want to talk? Actually, I don't want to push this like retail idea on you. If you want to talk more about, like, for example, Bitcoiner culture, like I really love this idea of, Bitcoin cultural magazine. That's why I wanted to get involved, and those stickers and everything. We can take it that direction as well. I don't really mind if we can talk a little bit about retail. It's really up to you. What do you guys think?
I think a cool twist or a cool angle on this would be how like manifesting physical evidence of Bitcoin into meat space, because that's what Kevin is doing with his stickers as well, like walking around the city, making actual visible and physical pieces of Bitcoin into meat space, and that's what we're doing with printing Citadel 21 as well. So maybe a cool angle would be how we like this leap of living inside our Twitter bubble and trying to solidify this rabbit hole amazingness that we all are so in love with, and spreading it out there, and like how different ways we try to do that. I think I would love to hear more about BTC street art project and what they are doing.
You know, I think that's a wonderful angle, because actually now that I think about it, we all share that specific part. Like we are all bringing somehow the Bitcoin culture into the meat space, right? Like I'm doing the books, like physical books. I don't really even focus on the e-versions of the books, but I just believe that there's something tangible in the books that resonates with a lot of people. And also another thing about the localization is to really bring the culture near to you, to your in your own language, because it is a stronger influence that way. So I think this is it's very important in terms of spreading Bitcoin knowledge, because it's hard to get interested in something just super technical, because not everybody is a nerd. But there's a lot more than that in Bitcoin, in my opinion. You know, in the culture, it's not just about the technology either.
Yeah, we want this Bitcoin mycelium to spread not only in the digital sphere, but also spread into the physical realm. And then we need to create physical objects to put out there.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to try to gap the digital to the physical. It's something that's it started quite early, right? With the guy who got paid 32 Bitcoin to put out a sign in New York with was it with buy Bitcoin or something on it. So I think there's a long history of people paying Bitcoin to others to promote the project in the meat space. It's gone quite a long way. I think we've been able to improve a lot on the packaging that we use for the message, and we thought a bit better about the messages we want to spread out there in the real world as well, with actual magazines, with actual content, and with the small memes on the stickers, instead of just "end the Fed, buy Bitcoin," which is, well, a good meme on itself.
Yeah, Bitcoin memes are world class. They're battle proven. They are hardened. There's a reason we're using them, and just I think our Bitcoin memes totally have staying power outside of our little bubble, and it's very cool to. We will always remain uncompromising, right? It's not like we are going to start designing new mainstream friendly memes. Well, I mean, it is what it is, and our memes are strong, and I think they will spread.
Yeah, I agree that the memetics are really important. Like, the memes are kind of the lowest common denominator for all humankind who uses the internet. Like, everybody's enjoying memes in one form or another, and it's a very efficient and condensed way to convey very complex ideas.
Yeah.
And put it in very simple form. So I think it's a great, almost like an art form, really.
Agreed. So Kevin, can you explain the Bitcoin awareness game for listeners? I mean, I have a grasp of how it works, but I'm sure many people doesn't.
So I invited on Pretty Flaco, who is very much involved in the project. He is the I think the designer of the Bitcoin street art bot that works on Telegram, that makes it super easy to just on the street shoot a picture, upload it, send it in Telegram to the BTC street art _bot bot, and then immediately get paid a Lightning invoice of 615 sats per original picture that you sent. So let's see if he can get his microphone working.
Hi guys, spontaneous appearance here. Thanks for inviting me, Kevin.
Yeah, sure.
I just, yeah, very interesting things that I was just listening with my son, and then Kevin hit me up. Hi, Hodlonaut. How
Hey,
you
bro.
doing?
I'm doing good.
Hey. I'm sorry, we were preparing something for the Citadel 21 issue, but production is a bitch sometimes, so it's taking a little bit longer than expected. But we're on it, so yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. And I totally agree with you that, and I think the first time when I really felt like Lightning Network was something that I could touch and use, that was really that when you did the Lightning Torch. That was such a great thing that really showed the power of the Lightning Network and what we can do, like send transactions from United States to Iran and nobody can do anything about it, and pass it around the globe. And that was just so inspiring. And I also had the torch, and I'm very proud about it. I think Kevin too, right?
No, I only participated in like the tiny torch. I think I was too late. So when the moment I responded, I think the torch was lost. At least the first one was.
Yeah, I think these kind of things really make Bitcoin more palpable for many people, because otherwise it's just so abstract. And if you really demonstrate the use of it, then people get it and they see the value in it, and they can a lot easier get into it, in my opinion. What do you think?
I totally agree with you, and this is why I was. I mean, the first time I sent the Bitcoin transaction many years ago, that was mind-blowing to me, and I had just a strong experience the first time I used Lightning. So late 2018, I guess I fell down the Lightning rabbit hole and built my own Raspberry Blitz node and started basically doing Lightning stuff all day. And I was so excited about it, so I wanted to make Lightning transactions, and that's why I basically started making up shit on Twitter to have a reason to send Lightning transactions to people. And yeah, I guess this Lightning Torch idea took off in a big way, and there's a reason it did, because it's just underappreciated, or people are mind blown about how amazing it is to be able to send a Bitcoin Lightning transaction anywhere in the world. Fuck your borders, fuck all the insanity that's going on the geopolitical stage right now. We can actually, they're just illusionary, and we can seeing Israel and Iran exchanging Lightning transactions. It was powerful, I think, and
extremely powerful.
Yeah, and the instant nature, I mean, adds to it, right?
Yeah, so I guess we can also really help and pay people like from any country to any country now to spread the message of Bitcoin with the sticker game. So a question for you, Pretty Flacco. Like what are the like the most remote countries that have now participated in the BTC street art game, or the Bitcoin awareness game?
I think so. So New Zealand was quite amazing, but not so surprising. But Pakistan was really Lahore, the city Lahore in Pakistan. It is in the ranking of standard cost of living. It's one of the places where you can basically survive with the least amount of dollars in the world. And there is a Bitcoiner there who picked up the game and started to print out the slogans on just a piece of paper and taping them to the walls of his town. And he's earned quite some Bitcoin with it. And I actually calculated it, and the amount of stickers he can actually really survive and make a decent living with it if he's if he continues doing this. So obviously creating this incentive is different in every place. It depends really on the standard of living of where you are. But so in first world countries, mostly people do it for ideological reasons. But in places where really the filter bubble of Bitcoin and Bitcoin Twitter and media really ends, that's actually also the people that really need Bitcoin a lot more, because they're so excluded from participating in global cooperation, in all the upsides of globalization. And it's I think in order to really have a broad coalition behind Bitcoin, you need to get as diverse as many Bitcoiners as possible. So I think it's really important in the sense that it cannot be basically trash talked or fudded, like Bitcoin is by the CIA or something like that. If you look around and listen to people, the questions and the misconceptions they have, these are blockades on their progression towards becoming self-sovereign individuals and prosperous Bitcoiners. So that's also part of the thing, but also showcasing Bitcoin and the Lightning Network in a similar way, but different, like the Lightning Torch did, the trust chain. It really helps people to basically get a better feeling for it and what it is. And so, yeah, just listening and reading the Bitcoin Standard, that's great, but you need to get your hands dirty and you have to play around to feel the magic.
Exactly, you have to get in the field, in the meat space, and contribute there as well, especially in the areas where the internet and Twitter is not so prevalent.
Yeah, and it's also a great way to learn to use Bitcoin to buy something with Lightning and to discover how easy it actually is. Once you at first it might seem like it's super complicated, but it's really not. It's so, like, I've been a Lightning merchant for I think over a year now, and it has gotten so good. Like, it's my favorite way of processing payments by far, and I think it's only going to get better, and people should just try it out. Like, by no means it's not like paying with your credit card, but it's pretty close. Like, if you compare it to mobile payments, I don't think like scanning a QR code for, in most situations, it's pretty good enough for a user interface. So I think that what this kind of decentralized base monetary system like Bitcoin allows is the last piece of the holy grail of the internet that was promised to us, which is like free commerce, peer-to-peer commerce. And now it's so wonderful to be a part of these projects that are actually doing that in the meat space, putting the satoshis in this kind of like circular economy. And then sure, there's like middlemen who still tether to the fiat world, but I think we are moving rapidly towards the like very specialized products. Like, for example, Citadel 21 is a highly processed product, so that kind of a product and an enterprise can live on Bitcoin completely, and then just tether to these midway companies. Like, for example, my company, Consensus Network, which is a publisher, which has to work with the licenses and stuff like that. So the other leg is kind of like in the fiat world still, but I also want to move it as much to Bitcoin world as possible. So for example, holding the cash balance in Bitcoin as much as possible and sell as little as possible. So there's like degrees of how you can transition to this new economy. And I think that's really exciting and worthwhile to explore to anybody who has a web shop at this point. If you're not taking a look at Bitcoin and Lightning payments, you're doing a disservice to yourself. That's my opinion, at least.
Yeah, we
absolutely agree.
We sold a lot of magazines with Lightning, like really a lot. Volume 1 of Citadel 21 was printed in 1,000 copies, and it sold out. And we accepted only Bitcoin. And
nice.
We pay. We had a lot of people asking, "How do I pay with fiat?" And the answer was always, "You don't. We don't accept fiat. We only accept it." And we lost sales on that, like, but we want to, like, our priority was to try to spearhead this Bitcoin circular economy thought. So we were super happy to be able to have Nico and Consensus Network as our printer and the distribution partner, which we pay them in Bitcoin. And we pay our designer, Martin Fisher, at Cypherpunk now on Twitter, amazing artist. He does our physical designs. We pay him in Bitcoin. We pay our hosting in Bitcoin. So it's all Bitcoin. And of all these 1,000 magazines that we sold of Volume 1, like rough estimate is that 30% were paid with Lightning. So that's a lot of retail, actually. And what we got back from customers, a lot of customers had their first Bitcoin retail experience with Citadel 21, which makes us really happy. Like this is the product that made them take the leap to actually spend some sats. And everyone who used Lightning for the first time in retail, they were really, really pleased. And like this is smoother than we realized. It's something brand new to just get that smooth BTC Pay checkout experience and just scan the QR and you're done. You don't get that experience anywhere else. You don't need to. I mean, you can. All you need is to pay that QR and you're done. It's great, and instant settlement. So yeah. I think a lot of people got their eyes open that, like, the rails are here now. The rails are in place. You just need to start transacting on these amazing rails, basically. And the more of these pockets of Bitcoin circular economies we can create, I think, to make some metaphors, that we are at this moment like creating the small blood vessels of this new system. And as we go forward, we will see more and more thicker arteries forming between these localized clusters of circular economies. And I think it will happen faster and faster that this whole organic system of Bitcoin retail will grow. And yeah, so big kudos to you, Nico, for running Consensus Network and actually providing a service where people can transact in Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's absolutely my pleasure, and it's been wonderful to notice that people actually want this kind of service. Like, I've been getting many PMs from other hobbyists now that who have their own wonderful projects, and to be able to provide that and be that link between the old world, the fiat world, and the new Bitcoin economy is just wonderful, and hopefully one day I will be able to run my business completely on Bitcoin. I mean, can't be that far off. But yeah,
it would be wonderful.
I really love to hear that. You're and Citadel 21 that.
I think there was a hiccup in Jitsi for a while.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I think you're good now.
Yeah, you're good.
Can you start again?
I just wanted to say that I think it's really important to build these system sellers for the Bitcoin network, like the Citadel 21 zine that is only available with Bitcoin. This kind of exclusivity basically is inciting people to really look into Bitcoin when they want to get the Citadel 21. And it's such an awesome zine. I have one copy. I have the first copy. And yeah, you can only get it with Bitcoin. And that's actually something that we need to see more of. And I think it's really easy to build it also, because there are things and services that can only be offered in Bitcoin, and with Lightning especially, like microtransactions. If you think about it, this is a whole new concept of you can monetize little bits of value, and this was not possible before. So these kind of things, I hope there will be more of, and I love what you're doing with the Citadel 21, and that you're selling it for Bitcoin. Definitely.
And Cam, you are also running or part of running the sticker shop that sells these all around the globe, right? So
yeah,
with
yeah,
the ideas
exactly.
are like Flames group, so you're part of the group.
Yeah, exactly. So
how is that going? How many stickers have you sent?
Wow, I haven't really counted, and but it's quite a lot. Since most people can really print the stickers open source and do them themselves, it's I didn't really check, and the public and the shipping information is deleted, and I don't really want to know who got it, because it's better like that, and so I don't really have a number for you.
Okay, that's fair. In the Netherlands, there's also a small like Bitcoin Lightning only shop that was selling a bunch of these. So the round B stickers. So if you're locally somewhere in Europe, if you go to bitcoinstickers.nl, there is also another BTC pay server shop that accepts Bitcoin and will send you a bunch of these beautiful round Bs. So it's also a small initiative where we ordered the stickers together, and one person took the opportunity cost of having a bunch of them in stock, and so let's see if you can get them to as many hands as possible in the world.
Cool. So there's one topic I wanted to touch on, because I feel like this is another thing that we'll share, how we organize ourselves. Like there's this model called the Starfish organizational model. It's from the book Starfish and Spider. If you haven't read it, I recommend that. The subtitle is The Unstoppable Power of Leaderless Organizations. And it's basically a very accurate description of Bitcoin, but it was written 1 year before Bitcoin. It's a really interesting book. Anyway, this concept of Starfish organizational model is that you have kind of like an anti-fragile, decentralized system, basically a network of peers who just collaborate because they are all doing something that they find worthwhile doing and getting paid in doing that, and cooperating together. And in the information age, where traditional jobs are getting more and more scarce, and of course there's going to be more people and more automation, I think this is the way that we can like transition to the new world, for millennials, a way for self-employment, kind of like basically what we've been doing here. Like we've found a way to at least take the step to start moving towards providing for ourselves by doing what we love. And I think that's increasingly possible in the information age, because the tools provide us that possibility. Like we can find a really, really specialized niche with like 60,000 really passionate people, and that might be enough. So instead of having these huge corporations and getting a job there and exchanging your money, basically your time for the money, I think it's going to be increasingly appealing to find that niche that you really like, that really a small set of hobbyists, kind of like Bitcoin is right now, and then capitalize on that. Of course, Bitcoin is a great place to start, because there's a high potential of really large, it hitting mainstream, because it checks so many boxes of basic human needs, and it fixes so many things. So I think it's overall in a good bet. But even in general, even if you're not into money, or even if you're not into Bitcoin at all, you can still use this kind of decentralized ideal behind it. The leaderlessness. So you kind of like do whatever you like and find a way to monetize that. And I feel like we already have the tools for that, and people should take advantage of those.
Yeah, it's removing so much middlemen and friction, and transacting or running a business on Bitcoin when you can transact directly to all your suppliers, and even being united under this common ideal of freedom and independence from the banks. It's like we're growing a new organism together, where it's kind of a cliche, but I felt that with the lightning torch, and I feel it now with doing commerce in Bitcoin, that Bitcoin really brings people closer together. So much bullshit is being removed from the whole process of transacting. So it's very motivating. Oh, I think your mic is stretching.
Okay, I think we're good now. So Kevin, what do you think about this kind of new organizational model? It's not really new, but
yeah, it's I like the idea a lot. So I've grown up here in the Netherlands, and I now work at an organization that it does have a hierarchical like system with like a what is it, a manager, and then the sub managers, and then the other people. But the way most decisions are made on the work floor is quite flat in the Netherlands. So here it is socially accepted if you challenge your boss or the ideas that they come with, and then talk about what you think. And it's a process called poldering, and it's basically the Dutch consensus mechanism to find a compromise between all the different opinions of all the people that want to have a say about something. So yeah, I think it's really possible to have organizations that work without a leader, without a central head, without a central point of failure in case somebody falls away. And I think it's like a weaker version of it has been practiced in the Netherlands for quite a long time, since it's historically, since it's just a collection of provinces, and then that formed the Netherlands as how do you call it? Republic. Oh, hey. Someone said hi. Oh. I'm sort of dreaming about what other future organizations will take up this decentralized form, and what will be possible. So I think like the initiatives, for example, as the Citadel 21 initiative, it's quite interesting to have that as a decentral group of contributors to a project, and then make it into something that's valuable for very select but sufficiently large amount of people. I think it's very interesting.
yeah, definitely. And I would add that I think we are going to see the society, the kind of like collaboration happen in much smaller groups than now. Like the nation state is way too big for a tribe, and that's why it's going to fail, because the smaller associations of people. Like, for example, you can have a group of coders to challenge the central banking system, which is kind of amazing, which you probably wouldn't have thought, a couple hundred years ago that's ever going to be possible. But here we are with the information age tools. So it's inconceivable to me that that's going to be the trend going forward, because people have more and more of tools of independence, to make those things happen. But there's a question for Hodlonaut. What's next for Citadel 21? When's Swag?
Yeah, Swag is on the. We're planning it. We have some really cool plans for Swag. We already have some cool stickers and some buttons that we have. That some very cool people have basically donated to us, which we intend to get out to all the cyber hornets out there who wants them. But we have some plans in regards to maybe some clothing stuff. The thing is, we want to make it really unique. We don't want to just slap some logo on some generic piece of a shitty t-shirt. We want to make something very cool, and we are going to do it. So Swag is incoming for sure.
Looking forward to that.
I'm sure you can't fail with Cypherpunk now, working together with. I love his art and the artwork. So go for it. I really want to have that Citadel 21 shirt.
Yeah, I'm such a fan of Cypherpunk now. My walls here at home is basically plastered with his art. Yeah, he's my favorite Bitcoin artist. I love the guy. Such a great dude. So huge shout out to Martin. Yeah, that's a great piece.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Swag as well, especially hats. I'm a big fan of hats.
Yeah, I love that.
I think I even have another one somewhere on the shelf. Let me grab it.
Hell yeah. Nice one.
This was one of the first ones. So
what does it say?
It says "Make Bitcoin Great Again," and it's a completely MAGA Inception insider joke. It's infiltrating the MAGA crowd and then getting everyone excited because you're wearing the red hat, and then when you orange pill them. It's an epic troll. That's why I like it.
I love meat space trolling as well.
And
I actually walked around in the USA with this hat. I did an entire holiday where I just had this hat on, and then all those guys was like, "Hey, yeah, they're all the Trump supporters were like getting excited." And then I walked up to them, and then they read the hat again, and wait, what does it say? A Bitcoin? Oh, what's that? And I orange pilled them. So hats
Nice
work quite
hack.
well.
Cool. That's
Hats
excellent.
work well for starting a conversation and orange pilling people. So yeah, Hodlonaut, if you get the chance, get an epic design from Cypherpunk now and put it on a hat. You'll have at least one customer, and it will be me.
Noted. Yeah, we should have some hats. It's a lot of stuff we want to do and we should do, but it's basically only me and Katja working on this. Of course, I mean, Martin is making physical design and Nico is printing and shipping our stuff, but we have a lot on our table right now, and we're just trying to. We have to make sure that our core stuff doesn't suffer, which is making sure we publish on the 21st every month a new volume, and that we keep printing and trying to catch up with the digital release with the prints. So that's priority, but yeah, we're absolutely working on stuff like merch. We want to do that because the idea and the experience of having something physical in your hands or on your head or on your body, it's quite powerful. And I was very excited when I held the first physical copy of our magazine in my hands and was able to like give it to friends and family and stuff. It's kind of magic and or magical, and personally reading a physical magazine is is something completely different than browsing through a website. So we want to make more physical stuff for sure.
Cool, great.
Oh, by the way, Hotline, did you already tell people how many countries you've hit so far? Because I think that's like, it's a nice metric for like toxic Bitcoin maximalist spread.
Yeah, I made a tweet about it with this map, the Citadel 21 map.
Ooh,
I don't know if you can find that tweet and put it up. I think we sold to 55 countries, if I'm not mistaken. So we
Sounds right to me.
pretty much cover the world. There is a huge gap in Africa, so and it's interesting to see. I guess it somewhat visualizes how Bitcoin maximalists are spread throughout the world, and it's basically the same story as with the lightning torch. I think we were also lacking most of Africa there, so Africa needs to. We need more orange pilling in Africa for sure.
I found the map. I'll share the screen.
Oh, good.
I think that's more.
Just looking for that.
I think that's more countries. 55 countries is more countries than the Bitcoin street art submissions came in. So that's quite huge.
So the purple countries are where we have sold. The black is where we have not sold. So it's kind of interesting graphic on. So all of this purple have done Bitcoin retail with us, which is amazing, I think.
Yeah, especially it's a bunch of small countries as well.
Pretty much all of Europe.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah, it's nice. Wish we had more of Africa, but
yeah,
some of that is obviously also.
There's a language barrier, I guess.
Language barrier, economical. I mean, $21 for most of Africa, I guess, is prohibitive, completely prohibitive. So that's the thing as well.
Yeah, South Africa is
Yeah,
the
true.
exception. Yeah.
Yeah. So we will probably fill in a little bit more of South America, I guess, and yeah, we'll try to keep that map updated as we go.
Cool.
Have you thought about other languages like Spanish?
We have had several. I mean, that's actually a good point when you see the black in South America there. I mean, that's a lot of Spanish.
Brazil, you can get if it's Spanish language.
Yeah, we had a lot of requests, but we're not sure how to do it. Basically, I mean, it would basically be like running two projects in parallel, because we couldn't just outsource the whole thing. Then we wouldn't have any kind of control on the quality, and but we would really love to do it, because we do see that we are missing out on a lot of Bitcoiners in South America because it's not in Spanish. So open for ideas on how to do that in a good manner.
Bitcoin street art is pretty big in Brazil. So if you have an idea on how to leverage that to get the word out for Citadel 21, definitely
cool.
Could be. There's a lot of stuff coming from Sao Paulo and all over Brazil, actually. So they have a very, very strong and vivid anarcho-capitalist scene. And from what some Brazilians say, it's like an ANCAP hatchery because of the years of socialism they have suffered.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are also very inclined for Bitcoin, and many of the Brazilian aggregators like NCAP Ball or stuff like that, they are really sharing a lot of the Portuguese stickers, and they get a lot of engagement. And also aggregators in Brazil have popped up, like Arte de la Rua Libertaria, which is like libertarian street art. And so South America has a lot of street art, and maybe that could be an idea. Maybe we can make Citadel 21 stickers.
We are super open for collaborations, so yeah, let's discuss that at some point or soon. We have noticed that we're getting a lot of hits from Brazil on our website. So even though we are in English, there seems to be a very big Bitcoin scene in Brazil from what we can see.
Absolutely. Bitcoin Heroes is really cool YouTube show that I can recommend. And they're awesome guys, Bitdorf especially. So they're really cool Bitcoiners. Like, you would like them.
I'm sure. That's a discussion on itself, right? How can it be that we get along so well, all of us Bitcoin? I mean, apart from the brutal Twitter beefs here and there, but when you meet people in person, like people you never met before that are Bitcoiners, it's my experience is that it's just always interesting. Always, I'm always vibing with the Bitcoiners. Always.
Yeah, I think it's great. And since we talked about the Brazilian Bitcoin scene, I have to mention that we are actually on the verge of publishing the Brazilian Portuguese version of the Bitcoin standard by Saifedean and Amos.
Oh,
and
amazing.
You can still get it for the pre-sale price, which is, I believe, 10% off with free shipping from consensus.network if you want to grab it. But it will go to print within the next couple of weeks, I would say. But look forward to that for sure.
That's awesome and important to get that out there in Portuguese.
Yeah, it's already out in Portuguese, but we're making a Brazilian version of that. So the Portuguese is already out of print, so that one you can get both on Amazon and on Consensus Network.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, I think I only have the English version of the Bitcoin standard. I'm not sure if there's a Dutch version by now.
We are working on the Dutch version, actually. It will be out by the end of the year.
Ah, crazy. You find a good translator for it?
Yeah, we're doing it as a Starfish organization. I have like maybe 10-ish active people working on it. We have an editor, and we have a couple of raw translators, and then reviewers. And we got Willem Middelkoop to write the forward.
Amazing. Yeah, Willem Middelkoop is really he's into Bitcoin now, and he's really experienced with like the sort of corruption and stuff that's going on in the financial
Everybody in
market.
the team was really excited when we booked him, so that's going to be something to look forward to. And another thing in all of our translations is actually that we added an extra chapter to the original. So there's actually 11 chapters, and the last one is about Bitcoin scaling. It's written by Saifedean, and it's from his research journal, the Journal 7, I believe. And it goes into more about Bitcoin scaling and Lightning and stuff like that. So it's really a better version, in my opinion, than the original.
Yeah, it's a great addition. So that would also give all the naysayers to think we need banks for all the financial services. It would give them something to chew on.
Yes, precisely. A little bit more to chew on, exactly.
Good. Let's see if I can find some more awesome. Yeah, this one I showed in the morning as well with the HODL sticker.
I love to see that stuff.
This is nice. I want to find a couple more from Brazil, I think. This one is.
They have really creative slogans too. They came up with really creative translations. So this means acaba com a gastança, and it means that Bitcoin basically ends unnecessary government spending. So it's an equivalent of defund the state. And yeah, I think it's important. In English, so Hodlano talked about it, like community building is really important. Also the different citadels that are already existing in the cyberspace. There's a lot of stuff going on, especially also in Africa. There is a community. It's a little bit too much blockchain and too little Bitcoin still. And but there are people reaching out, like Rutsol, who does the Raspberry Blitz project is building a node in cooperation with the African community that especially is tailored to the needs and circumstances in Africa. And so there is some stuff going on. Also, Anita Posch from her podcast has been to Zimbabwe recently. But all these things are kind of cut off from most of Twitter, so it's there, but it's not visible in our bubbles mostly. If we don't really try to look for it, the feed does, the algorithm won't show us, and that's kind of fucked up, I think. But yeah, they're out there, and we can see that they're out there because there are stickers all over the world, and and also people buying Citadel 21s from 55 countries. It's just amazing.
My side, I will troubleshoot.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Max, we can hear you.
Yeah, we were just letting Pretty Flacco finish.
Yeah, go ahead if you still weren't done.
Let's find some of the next slogans. So you have Concerte o dinero salve o mundo. I think fix the money, fix the world, right?
Correct. Yeah. They have amazing street art in South America. It's all over. Here in Germany, you know, there's graffitis, but no murals. And in Japan, for example, all of street art and stickering and is frowned upon. So there's also a huge cultural divide, but the Bitcoiners know best basically what they can do in their hood. And yeah, I think art is a great place to educate, and because yeah, it just, everyone likes it mostly. There's hardly any people who don't like art, and everyone can interpret it. And sometimes there's consensus among many people about the underlying truth of the art. And if it carries a nice message also, like Bitcoin, then it's even better art, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's combining the beauty with a strong message, with the message of Bitcoin.
Yeah, I just love to see these stickers. It's this is decentralization. This is organic. This is the mycelium slowly spreading, slowly penetrating, growing under the surface. This is the critical mass of Bitcoin. This is why Bitcoin can't be compared to anything else in any way. It is actually decentralized. It is actually a movement, and it's going to change the world for sure.
Yeah, and this is the way you get the regular people to finally, at some point, accept it, because you have to kind of feed this into the subconscious so people become more comfortable with it, or associate good things rather than the bad things. Because if everything you see is, you know, bad news about Bitcoin from biased sources, yeah, that's what you believe. But once you start to see this, you know, especially the you know, like, Bitcoiners are just regular people, phenomenal people in many different ways, but still just people, and offer this kind of a new way, a more peaceful and happy way and free way to live. I think it's going to be very appealing, especially for the younger generations. But I think we are running out of time here, so I want to reserve one last speech for everybody, and then please tell everybody where you can be found. And thank you from my behalf. I had a blast as always, and thank you for the guests, and thank you for the viewers. And you can find me on Twitter, OmniFin at the end, and that's from me. And also check out Consensus Network if you're in the books. Go ahead, Hodlnaut, you can go first.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for inviting me here. It was really cool talking to you guys. As it always is, talking to Bitcoiners. And like my final thing would just be to say that if you thought Citadel 21 sounds like a cool project, you can check us out for free at citadel21.com. Everything is free, all the articles, 6 volumes full of legit Bitcoin articles made by legit Bitcoiners. And if you want a physical copy, you can find the link to the shop at citadel21.com. The direct link is shop.citadel21.com. where you can buy the actual physical copy. And I think that's a nice orange pill piece for your friends and family. And yeah, maybe we get some new countries in addition to the 55 we already have. So check out citadel21.com.
Yeah, I'll go next. Thanks for the interview. Thanks for letting me on, Hodonat. I think it was a great conversation. I learned a bit more about what's going on behind the scenes with Citadel 21 and how you're printing it and how this is going. So yeah, you can find me on Twitter at KevinR4V. And so yeah, follow me. I don't know, whatever you want to do, send me a message or not. Yeah, and I'm going to be continuing spreading the message in the meet space with stickers here locally and with the hats. So make sure to get us that hat for Citadel. And I'll give it on to Cam, Pretty Flacco.
By the way, Kevin, awesome to see you again, and thanks for being on the chat. Although I unfortunately couldn't join the conversation live, I will for sure watch the recording and see about the knowledge that you spew.
Perfect.
Okay, so we have the next drill coming on, and that is the Bitcoin privacy panel where we have invited a couple of awesome contributors to free software projects. Here right in the studio, the spontaneously traveling Adam Gibson, Waxwing. How are you?
I'm fine. Can people hear me? Or?
Yes, that microphone should be picking up
good,
everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great. Yeah, I'm fine. It's great to be here. And obviously it's reduced numbers, but it's still a pretty impressive event. I mean, there's decent attendance at these talks as well. I mean, the other talks apart from this live stream, of course, which is going to be much bigger. But
Yeah, actually, no, there are quite a couple people here, and but it's limited, more familiar, but you can actually have great conversations with everyone, which is really, really nice. So a nice curation of the attendees. But we also have great attendees here in cyberspace. I know that Adam Fiskor, Nopara is in here as well. Hello, hello.
Hi guys, thank you for the invite.
Yes, for sure. We have Yuval, nothing much. How's it going?
Hello. I think to keep it simple, I should go by Adam as well today.
Yeah, exactly. So far, anonymity set too. And we have Ricardo Masuti as well. Hello.
Hi guys. Hi everyone.
Hey. And finally, Kristaps, another great join market contributor. Hello.
Hi.
So I think this is going to be a great conversation. So how about we start off with just the question of where is Bitcoin privacy currently at? Like where are we right now in the sense of the tools that we have? Is it sufficient? Is it as a decent state? Where would you say are we currently at?
I mean, it's not great, is it? Let's be honest. It's never been great, and we've made some progress, but there's a huge mountain to climb. That's my opinion.
Adam, what do you think?
So, as someone said before, fix the money, fix the world, and we are trying to fix the money, right? And how do you fix the money? By making the properties of good money as well as possible to the money that you are building on, and privacy is probably the single biggest fungibility is the single biggest problem here in Bitcoin that we have to fix. And there are a couple of projects in the space, and no pressure, guys, but if we fail, then it's kind of like the world future depends on us.
Well, that's actually pretty accurate. Kristaps, what do you think?
Obviously there's I think a lot of stuff to do. The privacy in Bitcoin is not ideal. I think the simple question, can your grandma use Bitcoin in private way? Obviously not currently. You need to learn a lot how to use Bitcoin private way currently, and yeah, we need to fix that.
So can I disagree with that? Is that you can definitely use Bitcoin in a private way. It's just it's gonna cost you a lot of money and a lot of time.
But it also requires some knowledge how Bitcoin works.
Yeah, compared to a wallet where it's like the features are send, receive, and history. Yeah, definitely. Compared to that, it's there are still ways to go.
Yeah, I think UX is very important here, as Adam brought it up. Just because a good UX reduces the amount of education that you have to do to use the tool properly. Yuval, where do you think is current UX at? Where are the problems?
I guess, I mean, more generally, kind of everything is like out of sight, out of mind, I think, for the majority of users. It was definitely the case for me when I was starting up. I think I used Electrum as my first wallet. I don't remember. But yeah, there's just so much to think about, right? Like, is it like the consequences for privacy are different for every user, and they branch out of like different technical considerations, which most users are not really aware of, right? Like the wallet developers generally make decisions way ahead of time that are supposed to be like, good enough for the majority. And even like, I don't want to say much more basic things, but like things that a lot of people care about more urgently than like long-term privacy consequences, like, fees, for example, are also in a very like underdeveloped state. So yeah, I think there's a lot of ground to cover. Yeah, I think the current UX situation for privacy is pretty terrible.
So a lot of work to do is the summary. But I think that's what we can focus on a bit today, on future development that we can come up with to further improve and enhance Bitcoin privacy. Because I think fundamentally there's a lot of potential. Like Bitcoin fundamentally is very private actually. It's just a lot of user mistakes and bad practices that lead to easy de-anonymization. So I think we can work on that and fix it and improve the situation. So what are the future works currently happening in Wasabi with trying to improve that aspect of the user experience? Istvan, could you maybe just speak a bit about the current research that we've been doing?
Yeah, so like the current mixing scheme has a lot of limitations, like it only allows fixed denominations, and so the way I think of Wabi-Sabi, our next upgrade, is like it's an enabler. So it basically removes a lot of limitations and frictions, and it enables us as a team to go into a lot of different directions. So like the power of anonymous credentials is just like allows us to do a lot of things, and like we are in a really privileged position where we can just once we have this flexibility, we can decide what our priorities are and where we want to go. So yeah, Wabi-Sabi is going to be great.
So if you want to sum it up in a way that first we had to remove the cryptographic limitations that we had, right? And now we have to figure out what are the ideal limitations that we can impose upon ourselves for good transaction structure.
Yeah, and I think this is where it's actually so much more difficult. And now that basically the crypto is figured out, that on the coordination level there's very little linkage or leak. But now that we can do so much, like how do we define that design space? And in what area do we go with transaction graph analysis? So Adam, what do you think? Like when we have so much opportunity, where to go?
Yeah, this has been almost like a theme of the last 12 hours, or however many hours. I was talking to because, for example, Alekos was giving a talk about his like Bitcoin developer kit wallet, and the point I raised with him was like, because he was talking about wallet fingerprinting, how difficult it is. You know, all these wallets, they want to do clever multi-sigs, clever scripts, but terrible anonymity sets. And it brought to mind the document that Laurent T wrote some time ago, and he was saying, you know, like we've got a bit of a problem because on the one hand, you've got two radically different directions you can go. If you've got this freedom, you try and make all the wallets look the same, or do you try and somehow randomize? And his argument was randomization as a general principle is better. And I kind of bought into his argument, although it's definitely a subtle one. That because obviously different wallets want to have different functionality. And I mean, we take the even more concrete example of Wasabi and a coin join. There'll be different users having different functionality they'll want out of those coin joins. It gets very complicated, right? So maybe the right sort of general philosophical direction is more towards randomizing, especially randomizing with a distribution that fits an existing pattern, let's say, because unfortunately everyone else is not doing the cool, clever thing in privacy, and everyone else is using shitty wallets. So is there some way? It doesn't really fit exactly with a massive 100 party Wasabi coin join, but is there some way? Maybe it does fit with the small join market coin join, or maybe it does fit with some new wallet somebody here is developing. Some way we can kind of get better crowd hiding through randomization. I hope I didn't drag that too far away from its original point, because I think what you're really asking is like, how exactly do we structure these large-scale Wasabi coin joins? Now we have the freedom from the cryptographic limitations, whether you can do different amounts and different other things.
Yeah,
but I think it's kind of the same area to discuss, isn't it? Yeah.
I think it's super interesting, and to some extent, Wasabi already does that with some transaction
right,
metadata.
You're one of the few people who've actually done it, right?
Yeah. Like the and lock time and what's the other? Well, the end sequence numbers are randomly chosen in a distribution to the current activity of back32 addresses.
Right.
So it's like 2% for end lock time.
We have only the most primitive version of that, which is specifically for non-coin join transactions. We randomly choose either the current block height for n-lock time or some n back in accordance with what Bitcoin Core does, something like that. But yours is a bit more. There's another step forward.
Yeah, but I think it's a very interesting strategy. Yuval, do you think that something similar can apply to coin joins, like the coin join structure itself?
So I think like in more general terms, this applies more to stuff that happens after, especially multiple steps after. Things like, so when you bring in some amount into a coin join and you're like trying to mix or make, you know, payments similar to join markets like patient send mode, you are going to need to derive change. And that's a specific subproblem where actually I think the most promising approach is to basically look at the search space of possible decisions that a wallet could make, like depending on what other users are registering into the round. Like some amounts may leak more metadata than others, and you can do you can apply the knapsack mixing algorithms where you select your output amount to be related to other users' input amounts. So if you have several choices there, all of which are, you know, comparably in terms of their like their block size requirement, and you know, a priori you don't know which is better. I think the most sensible thing to do there is finally, and yeah, that's like an attractive direction for me right now. We'll see if I end up still liking it from now after I've simulated this.
Can I react to Max's original question? Like, so we spent a lot of time internally with Yuval, Adam, and Lucas and others to come up with something which allows us to compare qualitatively, like different coin join transaction structures. And like it personally really bugs me that so like one of the main difficulties building privacy tech in Bitcoin is that we lack a formal way to argue about different like if you heard what you said, like it leaks some information, but we cannot really qualitatively say that leaks this amount of information or that. So like it just feels that we are all in a dark room, and so it's not like building Lightning or some scalability solution where it's super straightforward to measure your success. Like it's just one metric, it's just transaction per second, and that's it. But privacy is so subtle, and like it's just super bad that we. I mean, it's really not trivial to come up with a way to measure. Like we have design A and design B, and then design A is better because we have a clear metric to compare these different transaction structures. But it's not the case, and maybe there is no such metric. Yeah, we spent a lot of time thinking about this, and it's just bad that we couldn't solve this problem.
Yeah, Adam. Well, Nopara, you have the dumplings repository, right? That there's some statistical analysis on CoinJoin. Do you think that is a valuable analysis already, and how can it be further improved?
Well, definitely there are valuable information learned from that repository, but no, I don't have a valuable analysis that's comparing CoinJoin efficiency with other CoinJoins. That's not there. It's rather like raw data, like how many Bitcoins there are in different CoinJoins. Oh, very interesting thing is that I could not actually find the join market transactions, which was a surprise to me. That I wanted to find join market transactions, but I had to label them as other CoinJoin looking transactions because I could not. There were so many strange transactions on the blockchain that they fit to be like join market transactions.
Yeah.
Of course, you could listen to the order book, right? That would be a big help.
You could get some progress like that, but in a way you're saying we're great, right? Because we have a large anonymity set, all kinds of weird transactions.
Yeah.
But actually, I'm not sure that's very true. But it's definitely true that it's hard to cleanly make the cut. Yeah, it's very hard to do that.
Yuval, you had something to say earlier.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to like Istvan's remark, which is like I'm mostly in agreement, except for the final conclusion, which is I think it is possible to specify simple models for privacy. So, for example, like one attempt I've made is to try and apply k-anonymity. And I feel pretty happy with like what that model looks like applied to the transaction graph as a whole. It's not a useful model in the sense that you can't really compute it. It's computationally too difficult. Like this kind of approach, even if it's not it's not a complete model of privacy, and even if it's not something that you you can apply computationally, you can still build an approach that satisfies that model in a sort of conservative way, and like incrementally make additional steps to improve efficiency or something based on robust assumptions. So, for example, we all kind of believe that equal amount coin joins are private because there's the script type and the amount, and other than that, outputs are not really distinguishable from each other. They do leak additional information later when you go to spend them if you spend them differently. But like in the space of a single transaction, we're pretty comfortable with the assumption that an adversary can't really tell apart because that differ only by their public key hash or something like that. So I think that like the state of formalizing privacy for Bitcoin is maybe not as terrible as what Istvan said. But yeah, that's all.
Well, it's terrible if you want to build a system on top of that, right? Because then you need a lot more variables than what you could get out from a single transaction analysis, which, by the way, you cannot even do because of computational feasibility.
But is there perhaps
can
go ahead?
Like, can you elaborate? I'm not sure I follow exactly what you mean by like additional parameters or variables.
So you said you built an algorithm that can analyze coin joins, and I've done the same. I built an algorithm, actually,
no,
based on the knapsack paper. I built that algorithm, and it can analyze coin joins in isolation, right? But it couldn't analyze larger coin joins because of the computational feasibility issue that it would have taken forever if you're analyzing it. And even if you could analyze it computationally, that would still not be useful because there are big transaction chains that you have to pay attention to. So if you assume that knapsack does everything perfectly in a single coin joins, then if you want to look at transaction graphs, then you're not going to be then knapsack is not going to be the ideal one, because then the flow of the coins are much more efficient if you have equal values or standard denomination values, and knapsack doesn't do that. So even if knapsack would be perfect for single transaction coin joins, the transaction graph of many coin joins flowing money from each coin join to another coin join standard denomination intuitively makes much more sense.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that conclusion. But just to be clear, I meant kind of the other way around. Like if you flip it, so come up with a model, even if it's not computable, you can design a transaction structure that may not be optimal for like other reasons, but designs for the worst case. And that's what the equal amount coin joins kind of do now. And I think we can take that same approach and kind of iterate on it in a way that's still making definitive progress.
Lucas, what do you think so far about the conversation?
Hi all. I think that yes, it is completely true. I saw the results of the Adam algorithm, but basically equal output coin joins are just like in the end are like a special case of knapsack, because if the input denominations are very close to the output denominations, right, then you don't know really if it was the outputs are the result of an equal denomination algorithm or just a knapsack. So I think some standard denominations like 0.1, 0.5, 1 can be somehow applicable and have results similar to the knapsack, because in the end those outputs will be inputs in other coin joins, and then you have exactly something very similar.
Yeah, this is actually an interesting point, right? Because very often coin joins are depicted as just equal amounts on the output side. But how does this change when we also have equal amounts on the input side, right? What do you think of it?
Well, the trivial way it changes is that you make it even more likely to the point of inevitable. But it depends what you mean. If you're talking about taking the standard denomination, equal denomination output, and then having arbitrary inputs, and then having to have changes because of the fixed output sizes. So that's what we see in joint marking. I believe that's still the case in Wasabi today, although it's more complicated now. So trivially, or let's say normally, that means that the inputs are directly connected to the changes. So the change outputs can be connected to the inputs by means of a simple subset sum calculation. In other words, just arithmetic. And if you start having either some equal inputs or all equal inputs in the extreme case, then if you still have change outputs, you won't be able to correlate them with the inputs, because for the same reason you can't distinguish the outputs. So I'm just saying something that I'm sure everyone here knows perfectly well, but some of the listeners perhaps don't. So was that what you were talking? I don't know. Yes, yes, something else. Because the extreme is like Samurai, right? Or any model like that, where you have all equal in, all equal out, and then you just basically got zero information within that single transaction as to what's going on, but at the cost of having to fix the denomination of everything all the time. I think sometimes people talk about denominations are cool and everything, but of course there is a reason why people might not necessarily want to use fixed denominations. It is obviously a friction point.
Yeah, and something where I really like Yvonne's ideas here is to combine both the low Hamming weight amounts, equal amounts, up until a certain k anonymity set, and then also to allow arbitrary amounts in the calculation, because presumably that increase or that gives enough computational complexity. But Yvonne, can you speak a bit more about combining this?
Yeah, so I think it's what Lucas said earlier. Like you can think of equal amount coin joins as a special case of knapsack. What is knapsack mixing really on the hood level? It's the property of a transaction where for every output, the amount is arithmetically related to a large set of potential subsets of the inputs and sibling out. So basically, you can imagine a coin join transaction where one user brings in like 1 Bitcoin, another 10, another 100, another 1,000. They do some like arbitrary output amounts or something. It's very easy to recognize because these amounts differ by like an order of magnitude. So in the knapsack approach, they say, well, that there's a few variants, but the most interesting variant in this context is the third one, where every user kind of looks at all of the other users' outputs, all of the other users' inputs in order to select what output amounts they're going to construct. And they make sure to build their like change, for example, we can vary that amount. They construct it in such a way that it must be related to their amounts, but it also is plausibly related to some amounts. So if you augment this kind of approach by preferentially like incentivizing, say, powers of 2, like the 125 series, or very recently I've begun to consider powers of 3 as well, because apparently like you can extract arbitrary integers into like mixed base amounts with a very low Hamming weight if you use both base 2 and 3 together. So that's like I'm looking into now. But like the point is you kind of establish a shelling point for users. Like if everybody's doing knapsack mixing, then you don't get the nice transaction graph structure. If everybody's only doing standard amounts, then you end up with like the problem of like arbitrary payment amounts not being submitted in toxic change and so on and so forth. But somewhere in the middle, like you can have a coin join transaction structure which uses a few standard denominations to establish a cover for all of the arbitrary amounts in the same transaction, and also allow the plausible deniability to propagate through the transaction graph, because those amounts are like well represented in all coin join transactions done with the same software. So I think it's like a nice middle ground between these approaches that kind of takes the best of both worlds.
Hey guys, I have a question. What are your thoughts about activating Taproot and how much it will improve the overall Bitcoin privacy?
Well, I mean, Taproot is awesome. That is for sure. Regarding activation, I tend to favor Taproot by debate. I think that's reasonable. It's such a vast improvement and seems to have very little serious critique or concern. So going forward with activation, I think is nice. So signaling readiness by miners just to ensure a smooth fork upgrade is makes sense. But yes, I think it is well reviewed and thorough enough.
Is it needed for Wabi Sabi?
No.
No.
There's
Can
one
I?
major advantage, which is that the signature algorithm is much more practical for hardware wallets because you don't need to provide the prior inputs. So I think Taproot for CoinJoins will enable a lot of things to go a lot smoother, like for example, CoinJoins with hardware wallets and stuff like that. And it also potentially allows there was on CoinDev from fairly recently by Antoine Riard and Gleb Nomenko CoinPool, which describes a way of kind of aggregating multiple users, CoinJoin outputs under a single Taproot output. But it's not critical, right? It's like none of this stuff even really requires segment.
What are the direct applications of Taproot that obviously makes Bitcoin better? Like not these far-fetched 20 years down the line improvements, but like what you can directly do with Taproot right now, and it makes Bitcoin better.
Coin swaps.
I mean, scriptless scripts, I think, are as a technology very interesting, and for coin swaps, especially interesting. And together with that, with music and increasing the anonymity set for multi-signatures and threshold signatures, as well as increasing the anonymity set for those who cooperatively close a complex agreement with Mast is really nice. So I think just it enables a more nuanced use case of Bitcoin without revealing that you're actually doing it, which I think is a huge improvement. Like for example, it will become much more difficult to differentiate a Lightning Network channel opening, which means that the common input ownership heuristic or it can be very much broken easily in this. So I think that is quite important.
So can I ask something? So basically, the direct improvement of Taproot is that if most wallets or Bitcoin handling software use Taproot, then all the scripts look the same, except when there are fallback scenarios or things like that. Is my understanding correct here?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
I suppose stuff like I think Max here gave a good list. I suppose it's stuff like vaults, stuff like I guess Blockstream Green, that kind of model where you had a timeout fallback and a 2-2 with a service provider. So I mean, these are just examples I'm giving you. We've already given the basic construction. I think Lightning will be the obvious one straight away because it's quite widely used only for that reason. But CoinJoin is an interesting one. I don't think there's much impact there apart from like peripherally on the edge of CoinJoin. Yeah.
Batch verification.
Yeah, all kinds of extras.
Yeah. And after Taproot, we will not have this. How would you call it? SegWit problem that you introduce a new address type, and every time you introduce a new address type, you fragment the whole network basically, because after Taproot it's gonna be fine because Taproot handles it
Script version
forward in the future.
Well, it does reveal the fact that you use a fancy script if you use it, right? That if you use updated tab leaf version, then this is revealed. If you close in the cooperative case or you just use a different script in the must, then it's not necessarily revealed, which is an improvement, but still the people who actually use these types of scripts and spend with them do decrease their anonymity setting.
Yeah, but there won't really be a compatibility problem, I think, is mainly what Adam's.
Oh, okay.
Because, we had this constant argument with things like exchanges and whatnot, and like which address type are you receiving and which kind of address are you sending from, and it's.
Actually, I think this brings up a nice topic that I would like to ask Kristaps about, because Join Market is right now working on a Back32 offer book. Right? And I think that's a really nice improvement. So, Kristaps, could you say a bit about the current progress there?
So wait. Why do you do that? Why don't you just wait for Taproot and do it once? Because after that you don't have to change and migrate users' wallets and stuff like that. But why do you go ahead and do it now?
Yes,
yeah, I think that's a great question because that was my point actually some time ago. Like, why to switch now? We can wait for Taproot, but the problem could be that we could wait too long because we don't know when it will be activated. So, I think current state is there is open PR. It's not merged yet. People can help testing it and stuff. I have those two ideas how to do it properly in my mind all the time. Like wait for Taproot or switch now. I don't know actually which is the right way to do it.
I was talking about this with Max last night, and he was kind of asking me, what happened with SegWit? And it's kind of hard to remember. It was a long time ago, but I think it's important to remember that with SegWit we had this really strong, which is kind of an interesting topic outside of Join Market. With SegWit we had this strong incentive of users in late 2017 when fees started to really rise. Well, they were rising all the way through 2017. Everyone wanted to start using SegWit because it was cheaper, and especially for CoinJoin, the cost is a huge factor. And these, if we switch to Taproot addresses, we'll just be using them in a vanilla way. I don't think it will be meaningfully cheaper. I mean, people talk about 1 or 2 bytes on a Schnorr signature, but that doesn't matter. Yeah. Maybe a little bit, but it's kind of a more general point, isn't it? Like Taproot adoption may depend on incentives, and it might be slow if I'm thinking through that the right way.
Well, in any case, I think we will end up again with the split order book scenario, which was when Join Market introduced SegWit. I actually myself, I ran the old Join Market yield generator, and I just started new one for SegWit, but I was for, I don't know, a year or something still using both. Actually, I was sending as a taker, I just look at which is the recipient address. It's paid to public key hash or paid to script hash, and then from that I choose from which one I will spend. So yeah, that is kind of problem. You will have less liquidity in individual order books.
Can I ask why rat SegWit was used in the first place? Was it for compatibility?
Compatibility, yeah. I was just scared that nobody would be able to. The addresses people wanted to send to, like the destinations, wouldn't support it. So I mean, Back32 specifically. Don't forget when I was actually writing and actually like committing to the repo. The code for SegWit. I mean, the actual what we now think of as bit 173, right? I mean, it was all over the place in like 2016, 2017. People kept changing their mind about it. what the address format would be. It looked like it was something that was going to take ages, but at some point, like in summer 2017, suddenly it all just crystallized. And and Bec32, and it was all done in like 1 month. And suddenly everyone was asking me, why aren't you using native? It's way cheaper. And it was like, it didn't look like it was even going to happen, that year. So, but anyway, compatibility was like a major thing as well. So I guess both those answers.
Yeah, but what I find so interesting is the join market, as you said yesterday, was SegWit ready on day one of activation.
Yeah.
Right, and I think that's actually so important for wallet projects to be active in literally signaling support for this. And same with Wasabi. Wasabi was SegWit only and Bec32 only since day one after the rebranding. And what do you think that, or how can we do, or is this wise to do even in the Taproot sense this time again? To be ready and active in running it as soon as possible.
One question here. One important question here. Can we send to Taproot addresses? Like, are they backwards compatible, or we just have to make sure? Yes.
Yeah, it's just a script pub key. So, sending to is a triviality for any software. It should be.
If you support Bec32.
Good point.
So even Jax or BISC who currently cannot send to Bec32, even they will be able to, or it's Bec32 reliant.
It needs Bec32.
Yes.
So like the witness version is specified in the address format in like the 173. So like the 173 client that supports SegWit native addresses, like sending to SegWit native addresses today, will support Taproot eventually. But as far as I know, there isn't even a proposal for wrapped Taproot.
No, it wouldn't make sense. No, but I mean, think about it. What you're actually talking about is Bec32 support, right? It's completely underlying that. It's just a string of bytes, which happens to be a script pub key. It's not. That can be anything. And if your wallet doesn't understand it and it thinks it's sending it to garbage, then your wallet can.
And interestingly, already today, you can send to Taproot addresses, like SegWit version 1 addresses. It can be gossiped. The main issue is...
Oh, they can be gossiped?
They can be gossiped, yes, they're valid transactions.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, they're valid, yeah.
The issue thing is they're currently, to current consensus, anyone can spend outputs. Right, so even though you could, probably not a wise idea to send.
Oh yeah, that was defined in the SegWit there. Yeah.
So since
we are at this topic, it's another redeem script. Here, there's no redeem script, so literally anybody can spend.
Yeah.
So since we are at that topic, maybe I bring up something that most of the viewers would be interested in, which is have you guys seen a couple of weeks ago Gregory Maxwell's Reddit post where he's talking about how Bitcoin development is slowing down, how fast we rolled out SegWit, and compared to that, Taproot is how much it slowed down. And even though Taproot is a much simpler change, aren't we having problems? Aren't we going to have problems with things are slowing down? Like everything can be slower all the time. What do you guys think about this?
Yeah, I think it's definitely interesting, right? It kind of shows that we're all battle scarred from the OASF and kind of tired to not fight that war anymore. So everyone's very cautious, right, and very deliberate. And there was already, but the thing is, there was already so much education and work and review on Taproot than there was on SegWit version 0, I think. So I feel that we're so much better prepared for version 1 than for version 0. That I hope it will not be as crazy of an issue. But I think that's one of the reasons, and that's probably one of the long-lasting effects of that very successful attack that was this entire shit show, to just delay the progress, right? And it worked. It delayed SegWit for a while, and it seems that it delayed Taproot even longer, if that's actually the reason.
just to throw some random information there, actually, yesterday I have seen the very first early conversations about UASF 2.0 Taproot Activation Edition. So we might up for a rough ride here.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? Behavior is something that patterns, like it habituates, and what the sort of pattern of behavior was in that whole SegWit saga was, I mean, we often think about the people attacking and making up lies and what have you, but let's not forget that there was a lot of inertia from the developers. They were saying, you know, hey, whoa, slow down, you don't have to go so fast. And it was like a bunch of rabble-rousing users that really pushed it through. Well, that and maybe one or two anonymous developers who wrote, Shaolin Fry and so on. But at the core of it, like the actual main core developers, I mean, people like Peter Wool, I don't want to pick him out, but there's several people like who they're obviously cautious, but to the extent of they really want to be passive. They don't want it to be their decision. And so maybe, behavior habituates, and we're going to end up with, even though there's no real attack, we're going to end up with, hey, let's put the hats on and let's, that's the only way we know how to do it. Like, it's weird, isn't it?
I kind of have no doubt that there will be some kind of like privacy wars, in the future.
Yeah.
Like, for example, maybe not for Taproot, but for example, things like signature aggregation in the future, whenever it's ready. Like these big institutions might have come into Bitcoin just because it's so like transparent or easy to trace. There could be some edge cases like that. And yeah, they could be also the ones who are fighting against us when we are trying to adapt these privacy improvements.
Well, they should be fighting against Lightning already.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? And specifically with Taproot, Lightning becomes much less fingerprintable, right? And that's actually why I think that they're this might be one of the reasons where there is a kind of like a huge pushback, specifically for the privacy that Taproot brings to Lightning.
Yeah, I think that's very important with those potential changes. If it will be just it improves privacy and that's all, then it will be hard to activate that and stuff. But if we sell it like it's scalability improvement with privacy as a side effect, then it's more likely to go through. And that's I think Lightning Network is good example. It's kind of like scaling technology, but it changes also privacy.
I'm not sure we will see privacy wars in the future because, the Bitcoin development is slowing down, may or may not be for a good reason, but for a privacy war, we would have to at least have a discussion about confidential transactions. Because Schnorr signature aggregation, that's nice. It's a bit cheaper, but it's not really revolutionary. But if we ever get to a discussion about confidential transactions, then we would see privacy wars. But Bitcoin development is slowing down so fast that it's like exponentially slowing down or logarithmically or whatever. So it's like we never get to there. That's my guess here.
Yeah. Let's not have that 4-hour argument about confidential transactions again. Let's not do that.
Fixes everything.
Let's start the privacy wars right here and right now.
You're right, though. That would be the real war. Yeah. But that would be like an actual fun war. That wouldn't be like the brain dead nonsense that we had in 2017. That would actually be
that's
interesting.
a good point. There's arguments on both sides. So that will be very, very difficult.
Can I just go back for a second, like a small correction that Taproot only improves Lightning privacy on chain. Like Lightning privacy is way more complicated than just on chain privacy. So I wouldn't take Taproot as a black box.
But it's not only. but Taproot is not only affecting the on-chain component of Lightning privacy, because Taproot includes Schnorr, and Schnorr enables multi-hop locks in a vastly more private, just a fundamentally better way. I mean, okay, arguably you can use these ECDSA constructions, but that's all a big mess. Nobody's going to do that.
Yeah, Istvan actually has a paper on Lightning privacy. He broke it or something like that. I don't know. Maybe that would be a good topic to talk about.
There's about 50 people that broke it, I think. Yes, but fair, but no.
No, I just want to like kill this misconception when people take Taproot as a black box and it solves Lightning privacy, because like that's one of the downsides of Lightning, is that it's a layered structure and it has multiple layers, and even if you have privacy on one layer, it's not enough, because yeah, you still need to be anonymous on layer 2, and it's just a total different kind of animal. And yeah, like
it's still a fair point. Do you not take the point I make, which is that Taproot is not just the Taproot construction with script, it's also the Schnorr signature scheme, which itself has a huge impact on the multi-hop lock construction in Lightning, which is a very important part of the privacy issue. So I'm I think that's a fair point, isn't it, or not?
Yeah.
Like many attacks, I don't think become possible anymore. Like a lot of the routing attacks, right, as you said, and I think like all it does improve multi-path payments.
It's very complicated. There's lots of impact. I just remember the main point was that, basically the basic construction of Lightning as a series of hops was kind of broken essentially with this this basic wormhole attack where you could just cut out. I mean but anyway, there's a lot of let's not have a long debate about Lightning. I'm just saying it's other things.
Yeah, but I mean, it's actually interesting because Lightning are so complex, and so far it seems that there's not really a usable software that takes into account all of these difficult trade-offs. With future talk, but when do you think there will be a really nice privacy-focused Lightning implementation, either in Join Market or Wasabi?
I mean, there must be, right? Because the blockchains don't scale, so it's like any wallet who wants to stay relevant, they have to implement Lightning Network, or the worst case scenario is that they have to implement a centralized bank so they can route payments at least freely between their users, right? So I think Lightning is inevitable. It's just really the question of when does it really make sense to start working on it? Are the developer tools ready for you, or you would have to do a lot of basic work in order to even get started with Lightning in your wallet? Or do you wait for Taproot? Is waiting for Taproot makes more sense because like the privacy benefits that it can provide. So why would you even do it now rather than later with Taproot?
Though I still think that like Lightning Network is a huge opportunity to improve on-chain privacy as well, coin swaps in general, with Lightning Network being one application of coin swaps. So that's why I think it's so interesting to consider combining coin joins with coin swaps, and where I do see a nice synergy between the two technologies. What do you think, Adam?
I almost want to ask other people, because I spent a lot of time thinking about this stuff, and I just do want to say that, I mean, if you go back in history, you can go back and read the blog posts, which unfortunately you can't now because my website got bust. But they're coming back. But I did.
Adam, I think I just googled that CoinJoin XT, and it seems to be working.
I just added it just about 3 hours ago. But that's the sidetrack. But what I was going to say is that when I went back over years and I was like reading up different CoinSwap implementation. Well, there weren't any implementations. I made the only implementation as a test. And the thing that really came out to me out of studying it a lot was that the reason CoinJoin succeeded and CoinSwap, in quotes, failed, in the sense that nobody did it, was because of cross-block interactivity. In other words, it's one thing to have users interact, but it's another thing to demand that they interact more than once across the scope of Bitcoin blocks. So, and then it's not just like one block, it's thinking about the security of multiple blocks. And also, obviously, it's not the case that CoinSwap is impossible, because look at Lightning. Lightning is a much more souped up idea of CoinSwap extended further, and people are doing it. It's massively complex, but it's considered worth it because it's like a 10x, right? It's something where the outcome is so great, or at least in theory, that it's worth putting a lot of time and effort into it. And so I think CoinSwaps are definitely, at least notionally, substantially superior to the idea of just CoinJoin in general. But if you're gonna go down that road, you have to at least think about whether you can make a user experience and whether you can make the software like viable and not too much of an annoyance in terms of coordination and usage. So I don't know. I'd like to know what other people like NoPara and people working on other software think in terms of would it be a good idea to just like actually add CoinSwaps to your software? Interesting.
I kind of want to talk about something related, but not about this. I let other people talk about this, but you are concerned about user experience, privacy, user experience, and I think we have a huge missed opportunity here with Joy Market, because the classic model of what people care about, it's speed, quality, and cost, and you cannot get better speed in CoinJoins or in any way but using Joy Market, right? Because then the servers or the makers are waiting there for you, and so you can have a privacy experience for like perfect UX. And I think even just the down-to-earth idea like this, just to make Joy Market more user-friendly with 2 people, CoinJoins or maximum 3 people, that would theoretically achieve the best speed for privacy trade-off that you could get. So I think that would be a neat user experience. Anyway, so
I might have missed a few
yeah, go ahead with the CoinSwap.
I might have missed a few words there, but I think I got most of what you said. Thanks for that. So,
yeah, but sorry, I don't want to derail the topic. Maybe nothing much wants to talk about CoinSwaps.
Yeah, let's hear that. Yeah.
I think they're complementary, right? Like in my mind, CoinSwaps are like seamless unidirectional payment channels, so kind of like a very special case of the complexity of Lightning, but with a very different like constraints for like the network layer has to be private. The coordination is different because of the single use nature of it. You always want interaction, you don't persist a connection to like the other side. Like it's not an ongoing relationship. So like this stuff exists kind of in a continuum. I think all these off-chain technologies, I mean, they're always going to be anchored in a transaction at some point. And I think there will always be, a place for CoinJoin or CoinJoin-like techniques, if only for like efficiency, but at least for the foreseeable future, definitely for privacy. For example, like nowadays you can use CoinJoins to protect the privacy of your funding transactions with Lightning. But that's really like fraught with peril, because like when you have a Lightning node, it basically announces all of your channels as their like private channels. So in a way, you're like announcing to the world, look, all of these CoinJoin outputs are linked to the same public key, right? Like that's way stronger than the common ownership input. So yeah, I mean, like all this stuff is complementary, especially in the near term, because these technologies addressed like different privacy threat models. They have different trade-offs in terms of implementation complexity, in terms of cost, in terms of like how they break down, how dependent you are on other users. Like CoinJoin is much more of a like hiding in the crowd sort of approach for like the individual transaction, whereas like coin swaps, you need to layer them in order to get a much stronger privacy guarantee. But like an individual CoinJoin still has like just a single trusted party for the like the privacy. Like if you coin swap, sorry, I think I said CoinJoin repeatedly there, but like if you coin swap with somebody and then they just go announce like I just did a coin swap with this address and that's the address that they got in return, privacy is completely destroyed. So like the way that these approaches build privacy is very different. And yeah, like I agree with Max that they're complementary, but it's also like, you know, it's very non-trivial to integrate this stuff. And I think by the time the development effort to like get initial working versions out, and then like consider a second generation where this stuff's more tightly integrated, by that point, you know, maybe something will have changed completely. So yeah, who knows?
Yeah, it's for sure going to be extremely interesting, and I think there's a very big potential still with a lot of improvements to come, meaning a lot of more work. So great, it's not going to be boring. Very much unfortunately, this was already 1 hour. We could probably go for another 2 or 3. But the pain of having such a long non-stop live stream is that there's just good guests scheduled all the time. So we got to move on now with Paul Rosenberg joining us to chat together with Phil Gibson, Mr. Psu. So thank you very much, Adam Gibson, for coming on. That was a great conversation. Thanks. Any last words?
Oh, the last words. This is a firing squad. You're gonna execute me. Any last words? No, I'm fine. That's great. I think it was very good. We should do this kind of thing more often.
Yes. I very much agree, actually. Okay, thank you to also Kristaps coming on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
You both are doing awesome work with Join Market Seriously. Beautiful software. And then all the Wasabikas joining as well with Adam Fiskor. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Fix the money, fix the world.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. Yuval, nothing much joining. Thanks, Barry.
Thanks for having me.
As well as
Thanks to everybody else.
Thanks. Yeah.
And the big El Buddha, the great Lucas Ontivera. And
thank you, guys. See you.
It was a great conversation, everyone.
So, thank you, guys.
Yeah,
it was very interesting.
Yeah, thank you. I will be changing the stream link right now before you guys start.
Yes.
Yeah, just give me a minute.
Very much.
Thanks. See you.
Yes, we've only done 54 hours, so let's continue 8 more. So.